All right, what is going on? Forza Milan, Forza Milan, Forza Milan, Forza Milan. Let's talk right away about the game tomorrow. Joel, what's up, my man? Forza Milan. Jet B. Roz, what's up? Okay, tomorrow is going to be, I think, the six games till the end. And tomorrow we're playing against a team that has only won twice this whole season and that has tied a ton of games. And they have lost a ton of games. AC Milan is struggling to beat these small teams, you know. For some reason, AC Milan has always had this issue in its life, ever since I can remember, from a long time ago. When it comes to playing these smaller teams, it seems like the club, the spirit of the players, there's always this feeling of it's not that it's like almost they don't feel motivated. If it, like these games don't motivate them. But what has always motivated Milan is the big games, the big nights at the San Siro, those big Champions League games. Remember, and this is something that I remember they were speaking a lot about during Ancelotti's era. They just loved those big games, and that's how Milan made its history. These huge games and winning these finals and winning these epic semi-finals and winning tournaments and winning big games. But when they get to play against these teams that don't bring prestige, Milan has always not found that motivation. It's almost like Milan is addicted to the spotlight, and these teams don't give Milan the spotlight. But it's something that needs to be fixed, because if you want to win the Scudetto, you have to beat these small teams. Now this year, when the year started, we said we need to beat all the small teams if we want to win the Scudetto. Now, 6 games till the end, the truth is that we have not done that. We have not beaten all the small teams, and for some crazy reason, we're still first. But why are we first, though? Well, we're first because when we started the season, we started on fire. And we won 12 games in a row. Something like that. Something like that. Exactly. We're big match junkies. We play like it's a training match against mid-table teams. And that's what it is. I think that's a really good way to put it. Big match junkies. But, so now going back to the Scudetto, what do we know about this Milan? This Milan knows where to dig in when they have to play against the big teams. They know that because we've seen it. We've seen it in Italy. We've seen it in Italy against Inter, against Napoli, against Roma, against Lazio, against Juve, and against other teams. What's up, Alan GRG? What's up? How you doing, my friend? So we've seen how Milan knows where to dig when it comes to the bigger events. And we saw a glimpse of that in Europe too. Right? We saw a glimpse of that in the end of the first half of the Champions League against Liverpool when Milan came back. We saw a glimpse of that. We saw a glimpse of that against Atletico Madrid when they beat Atletico Madrid at the Wanda, something that Man City was not able to do. Man City was not able to beat Atletico Madrid in Spain. Milan went to Spain and beat them. Milan beat them. So we saw glimpses of this in Europe as well. The Europe that matters. We're not talking about the Europa League. We're talking about the Champions League. So next year we're probably going to see more. We're going to probably see more, and we're going to see more games that Milan is going to be able to win and master. Sad to see Diaz losing all the momentum after his COVID injury. Yeah. Well, let's see what happens with Diaz. Diaz, I don't have an issue with Diaz. I think Diaz is fine. Like, honestly, like complaining about Diaz, the complaining about players all the time is just so pointless to me. It's something that I just don't like. It brings nothing. But let's talk about how Milan was able to figure out how to beat these bigger teams, right? So now we need to figure out how to beat the small teams. So how do we do that? Well, you need personality, you need character, you need You need a team that has the expertise to go and unlock these very difficult matches. It's a matter of expertise. Are you technically expert to do it? Do you have the charisma? Do you have the personality? Do you have the character to do it? And this is what we're talking about. Now, listen, I don't care what people say. I know this shit like the back of my hand, all right? It takes time to develop a team. It takes time, especially when you're starting from youngsters. Anybody who thinks just because you put a Real Madrid shirt on, or you put an AC Milan shirt on, or an Inter shirt on, thinks that all of a sudden you're a champion and you need to win. It is not true. That is not how it works. It is not how it works. Everything has its own trajectory. Everything has to be grown. It has to be grown. It has to be molded. I mean, I was looking today because I got curious, and I was wondering, when did the owners of Man City buy Man City? In 2008. They bought Man City in 2008. You know when they won their first Premier League? In 2014. It took them 6 years to build a team that could win the English Scudetto. It took them 6 years to build that team. Okay? 6 years. But people just look at it now. They look at Man City now and they say, well, we need to be like Man City. No, no, no. It took 6 years to become Man City. All right? And we have that example with AC Milan too. Let's look at AC Milan from 88 up until 95. Final Champions League every single year. It was one of the best teams in the history of football. And then after 95, there's a big dip. Milan is nowhere to be seen. So they had to rebuild. They had to reinvent. New coaches, different players, reinventing the wheel. When did Milan get back into Europe? 2003. From 95 to 2003, Milan was silent. Milan was rebuilding. So if we look at us today, this is only our third year, and we're looking good. We're looking great. If this is your third year, we should be 100% happy. We should be very excited about the future, and we should recognize the fact that the people at the helm, the people that are working this club, are experts. They know what they're doing because they understand the game, they understand sports, they understand competition, they understand business, but most importantly, they understand how to develop a team into a winning team. They know how to do this, and they're doing it greatly. Okay, so what do they need to figure out? They need to figure out how to beat small teams. This is the next step. Unfortunately, if we want to talk about players, I'm not going to talk about Diaz because it's pointless to talk about Diaz. Let's talk about players that are missing. Ibrahimovic is missing. Ibrahimovic is missing, and Ibrahimovic cannot be. I don't think Ibrahimovic can renew again. It's unfeasible. I mean, it depends. If Ibrahimovic shows up in the end of the season, in the final rush, right? Clutch time. Kobe Bryant. Why is Kobe Bryant Kobe Bryant? Because of clutch. Why is Michael Jordan Michael Jordan? Because of clutch. If Ibrahimovic is healthy during clutch time of the season, those last 5 games, and he can push us to the top or keep us up there, hey, then Ibrahimovic did his job. Ibrahimovic did his job. I'm telling you, we're not weak. What the hell are you saying? We are weak. All right, we are not weak. That's not true. Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic brings a certain tranquility to the technical flow of a team when they pass the ball to each other. This is the thing. When you're really good technically and you know how to shield the ball and you are higher IQ, you know how to slow down the tempo and the timing. It's all about timing. That is what Pioli said. See, Pioli and I, we think like, I mean, it's not that you got to be able to see the things the way they're. The attacking midfield, the timing is all off. The timing is all off. The pass is too long. The pass is too strong. The pass is too soon. The pass is an inch behind of where it's supposed to be. Every time they get in that area of the field, the 1-2 is not working. It's a mess. So what do you need? You need a person with charisma and character that can organize that area of the field against players like Bremer. Okay? Against defenders that kick ass. It's not, listen, Italy, the defenses are always going to be good. It's always going to be difficult. So you need tough players. Now, how do we freaking beat Genoa tomorrow? How do we beat Genoa tomorrow? So, first of all, let's look at the formation. Magnan, Calabria, Kalulu, Tomori, Theo, Tonali, Benasser, Salamakers, or Messias, Kessi, Leao, Giroud. Let's put that here. Don't start Diaz and we will be fine. Man, you guys got it for Diaz, huh? Guys, Diaz is gonna, just like last season, Diaz is gonna come clutch at the end of the season. You guys are gonna see. And then all you guys that were talking crap about Diaz, you're all gonna be eating your words. You're all going to be eating your words, because that last month where it matters, Diaz is going to solve a lot of things for us, and that's what he did last season. A lot of people forget that during the most clutch period of the season, Diaz came through. Diaz was there for us. Now, guys, I do want to think. I do want to say something though. I miss Çalhanoğlu. Çalhanoğlu is a player that gave the team quality in its maneuver. It gave the team a little bit more. It was more methodical. It was more thinking in the way they built with Çalhanoğlu. And I have been thinking this lately, and I know that they have been thinking this lately, and I know a lot of people have been thinking about this lately, but guys, Çalhanoğlu is a player that right now would have been very, very useful. Very useful. But anyway, we don't have him, so it doesn't matter. Who do we have? Let's go through this. You guys really want to watch Kessia Cam with his Romelu Lukaku-esque first touch. Brahim's form isn't the best, and Salamakers and Messias on the right don't help much either. Okay, so let's look at this formation. Where is it? Okay. All right, so Theo, Tomori, Kalulu, Calabria. If I'm not mistaken, let's go over this one more time. Yes, Magnan, Kalulu, Tomori, Theo. Guys, at this point, let's say it firmly. Kalulu has overtaken Romagnoli, Gabbia, and there was a certain point where when we were talking about Kalulu, we were wondering if he should have started instead of Tomori. If you guys remember that short period in which Tomori was trying to catch up with his form. But anyway, Kalulu, once again, starting over Romagnoli. Calabria, of course, we lost Florenzi. We don't have Florenzi. We will need Florenzi in that last month. Unfortunately, the issue that I have with that is that when Florenzi comes back in that last month, he needs time to regain match fitness, and we will need a player like Florenzi in those last games. We need the experts, because remember when we spoke about how do you beat these smaller teams? With expertise. Because we have the quality. Leao has the quality. Theo has the quality. Messias has the quality. Giroud has the quality. You can get the goal from Kessie, you can get a goal from the Benacers, you can get the goal from Calabria, goals from the corners. So the goals and the quality is there, but you need the expertise. You need Ibra, you need Kjaer, you need Florenzi, these guys that have done it for many years, and they know how to navigate and manage a game like that through its entire 90 minutes. They know how to do that. Our players are fucking youngsters that are still figuring this shit out. Anyway, so defense. Defense looks good. I gotta say, the defense right now, the best defense in Serie A in this current period. The Kalulu, Tomori, Theo Calabria, and Magic Mike. Guys, Magic Mike is the best purchase I have seen Milan make in decades. I'm talking about Galliani era. Milan got a top player this summer, okay? So I don't want to hear anybody say that Milan didn't get top players. Milan got a fucking elite top player this summer, and his name is Magic Mike. This Magic Mike, guys, is the main reason why today we are still number one. And I see how now I understand how Lille won their league last year. I get it now. It makes sense. All right. So, okay, we got Magic Mike. Now, the midfield. Benacer Tonali, the double pivot. So, Kessie is going to be up here for Diaz. Diaz is out in this formation. And we have Tonali right there. Giroud, Salamakers. So let's think about this. The thing is that this formation has shown very poor quality football. If we did play this way against Napoli, though, right? But I remember Milan is, what is it? What did you say it was earlier, Joel? Limelight junkie. What the fuck was it? We're big match junkies, right? So this formation against Napoli worked very well, if you guys remember correctly. If I'm not mistaken, Kessie was the attacking midfielder against Napoli, and the formation looked very good. They played a very good game. Against Empoli, it looked very bad. The way we played against Empoli was very bad, even though Kessie scored those 2 goals. And then we saw it again. I believe it was one of these recent games, and it looked very bad. We looked very bad. So, you know, at this point, to be honest, to be frank, Kessie, I agree with this formation. I agree with this formation because Benacer, Tonali, and Kessie are the 3 players that. The 3 midfielders that are all stars. All 3 of them are stars. And when you are a team, you want your stars to play. Now the issue, of course, is that we play a 4-2-3-1, and in that 4-2-3-1, the number 10 role, you need a creative player. You need someone to control that space. Obviously, Kessie has the physique to do it, but when it comes to maneuvering and turning and one touch and passing the ball to the left, to the right, you know, it's a different story. It's a different story. Against Genoa, it should be fine. I mean, we're playing against a team that has lost almost every game. A team that has, so far, I think, has only 17 points or 19 points. A team that has won 2 games the entire season. The truth is that we should be able to put our Krunic and Castillo there, and we should still win this game. Put Krunic where Kessie is, put Castillo where Salah is, and we should still win this game. Put Lazetic where Giroud is, and we probably should still be winning this game. Remember, this is a mental thing. It's a mental thing because when it comes down to these last games of the season, it's not about who's got the most tactics and who's this and who's that. It's about who is the best warrior. It's a psychological warfare game that takes part on the pitch. Who is the one with the biggest balls? Who is the big bull with the big balls? That's what it's all about. So tomorrow I get at the San Siro, packed San Siro, guys. By the way, guys, really interesting thing, very good. I'm gonna open this parenthesis. Very cool that stadiums in Italy are packing up, guys. Tomorrow San Siro is fucking packed. Now, and that's the other thing about being young, right? That you have to also know how to play with a crowd that is extremely hostile. Right, guys? Do not believe the shit that they're saying about... Like Pioli today was being very fluffy regarding the tifosi, right? Guys, there are people in that stadium that are pieces of shit, okay? There are people in that stadium, and these are the people that the players hear that are shouting. I was listening to a game after the game, and the camera was next to the stands. I could hear everything some of these crazy lunatics were shouting. All right, like there's some fucking sickos that go to that stadium. Sickos. If you knew Italian, you would know what I'm saying. But I don't even want to fucking repeat that shit. I mean, there's sick people that go to that stadium. And there's this issue that some of our fans are fucking whistling at KC. It's like, you fucking dumbasses. We need to win. Who gives a fuck? He made his choice. He's going to Barcelona. Cheer him on. Make him feel good. Don't make him feel like you fucking hate him. Don't make him feel... We got to win this trophy. Same thing that they did with Donnarumma during that semi-final against Spain. It's more important to be resentful, and you gotta be resentful, and you gotta be angry, and you gotta shout at them. Forget all of that, man. We gotta win a Scudetto, okay? So I really hope that some of these tifosi are see that, because I'm sure many of them can change their minds and say, you know what? Maybe today when I go to the stadium, I'll fucking cheer them on, and I won't be whistling. So this was an issue that was brought up regarding Kessie. People are whistling him in the stadium. They're booing him, and they're doing all this crap. So obviously, a packed San Siro, we need to make that fucking San Siro explode. You want to know what will fix our ills right now? Fucking score 2 or 3 goals under that curva. That's what you do. Giroud, score, listen, fuck to the roar of the crowd after you score. That shit will motivate you for the next 3 games. They need to light up the San Siro. That's what they need to do. They need to light up the San Siro. You agree with this formation, Roy? What a shame in terms of football. You're saying it's just Genoa and still not confident if our number 10 Diaz is good enough for that. Just saying. No, guys, I'm not. No, Diaz, you put Diaz there, we should still win this game. You can put Leao, Diaz, and Salamakers and Giroud there, we should still win this game. You could put any single player you want that has been training this whole season at Milan, and we should still win this game. We're playing against a team that has only won twice the whole season. The whole season. They have won twice the whole season. Okay? Did anything happen about the fans of Cagliari? Yeah, I think they were suspended from life. They caught the individuals and they suspended them from the stadium. And something like that. Okay, so yeah, this team here honestly should be good enough to beat Milan. I don't think there should be any problems, guys. I mean, beat Milan, beat Genoa. There should be no problems. This team is more than qualified to beat Genoa, alright? Like, Genoa is a team... Let's look at Genoa. Let's just fucking look at... Let's look at Genoa. Let me see. I'm going to tell you how many goals Genoa has conceded. And of course, but this was the same thing when it came to Salernitana. Salernitana is even worse. This has got nothing to do with quality. This is all in your head. It's your heart. You guys gotta trust me with this shit. So Genoa has 22 points. 22 points. They have scored 24 goals, and they have conceded 52 goals. 52 goals they have conceded. This should be a fucking walk in the park. This should be 4-5-6-7-0. If tomorrow we don't win 5-6-7-0, then it's a disservice. It's a disservice. It is a disservice. And all due respect to Genoa, I'm sorry, but I'm just sorry, but this needs to happen. We need to, all the goals that we weren't able to score these past 5-6 games, they need to happen now. 6-5-5-0 tomorrow. Give us a nice 5-0. I want to see Selemacher score. I want to see Kessie score. I want to see the fans celebrate Kessie. I want to see Giroud score. Leao. 5-0, guys. 5-0 tomorrow. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. But again, it's all about psychology. I mean, honestly, guys, how can this team lose against Genoa? There's no way they can lose against Genoa. Absolutely no way. It's impossible. It's impossible for this team to play in front of 62,000 people to lose against a team that has won only twice this whole season. There's absolutely no way we are going to lose this game. There's absolutely no way we're going to tie this game. This is the game where we wake up. This is the game where we lit up the San Siro, and this is the game that should propel the team into a positive momentum into the next games. If I was Milan's coach, Roy, you'll be my starter rather than Diaz. Yeah, I think you'd be making a good choice. We won't lose, I can bet, but we will score. I'm not sure, but we will score. Our attacking being shit in the moment when we need them to do good the most might gift the second star to Inter. Yes, yeah. It is something that might happen this year. We might, guys, one of the worst things might happen this year, and this generation, us, we will probably experience it. I don't know if it's going to be this year, it's going to be when, but we're going to have to experience Inter winning a second star, and we're going to fucking experience social media just fucking relentless, showing pictures of a shirt with 2 stars and all that crap, because it's a huge deal. It's a huge deal in Italy. The thing about the stars, it's prestige. That's pedigree. That's prestige right there. That is, you know, like a general winning your army badges, right? It's the same shit. So fuck. Let's hope we don't see it. Let's hope we can win it first. If we win it first, that would be nice. That'd be a nice win. Leao is probably having a mental breakdown due to Sporting Lisbon situation. Yeah, that is also very possible, because this Sporting Lisbon situation has halted the contracts with Milan, and now we have to wait more. It's possible, absolutely. I'm hearing bad things about Leao's contract situation. We're going to lose him for free if he does want to renew. No. We're not going to lose him for free. What has been discussed and what has been said is if they understand that Leao cannot be re-signed, they cannot renew his contract, they're going to sell him for something like 60-70 million. That's fine. It's okay. If that's what we have to do and we get 60-70 million, that's good, man. That's fine. But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens about Leao. Skillard says, Fossa 1 star. What's up, Skillard? How you doing? Leao might be on sale at the end of the season as well. Yeah, that's true. Leao is suffering from burnout. Yeah. If they had Inter the second star, they better win the next derby 5 or 6-0 to make up for it. Well, we will see if that happens or not. But I do think that Milan has a good chance of winning the Scudetto. Now, again, guys, I am all about top four, guys. Top four gang. This is the top four, Forza top four gang. And I know you people think, what the fuck is this guy talking? Top four. Milan. Milan is supposed to be winning Champions League. This guy is saying top four. Remember what I said in the beginning of the fucking stream. What did I say? I said that it took 6 years for Man City to build a team that won its first league. The owners of Man City bought Man City in 2008. It took them 6 years until they won the Premier League. It took Berlusconi from 95 to 2003 to get back into a final of the Champions League. That is 8 years. It took Berlusconi 8 years to rebuild a Milan that would dominate Europe again. It took him 8 years, okay? Took him 8 years. We're only in year 2 3/4 or something like that, 2.5. And we're doing great. Our pace is phenomenal. The pace of the growth of this team is phenomenal. Phenomenal. So now, Maldini, what did Maldini say? Maldini said his goal, Maldini's goal, is to make sure that Milan finishes in the Champions League for 10 years in a row. That means top four. What does that mean? If you focus on that, if that's your objective, top four, top four, top four, that's how you're going to win your trophies. Because achieving that top four is always going to bring you the money. It's going to bring you the Champions League. And then you're going to get used to play the Champions League every year. And then all of a sudden, you become competitive in the Champions League. And all of a sudden, the Champions League is your bitch. But you have to do it every year. You have to do it every year. And then just like it happened in '88, just like how it happened in 2003, the team fucking is ready and they start winning shit. And they start winning. And then after 5, 6, 7 years, it's back to the square one. This is how it is. This is how it is. Let's see. I'll sell and give them Diaz for free. Jamal fucking hates Diaz. Roy, would you like to replace Leao with Perisic for free? Absolutely not. No. Bring me Vicha Kvaratskhelia and I'll be happy. If you want to replace Leao with someone, replace him with Vicha Kvaratskhelia. I mean, Perisic. I'm not a big fan of Perisic, honestly. Like, yes, I understand he's great. He's a great footballer. He won the Champions League with Bayern, and he won the Serie A. But I'm not. It's like if I'm playing against Perisic, I'm not shaking in my boots. You know what I'm saying? Like if I see I'm playing against Perisic, I feel like okay. He's playing against a good player, but I'm not shaking in my boots, you know? I think Leao, we don't know if he can become that player. With Perisic, we already know. We already know that that's the player he is. Now, we'll see. Obviously, Perisic has more years to improve. But Leao, he could become a top superstar. So, you know, so no, I wouldn't do it. We are losing way too many players. I can only see this hurting us. You're not going to get Magic Mike every summer. Well, let's wait and see, man. Joel, let's wait and see because I'm positive that these guys know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. You can see Charles Donnarumma and now Leao. They don't appreciate playing in Milan. I don't believe in that money talk. I don't think Leao has got to do with that, guys. Leao's situation is a little bit different. Forza 6 years, that's right, Skillard. Man. We're not Man City, we're Milan. Yeah, but Milan, it took 8 years for Berlusconi. It took 20 years for Milan to rebuild from 69 to 88. That's 20 years. It took Milan 20 years to become a big team again. And then they were a big team for 6 years. And then it took Milan 8 years to become a big team again. And then they were a big team for about 5 to 6 years again. And No, more like 5 years. 2002 to 2007. 2008 it was done. And then, guys, fucking you bring Allegri in the team. What do you expect? And then, of course, we had all that crazy shit that happened. Crazy shit. If Lau leaves, man, it won't be a shame. It would be a shame. Look at Theo. Look at Theo re-renewed. I'll be disappointed if we don't win the Scudetto, but top 4 2 years in a row after a 7-year long. Yeah, top 4, guys. Hey, guys, as soon as we reach that top 4, and as soon as it's mathematics, guys, I'm like, for me, it's good. Anything that comes after that is a cherry on top. Cherry on top. Players in Barcelona are willing to lower their wages because of Barcelona financial difficulty. But in Milan, it's another story. Well, MMG, let's be honest about it. Like, which players are willing to do that? You know, it's players that were in the team for many, many years. Players that have developed an affinity with that team. Legends of a team. My grandma cannot score, but she can score more than Lau. Okay. So Chow Lau. No, guys. Nobody is saying that Lau is leaving, guys. Nobody's saying that. Who's saying Lau is not leaving? And if he is, I bet she can play better than Diaz. Man, Jamal fucking hates Diaz. How old is Perisic? I believe he's either late 20s or early 30s. If Lau leaves, management will get Now Lang. Alright? I know who he is. Some people say shit. I mean, not shit. Some people say he's got behavioral issues. And other people says really good. I haven't seen him play. I haven't even watched his highlights, so I can't even. I don't have an opinion whatsoever regarding that player. Why the fuck haven't we gone for Kamara free instead of Botman for 20 million? I don't know. Who knows? Maybe. Well, they need a defender. Well, Kamara can play as a defender, right? I guess they really think that Botman is like a big superstar or something. They really have. They're looking at Botman and they're seeing something special in him. I don't know. Lau needs help. Yeah. Lau has been set a price tag. Apparently, he has rejected our upgraded offer. Really? I've not read that. Really. I have not seen that anywhere. We were building since 2011. Well, let's... Jamal. Yeah, we have been building back since 2011. So, Yonggong Lee had the team for a bunch of years, and the thing about it is, like, they had all that money and they just squandered it. It's like, you can't make a team that way. It's no way. You can't make a team that way. People that understand football are good at making teams. And this is why Maldini is so good at it, because his work has been phenomenal. Maldini's work has been absolutely phenomenal. It's unbelievable how he put together, him and his crew, a squad that is not the best roster in the league. I mean, there are people that think that Milan has maybe the 6th best roster in the league. There's people that think that Roma. I mean, let's look at Roma. By the way, Roma, good win today. Roma has Abraham, Zaniolo, Pellegrini, and Mkhitaryan, right? They play a 4-2-3-1, right? They play a 4-2-3-1. And when they play a 4-2-3-1, they have Zaniolo on the right, Pellegrini in the middle, Mkhitaryan on the left. That kind of goes inside instead of outside as a winger. He kind of doubles up as an attacking. And they got Abraham. I mean, honestly, that's better than what we have, right? In terms of names, is it not? According to what you guys are saying, Pellegrini, I'm sure you guys are saying is better than Diaz. I'm 100% sure a lot of you guys say Zaniolo is better than Salamakers, and a lot of you guys say that Abraham is better than Giroud, and maybe we have Leao. That's the only player we have that they don't have. So, right, this is what people say. You look at Napoli. Who do we have? Lozano, Insigne, Mertens. What's his name? Osimhen, Empolitano, and Petagna. I mean, that's a lot of attacking power. Inter, Caicedo, Dzeko, Martinez, Correa, Sanchez. Those are a lot of options, right? Those are a lot of options. Juventus, Chiesa, Dybala, now Vlahovic, Morata, Keane, Bernardeschi, and they had Kulusevski. You know, who do we have? We have Leao, we have Rebic, we have Giroud, we have Ibrahimovic, we have Diaz, and we have Messias. So now, when you look at that those body of players, do you put Milan on top there? I don't think so, guys. I honestly don't think so. I don't think Milan would be in the top of that group if this were to be tabled. I absolutely don't think so. Yes, they have Zielinski also. But what do we have? We have a defense that is 100% the best in Italy. 100%. We have a midfield that is fucking great. And we have young players up top, like Diaz, like Leao, like Salamakers, that have the potential to grow into huge, big time players. Then Giroud is a World Cup winner. Ibrahimovic, we know Ibrahimovic is gone. So this is what they were able to do in the space of 2 years and something. In 2 years and something, in 2 years and a pocket of change, Maldini and co. were able to create a team that was competitive enough to fight for the Scudetto. I want to remind you, it took Man City 6 years to get to the Premier League title. It took them 6 years. With billions, every 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, 600 million, 400 million, 700. It took them 6 years. It took Maldini 2 years with no cash. With no cash whatsoever. With no cash whatsoever. Why? Why were they able to do that? Because they understand the game. They understand the players. They understand what it takes to create a winning team. They understand that. And also they're very intelligent because they understand that how to do that with what they have, and they are excelling. They are excelling because this team is flying at a phenomenal rate. It shouldn't, 2 years and a half, and Milan is already at this point. At this point, people should be fucking ecstatic. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand this. A lot of people think that you wear an AC Milan shirt, all of a sudden you're supposed to be the best. They don't understand that things need to be developed, that the whole club from the ground up is all a system. It's an ecosystem of football. And you as the manager of this, you need to organize it, you need to put it together, you need to make sure it has the right mentality, you need to make sure everybody's in tune with each other. And with the money that you have, you need to go and get the best opportunities. You need to exploit the best opportunities you can get with the money that you have. Guys, what Maldini has done in 2 years and a half is incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. So, we're almost there. We're almost there. We're not that far, to be honest with you. Because, let's be clear about it. Obviously, Kessie needs to be replaced with a top midfielder. There's no doubt about that. You cannot replace Kessie with Ali. You cannot replace Kessie with Pobega. You have to replace him with a top midfielder because that's what he is. Let's stop pretending he's not a fucking top midfielder. He is a top midfielder. So you have to replace him with a top midfielder. So obviously they're going to have to go for a top midfielder. It could be Kamara. Who knows? It could be Kamara. Maybe it's Tchouaméni. Tchouaméni. That's a really good midfielder. Man, that's a really good midfielder. Tchouaméni. It could be Renato Sanchez. That's the one that I think would be the best because he is the one that combines quality and quantity, but a lot of quality in a very good way. So we definitely need someone to replace Kessie because if you do not have a top player that is being replaced with another top player, then you lose your momentum. You lose growth. So you have to replace Kessie with a top player, whether it's Sanchez, whether it's who, or whether it's not. Up top, we got Origi. Okay, that's offensive depth. What was I talking about earlier? And this, they understand this because now it's time. Now it's time to work on the offense. Renato deal off? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I mean, it's still, guys. The summer is around the corner, so we will see. But let's not forget that. Let's not forget that we're replacing Casino soon. Let's not forget that there's a lot of teams that want Renato Sanchez. There's a lot of teams that want many players. There's a lot of teams. All these teams are being contested. All these players are being contested. So, you know, it's not so simple to say we're going to get Renato Sanchez for sure, or we'll see. Now, there are indications that Renato Sanchez wants to join Milan. The fact that he is constantly liking Milan social media on Instagram, especially when he is tied to it, like the last one. You know, he liked an Instagram picture of him in an AC Milan shirt in a team of next year. I mean, this doesn't mean anything. He could be just fucking around, or it could literally be one of his friends that is fucking around. They're drunk together. They're fucking around. Who knows? But maybe it is him, and maybe he knows something that we don't. Maybe he wants to come to Milan, and we know what we do know as far as Milan and Lille is that we have a price tag for the player, and it's been set at 18 million. This is what Milan is going to pay for Renato Sanchez. 18 million. That is the price tag. Now, with Renato Sanchez, the issue was the contract with him and his wages and all of that. So, and then there's Arsenal. Arsenal wants Renato Sanchez. Juventus has been thinking about Renato Sanchez. Who doesn't want fucking Renato Sanchez? Everybody wants Renato Sanchez. Renato's a cam or a right wing. Well, Renato can play cam, right wing, or center defensive midfielder. He can do any of them. Renato crutches like Milan. Hey, what's up, Nathan? More like Milan lab like Sanchez. I want Darwin Núñez. Darwin Núñez, a little bit not off our radar, I would say, for now. Off our radar for now. Let's see. Alright, guys, so listen. Tomorrow, he's not a CDM, but I mean, he can definitely play the way Benacer plays in that role. I mean, we have played, or he can play where Kessie is right now on the board. Like Tonali, Benacer, Pobega. Those are three players that play in that center defensive midfield role. I mean, Benacer is not a player that is going to win a lot of balls for you. Tonali is. Tonali is the one that covers the most field. Out of all our midfielders, Tonali is the one that has the biggest heat map. But Renato Sanchez can also do that because he's a pit bull. He's a pit bull. And he can definitely help defensively. I mean, Seedorf was asked to do that, right? Seedorf was asked to play the role that Renato Sanchez was going to be asked to play that. Actually, there's a lot of similarity in the game of Seedorf and Renato Sanchez. Seedorf was a player that could play as a regista. He was a player that could play as a mezzala. He was a player. Mezzala is that box-to-box right CM or LCM. Or Seedorf could play in a diamond. Seedorf can play in all four formations, and the same with Renato Sanchez. There are these midfielders that in a diamond midfield can play in all four positions. Renato Sanchez is a player that can do all four of those positions, like Seedorf was able to do that. So if we get Sanchez, man, that'd be great. Milan, Calabria, Bobman, Tomori, Theo, Benacer, Tonali, Leao, Sanchez, Lang, Origi. No way Tonali goes more distant. Oh yeah. Tonali has the biggest heat map as far as the midfield goes. Tonali's heat map is off the chain. Off the chain. This is Tonali's heat map, guys. let's say right here. Where is he? Tonali covers all of this area, pretty much all of this area, the whole midfield. Aside from the boxes, he covers everything here. His heat map is a red. It's all red, all there in the middle, just like that. Kessi's heat map is mostly right here on the left side. He doesn't have a lot on the right. Is mostly on the left. Benasser's heat map is not as strong as Tonali's, but it is similar. Benasser is another player that roams all over the field, but it is not nowhere close to how Tonali covers the field. Salamaker's heat map is very interesting. He does a lot of this. Salamakers does a lot of this. He covers this whole area right here. And then the interesting thing about Salamaker's heat map is that you can see him all over the field, literally from here to there. But as far as the areas that he covers the most, where it's all red, nice and red in the heat map graphics, Salamakers is here, and then a lot here in this area, right in front of the box. Diaz covers a fucking great. Diaz is the area that Diaz covers as an attacking midfielder is beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. Actually, Diaz deserves a lot of respect. Diaz covers this whole area right here, this whole area here, and it's fucking red, the whole area. So he runs his ass off. Diaz, guys, is a player that works his ass off. He does not get the recognition he deserves. Yeah. Let's see. Ibrahim is mostly around the bench. Daniel Maldini will explode next season. Oh, so as far as Daniel Maldini, there was some heavy links with him and Sassuolo. So right now, the last I heard is that there's talk about Sassuolo, Scamacca, and it looks like they're talking about this exchange of players like Nasti, Colombo, Paolo Maldini, Daniel Maldini. And Daniel Maldini would be Colombo and Daniel Maldini a season alone there at Sassuolo. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Guys, park fucking Colombo and Daniel Maldini at Sassuolo for a whole season. I know, but it won't be that easy because obviously Sassuolo is going to ask for some stupid clauses that is going to make it difficult for us to re-get those players. But park Colombo and fucking Daniel Maldini and Sassuolo. That'll be nice. That'll be very good for them. That'll be very good for them. Ibras, yeah, I read that. In a medical room. Nathan, maybe because he was more minutes. Diaz works. No. You can. Jamal. Scamacca renewed with Sassuolo until 2026. It's official, by the way. Well, he renewed with Sassuolo, but he renewed, like, Scamacca was being paid 400K, now he's being paid 800K. Even Bremer renewed with, what's his name? With Torino. Remember, even Giroud had renewed with Milan, with Chelsea. These renewals, I don't know honestly why the fuck they do them, but Scamacca is for sure, if they get the right offer this summer, he's gone, for sure. Even a chicken runs a distance when its head is chopped off, so stop hyping up Diaz. Oh my God, Jamal, you are like one of those guys at the stadium that is shouting all that crazy shit. Right? You are bullying the spirit of Diaz. He fucking hears you in his dreams because the energy you're sending him is bad. Yo, there's still a chance for Scamacca leaving. Yeah, no. Scamacca is definitely going to be leaving. They're asking for 40 million. If someone is going to spend 40 million, he's leaving. Something concerned about your position on the field. All right, guys, let's open up the lines. And then I want to go to bed. Let's do that. All right. Let's hear some bullshit. Let's hear some bullshit, guys. Bullshit time. All right. Let me pin that shit. 10:31 bullshit hour. Let's do it. Diaz is going to replace by Adrian Barnabe. Who the hell is that? A win today. A win today will guarantee UCL. Then take one match at a time for Vital. Are you being serious? Udit? Are you saying that if we win today, we make the Champions League? Bring in the top four, gang. That's right. Bring in the top four, gang. Free for all. Let me pin that shit, guys. Give me 1 second. Uh, let's see. Mathematically, we are at 11 points. We are 11 points behind Roma. So if we win and they win, it's still going to be 11 points, but there will be 5 games left, which is 15 points. So no, not true, not yet. Hey, what's up, Nathan? How you doing? How's it
What's
going?
going on, Roy? Pretty good, pretty good.
So what's the story with you, Nathan?
Uh, Not much. Just randomly got on YouTube and saw that you were streaming, so here I am.
Did you see Roma today against Bodo Glimt? 4-0.
Yeah,
Zaniolo, 3 goals.
yeah. I,
Abraham.
I think we need to go for Zaniolo.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I think so too.
I think he might be past his injury problem, so I think that would be a a pretty good move to make.
I 100% agree with you. What's up, AJ? Interesting. Uh,
Roy, when you get the chance, you should check out or keep an eye on Muhammad Kudus. He's a cam from Ghana. He plays on Ajax, and I just watched him last weekend. And this is the first time I even seen him, or that I can remember. But this kid is literally the next Nkunku. Like it was incredible how quick he was with the ball at his feet.
really?
Yeah, yeah, I would definitely keep an eye on him for sure.
But you know they all look like Messi at Ajax. So the moment you put him in another team, they all look like Clivert.
Yeah, but you can also say that for anybody, though. You never know until you take a chance, which that's what every signing is basically taking a chance, unless you get Messi or Ronaldo.
To be fair, whoever we get, this club will know how to manage him and will know how to to make him feel use him correctly in whatever formation we use with him. So, what's his name?
Mohamed Kudus, Kudus, and I don't know what's going on, but like it's like you keep going in and out, Roy. I don't know if you're muted or what.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it just keeps going like in and out. Sounds kind of crazy.
How crazy?
Like you completely disappear, like if you muted yourself.
Yeah, I am doing that.
Oh, okay then. But yeah, um, Mohammed Kudus, uh,
All
he
right.
is
Okay. Okay.
extremely good.
All right. So let's see. Let's see if I will agree with you. All right. We'll put you at the test. We'll put Nathan at the test. Let's see.
I,
Where is this?
What's up?
oh, you got
Hey,
your mic fixed.
hey, what's up?
But before I go for him, I would still go for Zaniolo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So my first time here, it's nice to
Oh, this is your first time, AJ?
Nice.
How you doing, AJ? What's up?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag, and in case I happen to sound a little more delayed, so that's probably because of the lag. So excuse me on that.
Okay. Um, uh, yeah, we're looking at this player called Mohamed Kudus. I like him. I like already what I'm seeing.
And he's only 21. Look at that, Roy. Come on. That he's going to
Ooh,
be
damn.
like I said, this
Oh
weekend
yeah,
was when
he's
I
really
I
good.
just watched him. I just
He's
watched
really
him
good.
this weekend,
He's a football
and
player.
I was blown away by how quick he
Wow,
is with the ball
man,
at his
this
feet.
guy's great.
He's the next Nkunku. He's the next Nkunku,
Ooh.
guaranteed, guaranteed. I first when I watched him, I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" And I had to look him up. I was like, "Wow, this is incredible."
Nice. Look at him. He plays for Ajax, huh? Fucking
Yeah,
Ajax.
and he's only 21. He's not the starter either. So if we were to actually go for him, we could probably get him for like 15 or 20 mil.
Well, it's the kind of players that this management likes. These youngsters, and he looks
Yeah,
really
but
good.
this is a player where if you don't get him now,
Wow.
you're never gonna get him.
Yeah, he's really good. He's a player that you can definitely develop for sure. I mean, he has all the basics down. I mean, more than the basics. Technically, is really good. He's got the number 10 thing going on.
Yeah, yeah. I would definitely go for this guy if I were in charge. And again, this is not, you don't have to break the bank. And this is what we were talking about, Roy, in the beginning of this season about you don't have to necessarily go for the big names. You just need players with similar attributes. And Kunku costs 60, probably 70 plus million. And this kid can do the exact same thing for like 20 million.
In a 4-2-3-1, he'd be perfect for that 10 role, number 10 role. No, he's really good. Really good. I like him a lot. He's really, really good. Maldini will offer 5. Hey, so AJ, what's up, man? Are you an Interista or what?
Roy, how you starting off just like that? AJ, introduce yourself, bro.
Please repeat.
Is your microphone working?
Sure. So I'm from India. I'm from Hyderabad. I've been following AC Milan since uh, I don't know, since I was 6 or something. And I was first introduced to the team by my aunt, in fact, who used to live in Indonesia at the time, and she got me Shevchenko's jersey. And I actually did follow football a bit at that time. I mean, I didn't really know much about teams, and I think the thing was that jersey got me motivated to follow AC Milan because the colors of the jersey were my favorite colors at the time, and still are now, the red and black. Uh, yeah, I mean, back in those days, AC Milan was at its prime, and it was easy to fall in love with the game and the team. And I've been following the team ever since. But a regular watcher of the team since 2008 or something. So yeah,
Right.
I've been red and black since I don't know since then.
Nice. Good, man. Good, good, good.
Well, Len, welcome, man. Welcome. It's always nice to get new
Are
people.
are are you one of those guys that agrees mostly with Lart or Red John?
Roy, you gotta give people you gotta let them break in slowly, Roy. You're throwing people to the fire here.
I think think the lag is getting lag. Are you? I think he's getting lag. AJ is getting lag.
Yeah, so I mean, I have no issues there. You can.
Are you there, AJ? I don't know what's going on. Are you? Are you?
Yeah, I couldn't catch the last question.
Oh, do you know Red John and Laert? Um.
Oh yeah, I follow these
So so
folks
so.
regularly on the channel, right? Lights always having one opinion. Red John's got the opposite opinion.
Who do you find yourself in agreement most, Laert or Red John?
I don't think I'm in opinion with any of those.
Nice, good answer.
I am a little more neutral. I think both Light and Red John have opposite extreme opinions.
I agree. Yeah, yeah, true, true. So, how do you see this game? How are you guys seeing this game tomorrow, guys? You guys talk a little bit. What do you think about this game tomorrow?
AJ, you can go first, bro.
Um, so the game, let's be honest, I think we really need to get our game back together, stick to the basics, and most importantly, it's the kind of build up that we are trying. We don't seem to be hitting that stride at all. And I believe that the team needs to find a little more creative ways to break the final third. I mean, if you know that the team is going to sit deep and defend, uh, you'll have to you'll have to find ways to break that deep lying defense somehow. We can't keep complaining about the referee or defense being the opposite team being very deep lying defensive, or put it on the individual. Team is only as strong as the weakest link, so it's high time the team shows up and work together to push the ball into the opposition net.
What about you, Nathan? What do you think? I mean, you're right, AJ. Everything you said is right.
Yeah, I agree with AJ 100%. We definitely need to get get something back. Like they need to not care who scores. I don't care if it's a 2-on-1 with the goalie. Pass the ball to the person who's not marked or something. Like there's no reason for people to be greedy. At this point, it's about someone putting it in the net. Um, and they also need to take more chances going into the box as well. Make that through ball into the box and see what happens. We got players who can turn with the ball. So it's going to be another game similar to the last two games that we played. So they're going to have to, play sharper and shoot the ball as well.
It could either be a game that is gonna suck, just like the last ones, or it's going to be what I think it's going to be. We're going to win 5-0 tomorrow. 5-0, 6-0. Bet on it, Nathan. Put money on it. Put money on it.
Nah, I seem to have bad luck with my betting lately. Every team I bet with ends up losing. So maybe I'll bet that AC Milan's gonna lose or tie, and then maybe we'll win.
You've been betting on Milan.
Of course, I bet for Milan to win all the time, but I haven't bet in maybe like a month because I saw that our form was dipping, and when you're betting, there are no you can't have your emotions come into play. You got to go by the facts. So I
Yeah,
stopped.
I just wanted to add one thing. The fact that you mentioned either the team is going to win 1-0 or it's going to be a 5-0 kind of throws the fact that there is a little bit of inconsistency and I believe that the team is not performing to a certain standard level. That's what I am concerned about. Is that the standard keeps dropping and then rising, and you need to have that consistency in terms of being confident that you can go in and score two goals every game and not let the opposition score. Also, you should have those two or three players you can bank on who can score or assist, which is currently not happening. I think that is the thing that needs to be sorted
Which
out,
is
and
who?
that's why
Which
the
is what?
team needs to work together and link up their players much efficiently, and that cannot be caught by the opposition.
AJ, can you repeat who you said those key players were?
Why do
AJ, your mic is muted as well.
we constantly play long ball,
Uh,
Mister?
I actually have high hopes from Brahim Diaz. Brahim has not had a good game since I think the first half of the season, and his gameplay has, really boosted the team's morale in the first few games. And if he was to come to the party, I mean, Milan is going to be at another level, and I feel like this kid, definitely has the potential and can showcase it in the final eight games. So just hoping he comes to the party.
I agree. I completely agree.
What,
Be,
Nathan? You agree with that? How? You've not agreed with
because
that at all season.
because when Diaz was in form, the team was playing great, and there was another player that the opposition needed to focus on. Right now, the opposition only needs to focus on Liao, and then our entire game plan fails. So if we can get, of course, Liao back to his best, but also Diaz contributing to like, goals and assists, it will only serve to better the team. But until he does that, he's a complete liability.
Guys, Diaz is going to come clutch. Last 5 games of the season, him and Ibra are going to come clutch. And we're going to see um, the same Diaz that we saw at the end of the season. Guys, look at these plays that he's making. I mean, he's got what it takes, yeah? Quick 1-2s. Boom, boom, boom.
But you see this, like we're not even like, we know he can dribble and stuff. It's once you get towards the 18-yard box and beyond, that's where the biggest problem is. I would rather have a Diaz who can't dribble past three people but can give the final pass or shoot a good shot and be effective in that way.
I think he will become like that consistently eventually in his career.
Yeah, well,
Um,
the problem is right now it ain't going to be with AC Milan
why do you
because
think
right
that?
now, because if his performances don't improve, there's no way Maldini's going to uh, spend the 20, 23, 25 mil to get him from Madrid. Not with performances like that.
Don't we have a 2-year loan? Is this his second year?
This is his first of the new, maybe first or second of the new contract. I can't remember, but he won't be here long.
Uh, yeah,
Well,
so
I
it's a
think he doesn't have competition in the position, and that is why he's not able. I mean, to be honest, it's good to have competition for every position, and because EM does not have competition, He's probably not pushing it as much as he should. And I believe if Maldini was to get a decent attacking midfielder who can compete for the position, maybe Brian Diaz would like to set his game to another standard and maybe work harder for the team and secure his position, which currently is not happening. And so we're playing people who are not really meant for that position, like Kessie. So we're playing him in attacking midfield. He's not meant for that. And as you can see, it's a 50% success rate over here. Kessie has been good in some games, but he's been extremely poor in other games
Well,
as an attacking midfielder.
but guys, we're playing against Genoa.
It doesn't
Like,
matter, Roy.
li- it whether it's Kessie or Ibrahim Diaz. Yeah, Ibrahim Diaz offers you more quality going forward than Kessie, absolutely. But against Genoa, we can have Krunic and Castillo. We should still win this game.
Yeah.
We can have Krunic and Castillo, and we can have I don't know, yeah, Giroud or Rebic, whatever. Against Genoa, we have what it takes to win, so it shouldn't be a problem. Don't you agree? Don't you guys agree?
I mean, yeah, on paper, yeah, but we all know what confidence and things like that will do to a team. If you have confidence, you you really don't have anything to worry about. When you don't have confidence, I mean, it doesn't matter what happens, and that's what we've been seeing the past two games. Is there's a lack of confidence when shooting. There's a lack of confidence with interplay. The only thing these guys know how to do is launch the ball to the center forward.
But you know why they do that, right? I've heard you say that, and your answer was not entirely correct.
What I mean, they the reason why they do it, that's just Pioli's. That's what they want. That's what Pioli wants them to do.
Are you sure about that?
Pioli, yeah, Pioli
Okay.
wants him because I know this because whenever we played with Rebic as a center forward, we didn't play that style. Pioli wants to hit that ball long to Eber or Giroud, have them hold the ball up, let's say maybe 2, 3 seconds, and allow the team to join them in the attack. The problem is Pioli's not realizing that Serie A defenders are not punks. It's even hard for Zlatan to just stand up there and hold off a Serie A defender. They're too big and strong. So the tactic, yeah, it might work sometimes, but in in the first half of the season when Rebic was playing there, that is when we played our best football.
Well, there's a difference though. Um, long. I don't think Pioli's asking the team to play long ball always. I don't think that's true. That's strange. I mean, I don't see any coach who would ask that to play always long ball. A lot of times they're playing long ball because the team is long. Because the striker and the midfield and the defense, the distance between those lines is big. And what usually that's when teams tend to start playing long ball. One of the
Yeah,
most difficult things to coach in football is to keep a team compact. A team that is compact within the space of 30 meters, right? The pitch is 100 meters long. If you can keep your team in a space of 30 meters that can run together as a block, that's very difficult. And the team sometimes, and you need a very fit team to do that. You need a very fit, and everything needs to be perfect. Blah blah blah.
and
A
I
lot of
agree
times,
with that.
A lot of times Milan is stretched all over the field,
I
and
I I completely agree with that as well. Um, I think the problem is when we get the ball, the team always wants to counterattack, and you don't always have to go, you know, balls in every time you get the ball. You can slowly build the play up. Um, I think one of the problems with the team is that we don't take our time sometimes.
Yeah, patience is one of the most important things in football. Patience and I mean, guys, look at what patience has done to Real Madrid this year. Their whole game is being patient, but for them in a different way. Being patient is a very important discipline. I think Milan is lacking in patience and in speeding things up too much. The, slowing
Yeah,
things down it takes a lot of skill to
it,
do it when you're being
it,
pressed at a
it's
million out.
literally a second art. It's literally a second art in
What?
football,
What?
knowing when and how to slow the game down.
Yeah.
Because you're literally fighting your natural instincts to counter, like always counter, and teams who know how to slow it down and change the rhythm on their own, those are the best teams.
Yeah, and Milan was doing that really nicely in the beginning when we were winning all those games. They've definitely lost that, huh? They've lost that ability to slow things down, and I mean, it really they do it all the way up. I mean, for the most part, they build decently, all the way up the final third. Once they get in that final third area, it's like it's like it's no organization whatsoever. It's a mess. It's an absolute
Well,
mess.
you know what I think a big problem too is, and this is another thing that Larry was alluding to was the how Liao's runs are made. Liao, when he stretches the defense, he's going too vertical. There are no diagonal or horizontal runs from Liao, and this is actually not allowing Teo to do what he does best, which is overlap that left winger.
But Nathan, but there's a big but here that we need to discuss. That something that Pioli has said because he was asked about it. That right now the way he is playing, he's asking Teo Hernandez to go inside the field and keep Leao on the outside of the field. So the coach is asking them to play that way. He
And
said it.
I mean,
He literally said it.
and I just don't. I mean, it doesn't really matter what I think, but I if if it works, then cool. But um, I just don't think Tail is very good inside because he's a straight line dribbler,
I gotta
and
say, it's a total different game when you're, let's say, when you're being attacked from a 360-degree view, right? Because when you're in the middle, you're being attacked from everywhere, north, south, east, and west.
exactly.
When you're on the wing, you're only being attacked on one side, and the front and the back. One side is just is a wall. There's nothing there. So there is a big difference, and I do agree with you actually. Theo, when he goes in the middle, he is a little bit messy. He's a little bit messy. Not the player, but he's messy, as in he is he's not very organized. But there are moments where he has some really good plays there. If you remember the first goal of the season, I think it was of the Calabria's goal. Remember, or was it? Or against Atalanta? Actually, sorry, it was a goal against Atalanta, where he went in the middle and then he did that beautiful assist. But generally speaking, the best of Teo Hernandez comes mostly from the left. Yeah.
And I do think, uh, I really do think that we should try either Salamakers or Macias as Cam. I think
I
I would
really,
probably. Oh yeah, go
uh,
ahead.
no, I agree with you. I believe that Salamakers on the camp position last time he did really well. I mean, all of us were impressed with his movement, and he can definitely play in the camp position. And I I am apprehensive that he would be a starter in that position, but definitely as a substitute or as change maybe later in the game, he can definitely give something in that. He's got this good ability to dribble with the ball and nag players. So he also connects well with the team, and that's what I really like about him. He definitely needs to work on his position skills, but his ability to connect with the team, nag those players, and he's got the typical Cam sort of characteristics on him. And I also wanted to add about Theo. Um, I do agree that he's been told to dart inside towards goal. That's when he's counter-attacking and he's got the ball. But the main reason here is that Liao is able to bring in the ball from wide, which means that he can pull players away from the center and deliver the ball for a cross inside. That's why he's been told to stay a little bit more wide. So I think all I'm saying is you need a little more creativity. You can't be doing that all the time. If it doesn't seem to work, well, PLE needs to mix it up, and so do the players.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I was saying, Liao, he does need to make different runs other than runs going north and south. He needs to, like Larry was saying, he needs to know when to make runs inward and free up room for Teo to make those runs around the defense, so he can give a one-time cross like in the clip where he assisted Diaz. It's because space was created for him because another person made a run, and for a fraction of a second, the defense were focused on the wrong player. Um, so Liao needs to understand when to pretty much get the fuck out of there and when not to.
You got two players on Liao. I mean, yeah, I'm sure he's a professional. He knows what he's doing. It's just that as you must have been seeing a couple of games, there have been two players that have been ganking him in the corner. So there needs to be support at the same time, so that whenever he's getting ganked up, he should have that pass available where where he is not only pulling the players away, but he's able to pull the ball back into a player who is in a better position to score or do much more with the ball than Liao himself. The problem is I've not seen a lot of that happen recently. Okay, he gets pulled wide, he's ganked up by two players, and he doesn't have too much support. I mean, he's holding up the ball there till he gets support, and that's where there's a lot of time wasting and an opportunity loss. That's what I've been noticing the past couple of games. Correct me if I'm wrong.
What's that? Sorry.
So what happens is Liao definitely pulls the ball out wide. He gets two players who gank upon him, and when that happens, he does not get enough support or a passing option. What happens is he ends up stalling at that place, holding up the ball, which is not his job. He should be either dribbling past. And when he does, his options uh, to cut the ball back in is just one player. That is not right. I feel that he should have more options available when he's doing all that stuff that he's doing, and that will increase our chances to get some more options to score and not just throw the ball in for a cross and hope someone gets his head and for a goal. That's not happening. That cannot be the same option every time. You'll not expect a goal like that.
No, I think you're
In
right.
those
And
in those Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead, Roy. Go ahead, Roy.
Oh, I was just saying, in those heat maps that we looked at the other day, when you were saying this, we were thinking, Giroud is in the box a lot, but the other player that should be in the box, which is Diaz, he didn't have a lot of red spots in that heat map in the box. So I think there is truth in what you're saying. There is definitely a lack of bodies when we attack in the box, and it gives the wingers less options. Guys,
Yeah,
breaking
and
news. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, another reason why we don't have many options is because we hit that long ball to Liao or to Giroud, and as a CDM for Benacer and Tonali, for them to catch up by the time Liao, cuts in with the ball, that's almost a 60-yard sprint, and your options are going to be limited because the buildup isn't is kind of rushed. Like sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not good. And that's like one of the things you're saying, Roy. The team is too stretched. Um, you simply just cannot catch up in time, especially when Leao is such a fast player. Um, his speed is actually isolating himself from the rest of the team.
Yeah, well, hopefully,
No,
well,
I
I think we're going to score 5 goals tomorrow, guys. 5 goals, 6 goals, 6 goals. I bet that there's no chance in hell we're going to lose tomorrow. Like, there's no way. It's going to be 5 goals, 6 goals. Tomorrow, Genoa is going to get murdered on national TV.
You know what? And I'm not. I don't think we're gonna lose because our defense has been clutch. The problem is we don't look like scoring.
Hey, guys, listen, before we move on, I want to. Guys, look at this comment right here. Breaking news: Sky Sport. Theo unlikely to start due to a knock in yesterday's training session. Balo Toure to start. And we don't have Florenzi. Now Theo looks like he is injured. And we're going to be playing with Balo Toure. How does that make you guys feel?
I'm excited. Balotelli gets one more chance to showcase his skills and hopefully not get exploited.
Really, you're excited to see Balo Toure?
Hey, the thing is, it's better than seeing a Theo play all the games all the time. It's good to give plenty of opportunities to some of our bench players, and that's what excites me. And that's why I
Okay.
added at the same time. Not only is it exciting to see someone come off the bench to start, but it would be also interesting to see if he gets exploited or not, or whether he gets to shine this time. So that's the thing. In fact, I would love to see Daniel Maldini play in the attacking midfield position if he gets the chance, because it's been quite some time. He's got a lot of potential, a lot of talent. But I haven't seen him on the field, so maybe he gets a chance against Genoa.
Well, I agree. I would like to see Paulo Maldini tomorrow. I'm kind of bummed out that Theo Hernandez is injured because Theo Hernandez is one of our more dangerous players. So him being injured and getting a knock at training kind of sucks. I would rather. I would have been happier if Florenzi was available because Florenzi's been so great. Balo Toure and also
Right?
Bakayoko.
I don't think that's real news because I've been looking at
I know it's
different
no.
Milan sites.
If it's Sky Sport, it's true, man.
And Roy, you know how I feel about the English. I don't care about that.
Did you see fucking
Anyway,
Laird? Did you see what Laird said the other day? The Laird said the other day that news in England is trustworthy. Like I was asking him, he because he was comparing news in England and the transfer market in England and in Italy. Italy, we know there's a lot of BS, but he was saying that the one in England is more trustworthy. I don't think so, man. I really don't think so.
well,
But anyway,
well,
breaking news:
I
Sky Sport Theo unlikely to start due to a knock. I mean, I
I
said it
haven't seen
earlier,
I haven't seen I haven't seen anything like that
Nathan. I said it,
anywhere.
Nathan. I said it earlier. You start Krunic, Salamakers. No, sorry, Krunic, Castillo, and Balotelli. We should still be winning this game.
I agree. I completely agree. It shouldn't be any. different. We can start with Ballatore, and we can start with Maldini, or we can start with Ballatore, and or we can start with Nasti. We can put Colombo. It shouldn't matter. We should beat them regardless of who's there.
Yeah. It really, this is what it should become with Milan. Like they need to get in this mental space that whenever they face these teams, it's like, yeah, we're gonna destroy them. We're gonna go in there. We're going to be the big dogs. We're going to be the alphas. We're going to be the guys in charge. You know, but it's very difficult, and that's why Serie A is a difficult league for young players because these teams, you know, they are fucking pieces of shit. Salernitana, Genoa, Udinese. Like they're not. We're not. You're not playing against children. You're playing against men that are pieces of shit. They'll hurt you. They'll run after you. They'll fucking fuck with you psychologically. They'll kick you. They'll Charlie horse you. You know. And
Right. These are things that that, that every soccer player, or football player, wherever you live, they got to deal with it. Especially if you're good, you deal with it throughout your entire life. It's really nothing new outside of
it's
each
not.
level becoming more physical.
It's not. But I think in Italy, it's more than in other places when it comes to that. When it comes to
Yeah,
the
but but that right there, that mentality is being drawn out of fear.
why fear?
They think that because they think that's what's going to happen.
No, no,
But that
no,
happens to not just young players. That happens to everybody. It
no.
happens to Zlatan. It happens to Giroud. It happens
No.
to Leao. It happens to Zaniolo. The age doesn't matter. If you're good, you're gonna get roughed up more regardless of your
Yeah.
age.
Yeah,
Right. Right.
and
But the thing is that Ibrahimovic. I mean, you learn how to deal with it with time. You learn how to deal with it time. You get better at knowing how to deal with it. I'm just saying that they need to just get to the point where they put in the hard work, they put in that mental fortitude, they get more experience. When they get to that point where they can just be beyond the roughing up shit and they can just do their thing.
Right. I don't think that the younger players are worried about that.
No, I don't think they're worried about it, but they suffer it. They suffer it. You
I don't
saw,
think they do.
I mean, you saw Bremer. You saw how it was to play against Bremer. How it is to play against even
Bremer will
what's
do
the guy
that.
in Bologna? What's the guy in Bologna? The
Okay,
fucking
but
Chilean guy. What's his name?
but Roy, the point I'm making
No,
here
this
is
is a fact. This is a fact, Nathan, because I know it's a fact. One, and also I've heard a million Italian football players talk about. It. So it is just the way it
yeah,
is. This is the one of
but but
the
Roy, Roy, eh, what Bremer does, he's gonna do it to Zlatan, and he's gonna do it to a person that's at the opposite the age spectrum of Zlatan.
right.
That does not change. The only way that you can deal with that is to actually play against it multiple times. So
That's what I'm saying.
that's how you figure. Okay, but Roy, if you're not given the chance to play until you're 25, you're not going to be able to learn.
No, but I'm talking about Leao. I'm talking about Diaz. I'm talking about Salamakers, Tonali. I'm talking about our young
But
players that are starters. It's still
okay,
the beginning of their careers here. They still need to
I
figure
agree
out
with
how to
that.
do that. I'm not talking
And you
about
know what I think?
Maldini and these guys.
I, I agree. I agree with you, Roy. I agree with you. I think what these guys need to do. I don't know what they do in practice. I don't watch, but they need to set a either like a 3 second time limit or a two touch rule, and then the ball has to leave your feet. Because the
Oh
only way
yeah,
you get
but
around players like Bremer is to not allow him to get close to you. That's how you get around him.
I I want to add that every team has got those gems, and it's not going to be easy. Like you may find the team to be weak, but there are gems inside every team who stand out and actually contribute when it comes to step up or to the occasion. Bremer was one of those gems. and so does Genoa have some of those. And if you were to look at the past 5 games, Genoa has actually tied with. They may have lost Lazio, but they did tie with Inter. And in fact, they did have a couple of opportunities to score at the same time. So it's not going to be a straight walkover against Genoa. On the other hand, we have to also focus on, like I said, is to time to get those creative. It's these are teams that you can try things against. Okay, so that's something that can be experimented
I wait. You experimenting? I don't
in
know
the
if I
sense
agree with that.
Ooh,
of
actually,
building up play or
actually,
looking for different opportunities to exploit that we normally wouldn't have done against top teams.
actually, this brings up a good point, Roy. This is a question for you. Do you believe we have pretty much clinched top four?
Mathematically, in order for us to clinch top four, this is what needs to happen. All right, let's analyze this right now. Let's put this to bed. Okay, here we go. In order to clinch top four, so there are. Sorry, let me go to this other graphic here, and then okay, so
And I thought here I was thinking that you're thinking about the Scudetti.
this is top four gang here over here, by the way, AJ. Anyway, so 6 games left. That is a total of 18 points. So there's 18 points to be played for. The fifth team is 57-68, so that's 11 points. So if we win the next game and they win the next game, it'll be 15 points. We need to win 2 games and tie a game. So in 3 games we can solidify top. It depends what Roma does. It depends what we do. And let's say both Roma and Milan win the next 2 games. Uh, Milan will have clinched the top four spot. We'll be one
Okay, so
point.
now
Well,
here,
we'll be 1 point away from clinching. So
so
yeah.
now here's my, so now here's my point, Roy. Let's say we
Bye.
win the next two. Let's say we
Yes.
win the next. Let's say we win the next 2 games, Roy. At that point, would you go straight experimental for the rest of the year? Because,
No.
and I
No.
only asked no, I only asked this. I only asked this because the management's goal is top four, not to win, not to get second or third. It's top four. So if top four is your goal and you've clinched it, why would you not play Nasti, Gabia, and Maldini in these last games?
No, I wouldn't do that. I would try and win this with it.
But
Actually, I
but
would.
they've already but no but they've already clinched their goal, Roy.
No, no, but you still can win the Scudetto. You guys. I when I say I clinch for the top four, or my goal is the top four, doesn't mean I'm not playing for a trophy. The first trophy you want to win is the top four trophy, but then comes the other trophies. So if we clinch the top four, and if we're still in the race, we need to do everything that we can in order to win it, 100%.
Okay. I just wanted to hear your proposition on that, Roy. Because I mean, obviously, I want to go for the title, but I know you're top four gang, so I
Top
just
four
wanted to
gang.
see. I just wanted to see if you would just if you would want to actually experiment in these games that no longer matter.
No, 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 no. I get my top four, and then I go for the Scudetto. You first do your homework, then you go out and play.
I don't even care about the top position. All I care about is I don't want to end up below Inter once again. So if I was to end the season above Inter, I know for the fact that I need to win the Scudetto.
So for you, it's just about not falling behind Inter. Is that what
No,
you're saying?
I'm just saying that uh, it's not just about falling behind Inter, but I cannot see one. I cannot go by one more season where I see my team below Inter once again.
How long
Okay.
has it been like that for what? 10 years now?
Yeah, it's been like that for 10 years. How long are you going to be below Inter now?
I mean, yeah, it's time. It's time to change that. It could be this year too, though. I've already. Well, look, in my opinion, I don't think it's an opinion, but based on the rosters of the Serie A, Juventus and Inter are should be the favorites to win the Scudetto. I don't think Milan is maybe third. I think Napoli could be third. So as far as rosters go, if we fall behind Inter, for me it's not a big deal. For me, it's top four. It's all about top four. That is the most important thing that we need to do. Get in that Champions League this year, next year, the year after, and year after that. And if in the process of making that top four every year, we can win the Scudetto, and then the more we play in the Champions League, by the way, the more we become competitive, right? The more we get used to it, the more the referees start giving us a little bit more respect. So, making the Champions League. Top four gang, guys. Top four gang. Top four
Roy,
gang.
if I may add something to what you just said. Now, there are a couple of players that both Juventus, Inter, and Milan are hunting for. If there was an option for the player to join one of these teams, they would definitely choose the team which is at the top.
Wait.
So
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
there are a couple of players that all the top Italian teams are hunting for: Milan, Inter, and Juventus. Okay, and the player would definitely choose a team which is probably finishing a lot higher on the table. And so it's not just about top four. You definitely want to win the Scudetto,
No.
and you
I
need to.
totally understand this. And look, AJ, if I even look at Juventini, right? The Juventini today are not satisfied with top four. For them, it's Scudetto or it's a failure, right? But this is after Serie B, 6 years of building, then 9 years of success, right? Today, I don't think it's a little bit too soon to think that way for us. Maybe if we actually get to a point where we have the best roster in Serie A and we are the team that kicks the ass the most, then every year, yeah, like I think I can transition to top one gang, you know? Top one gang could be possible. But right now, realistically, like we're not there yet. We're top four gang. No, you don't agree?
Of course, sounds good. Nothing wrong with that.
Paolo Scaroni, Vice CEO of Milan, we have budgeted a top four finish for the summer mercato. This is not fake, this is true from the Vice President. Yeah, I mean, these guys, hey, if you want to make the top four every year, you get Gazidis. Because isn't that what Gazidis did? Okay, they budgeted the mercato in top four, but that doesn't mean they're not going for the Scudetto. Our players have said they're playing to win it. No, of course, listen, guys, let's be frank, Kissy. Let's be frank, Kissy. You play to win. You play to win. That's the only reason people play sports is to win. So, of course, these players should play to win the league, should play to win the Scudetto, etc., etc. Of course, when it comes to management and the money that we have and the way this team is being built and from the recent history that we come from, we can't just splash the cash like we did 5, 6 years ago, and that didn't work. So we have to do it in a certain way. But that does not negate the fact that the players need to play to win the Scudetto. And
And
even if, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was looking at the comments. Um, Prometheus. What I was saying to Roy was a hypothetical into him always saying he's top four gang. I'm not saying to jeopardize the Scudetto to play the young players. I was giving Roy a hypothetical on what he would do, just kind of poking fun at his top four gang thing. That's not actually what I want. Um, and then um, in terms of the budgeting for the top four, I mean, that's what it's that's what it's always going to be. It's just like, or that's what it's going to be from now on. I know last year they didn't budget for a top four finish, but now that we are doing top four consistently, that's just what it's going to naturally be from this point on.
I
Yeah,
would say shoot for the stars, land on the moon. I mean, definitely got to go for the first place, and anything, if not the first, if in the top four, I'm happy with it. Not to forget, we are still in the Copa Italia as well. There's an opportunity to win a title there too.
yeah. The Coppa Italia, true. I tend to not think about that one, but yeah, that's also a good opportunity to get a trophy. And I know a lot of people think that that could help Milan's confidence in the players. Yeah, but no, yeah. As soon if you make top four every year, that's going to allow you to build a stronger team, etc., etc. Just an old chunk of coal from Italia says, Roy, it's ironic for you to say it's too soon when you have a table in the background saying that we're first. And guys, this is why I'm so excited because look at what Maldini and Co have done. They have created a team that is fighting for the Scudetto. How would you guys rate Maldini's work? Sorry, AJ, what do you think? I kind of know Nathan. We've spoken about it a lot. What do you think, AJ? And then I want to hear Nathan at this point.
All right. Thank you for asking. I see. I'm not a pundit in terms of transfers. From a common or someone who's been following Milan for the past 10 years, I would say that what Maldini has done since coming in is definitely transformational. So, to me, I would give him a 10 on 10. There are missed opportunities, and they're always going to be there, be it with Maldini or anyone else. To me, I mean, he look at the defense, man. It's like the Great Wall of Italy. I mean, you've got nobody going past us, and they've been saving us in the past. I think 5 games. We've managed to score only 3 goals, but the defense has not let one goal past them, which speaks volumes in itself. And the other thing is, it's not that we're playing our starting lineup in the defense. We're playing with Kalulu. Kalulu was not meant to be a starter. It was either Romagnoli or Kaye, and both of them are out. So what Kalulu has done is amazing, and that speaks volumes about Maldini's work in terms of both the position, the defense, the overall team build, and what kind of the current atmosphere is a good indicator of how things are going in Milan. It's very positive. There's no criticism of sort. Everyone is very happy, and I think we are here. We've been very positive throughout the season. What else can I say to praise Guru Maldini and Masara?
I like that. I like that a lot. 10 out of 10, man. I agree, 100%. Listen, before we go to Nathan, I want to just read this and then because I already know what Nathan thinks about this. Nathan is very satisfied with how Maldini has built from the defense up, but Nathan is still waiting for the offense. The way Juve is rebuilding, we might not get a chance in the next few years. This will be a missed opportunity. Juve is building hard. That is definitely true. To be honest, at the beginning of the season, I wanted top four. Now I want first. We are right there. Why should we lower our standards? When you are first at the end of a race and you expect to be third, you don't slow down. Well, Yusuf, I gotta say, man, you know, seasons are like a marathon. They're like a marathon, and just because you're first during the marathon up until the last 200 meters of a race or 400 or 500 meters of a race doesn't necessarily mean you're going to finish first. It really depends on the final rush. Who's got the biggest balls to complete the final rush and win when we need? So the final rush is really where it's all at this point. It's going to be that final rush. The pressure there in May is going to be off the charts. Nathan, give us your opinion on Maldini.
Well, Roy, like you said, you pretty much already know what I'm gonna say. I'll give Maldini. I'll give him a 7.5 out of 10. Um, I can't give him an 8 because of how he's handled the contract negotiations that have failed. But that is a learning process, but you still can't um, take away from the fact that that is on him regardless. Uh, but he is getting, he will be dealing with that hopefully in the future. Um, yeah, I am very satisfied with the defense and the midfield. Um, in fact, I do not believe we need to get another center back, especially when the rest of our team isn't complete. And just like Prometheus said, Juve is rebuilding. Um, all of us here, or Roy, particularly Roy, you and Larry, are saying, next year we should be expecting to win the league. We ain't gonna win the league if our offense is Giroud, Origi, and Leao, and we don't have no Cam, we don't have no right winger. So I think we need to invest in those players. If they can take real strides to improve the attack, then I can give them a higher grade. But 7.5 is as high as I can go.
All right, okay, a nice generous 7.5. So I guess we'll see what he will do. Now, when I say, when I have said that next year, I'm saying that the way this team is growing and the way things are looking like, it seems to me that next year this team, as far as the roster goes, is going to be up there with Inter and Juve. So next year the race is going to be up for grabs. This year, as I said again, we can win it, but let's also be realistic about the other rosters that we're facing. Imagine if we have the points that were taken away from us. Would you guys still say it's too soon? Yes, I would still say it's too soon, but I would be very satisfied because that would mean that this year the work that was done was incredible. Because if those freaking referees did not make those stupid mistakes, we would be 5 or 6, 7 points above Inter right now, and this shit would be sealed, guys. It would be done. We would have already won this thing. It would have been done. It would have
And
been done. It would have been over.
you know
So
what? And and I agree. And I agree. Um, one of the things that we were talking about with those mistakes is momentum. You lose a lot of momentum when you deal with nonsense calls almost every single game. Um, so yeah, had we got those points, our momentum could be far greater than what it
yeah,
is right now.
it'd be top. It'd be this season should be. Milan should already be flying
Oh,
high right
and
now.
real quick, let me respond to just an old chunk of coal from Italia. The reason why this is resting on Maldini is not because he's the one in charge of giving the player money, but when a player doesn't accept something and he only has 2 years left, it's time to sell him. 2 years left on the contract, you sell. If you wait till the final year, you have zero leverage. You have absolutely zero leverage on the player. Not only that, but the player knows that he can leave for free and he's going to the chances of him getting an even better contract because the club doesn't have to pay the fee for the player to leave is going to help him in his favor. So the player has all the cards in his hand essentially. That's why I say those are mistakes from Maldini, and he's learning now. Maldini is learning from it, but sometimes you have to learn the hard way, and unfortunately, that's what happened.
You know what? They have admitted that they made mistakes.
Right, and
And,
that and that's what I want to hear, Roy. I want
Uh,
I want people to admit when they've made a mistake
that,
because that means. They know the problem, they identified the problem, and they can take care of the problem.
Yeah.
Hey, hi,
Go ahead, AJ. Go ahead.
Right, yeah. So Nathan and Roy, the thing is, it's good that they admit they've made mistakes. However, I wouldn't call them mistakes, rather the circumstances. Now, look at the other clubs. Just look at the number of free agents end of the season. You'll be surprised. You could actually make a team, a top quality Champions League competing team with those free agents. It's just the circumstances. The players have been demanding more, but the teams have not been able to pay them because of the COVID situation. And it is because of this reason that many players have decided to move on. There are some cases, say like Kylian Mbappe, he just wants a new adventure. I mean, you can't do anything for that Kylian Mbappe and Haaland situation, but there are players who've been demanding a lot more wages, and the clubs will not be able to pay them because of the situation, financial crunch that they have faced because of COVID. So those were the circumstances that have forced the clubs to be a little more pragmatic, and the same is applicable to every league. I would not count Premier League; they're just too flush with cash. But everywhere else, everyone's being very pragmatic. So I think it's fair for the team to say that they're making mistakes and they're correcting it. But I would just say, they've learned from certain circumstances and that they would do better in the future.
Yeah, and I agree with that. To respond to just an old chunk again, 2 years, a player is not gonna decide with 2 years left of his contract that he wants to leave for free. I highly doubt any player is thinking that way. And if we wanted to sell, you know, Donnarumma to PSG or Hakan to Manchester United or whoever else was interested, we could have sold those guys. We could have easily have sold them. These guys were sought after. So, so again, I just completely disagree that 2 years that they're going to be like that. I
But
really disagree on that.
to be fair, Mister Just an old chunk of gold from Italia, the clubs were a little bit too what not the club, Maldini, Massara, and all these people, they were a little bit because they admitted this. They admitted this. They were a little bit too nice. Let's put it that way. I'm struggling to find the right word, but they were a little bit too charitable, and they wanted to wait till the last minute to see because they believed that they could convince the player, and you know they learned. I think with Kiss C, they learned that was the biggest one. With Donnarumma, they were able to fix that immediately with Mike Magnan. With Çalhanoğlu, they pushed that one far. I don't think that we replaced Çalhanoğlu. I don't think we replaced Çalhanoğlu. As a matter of fact, as I was saying
Right.
earlier, Çalhanoğlu right now would be useful. And with Kessie, they have admitted that they made the mistake with Kessie, but they have to replace Kessie with a top player. There's no ifs and buts about that.
I mean,
Right. And that's
there's
all.
a saying,
And
Nathan, there's a saying that when you want to forge a weapon, you have to first put it to fire. I mean, you have to make it red hot. So I think that was the phase. I believe last summer was the phase where both the management, Maldini and Masara, went through that time where they had to go deep in fire, get really red hot, and then once they got themselves burned, they understood how business needs to be done, and especially dealing with Raiola must have helped them because he was really rubbing their noses a lot, especially with Kessie too. I mean, he's indirectly represented by Raiola, is what I understand. So I think the
yeah,
management
and I
has learned
agree
their
that
lesson, and they're doing good business.
and
Luckily, Mokada, with his great data and insights, he's been finding us, rough diamonds from leagues unknown.
and I agree. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm. as long as the management are learning from their mistake, that's great. But if I'm basing them off of the work they've done, those mistakes are included with them, and so that's why I give them a 7.5. And Yusuf, yes, a year before, no one thought that Donnarumma. Well, no, actually, no. I'm gonna take that back. Everybody knew Donnarumma was leaving after the summer that he actually decided to pen a new agreement. We all knew that when his contract gets lower again, we were going to go through the same situation again. I think everybody knew that. I think we were all just really happy that he renewed, but I don't think anybody here could sit and tell me that this wasn't going to happen again. So after that renewal, the second year, I'm pretty sure 2 years with the contract left. I'm pretty sure that they tried to get him to do a contract renewal.
and
So,
that's and
but
that's
it is what it is.
and when they were, because they spoke about this, there was like it was maybe 2 months ago, it was just before, or was it 3 or 2 or 4 months ago, I don't know what it was. It was a whole 2 weeks where the Scaroni was being interviewed, Gazidis was being interviewed, Massaro, Maldini were all being asked these questions, because at that point there was this discussions of Kessie. It was, so they spoke about how they have realized they had made mistakes in how they dealt with certain players, and now, as a matter of fact, when it comes to negotiating with players, they're going to look at the players with 2 years in advance, right? So we're not going to wait till the last month or the last 5 months. We're going to do 2 years. So if a player is his contract is ending in 2004 or 2005, they're talking to him right now and they're figuring it out. And if he says no, they can't get an agreement, they're already going on the attack because they already know where this is going. And these are players that are in demand. So they're players that you can offer to teams. I'm sure Kessie 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we could have sold him because Kessie was a player that a lot of people were asking about. A lot of teams like Kessie. A lot of coaches like Kessie. Chalanoglu the same. You could have sold him here and there. And I know what just an old chunk of Cole is saying is that players want to be smart and they're going to say no, and then they're going to just wear out their contract. That is also a factor, yeah. But I think you
Yeah,
can you you
yeah,
can
and
you
I'm
can
not and
mitigate
I'm
that.
not just yeah, you can mitigate that, but I'm not gonna say his whole name, so I'm just gonna go with Italia because no one else has that at the end of their name. But Italia, and look, I really don't 100% disagree with you. Um, and because like I said, this also is in response to Yusuf. It doesn't matter if we offered him 8 million. With 1 year left in his contract, he was getting offers for like 12 million from PSG. You see what I'm saying? He was getting offered more money from other teams. Um, so but Donnarumma had all the leverage in his pocket, and we saw that Donnarumma and Raiola, they realized the mistake they made because once we signed Mike, Donnarumma actually wasn't getting any offers from anybody. And even now at PSG, at PSG, Roy, he's getting like what, 6 million still. So he's getting less than what we would have offered him. So they realized too late that they made a
I
mistake.
don't want to confirm that. I can't confirm that. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't. I think that's just what I read, that he was making less money. But overall, I agree. Like if players decide that they don't want to be sold, and I said this to Lair many times, Italia, if a player doesn't want to be sold, they they don't have to be sold. It doesn't matter what the club wants. At the end of the day, if a player wants to fulfill his contract, he is 100% in his right to do so. I 100% guarantee agree with you on that for sure. Like I'm not arguing against you on that for sure.
Kessie is a good example. I believe we had a offer on table from Tottenham, and Kessie rejected it. And we were being paid quite handsomely. I believe it was in the range of 12. But Kessie did not opt to go to Tottenham, and now all we get is an empty bowl of saucer to hold in our hands with no cash in it.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah, and I think
that period.
and I think in the Kessie situation, if we would have offered him a contract last year, he probably would have taken it, and we wouldn't be in this situation.
No, but I don't understand
But
if the management, maybe I'm not sure if they were aware that Kessie has a club in mind, because there were rumors of him um, talking with Barcelona. Maybe they should have had a deal cut out with Barcelona to change Kessie plus cash maybe for a promising young player, because Spain and Barcelona especially is known for producing some exciting young talents. So I believe that, I mean, that was one thing that really that really made me scratch my brain a little bit, was they could have tried something out of the box rather. I mean, he's Kessie is going to leave for free, and I mean, we're not going to get anything for him.
My
yeah,
thought. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, we could have tried using Kessie as in like a player exchange, uh, for sure. But last summer there weren't, from what I remember, Kessie wasn't getting this a type of attention until last season. So
That is
if
not
the
true.
management
No,
were
it's
That is
winter,
not true.
Nathan.
no,
It's not summer. It's the
I
winter
said
window.
No, 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 no,
no,
no,
no, no,
guys.
no. I'm
This
talking
is not
about
true.
last summer. Like
KC
I'm
has
talking
been
about
getting a
last year.
lot of attention for a long time, guys. This is not true.
No, no, Roy. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the summer before last season started.
No, but that's going too far behind. What I gave an example was this winter, we did have an offer on the table from Tottenham, and we already knew that there were rumors of Kessie being more uh, swayed by the Barcelona program. But I
The
mean, we
the
missed
only
an
f-
opportunity there.
the only thing I can think about that AJ is because I think there because if you look back in that winter transfer market, there was that moment where Milan was trying to go for Renato Sanchez, and something must have happened there, and the fact that they could not replace Kessie with a player of the same stature maybe led them to just say we'll just keep him to the end. And I think they wanted to bank on the Renato Sanchez thing first, make sure that they could replace Kessie, make sure that they had that in their hands, the replacement for Kessie. Because again,
And then sell him.
you cannot replace Kessie with a youngster. You cannot replace Kessie with a youngster from Barcelona like in the Cantera. You have to replace Kessie with a top midfielder.
I think someone wrote in chat like replacing Kessie with Renato would be like replacing Kessie with a wheelchair. It was quite funny. I think I agree with that. I mean, even if Renato was to come in, this is going to be a problem.
Well,
And I
look,
think,
no, no, no. To be honest with you, it's a joke, but it is true that Kessie never gets injured. Like he fucking never gets injured. The guy
Yeah,
never gets injured, and that's a great thing to have. And that's one of the reasons why he's a top
it's
midfielder. That's one of the reasons why he's a top midfielder.
right. Right. If Kessie was on any other team, or if Kessie was on Barcelona or Manchester City, his worth would be at least 60 or 70 million, if not higher than that.
But yeah,
I agree.
I think that's what was if right now he had a contract with Milan and he was playing the same way he played last season in Milan right now, that's how much he would be worth. 50, 60, 40. Yeah, yeah, in England for sure. Guys, listen, let's move the conversation to Leao. So, Leao has a situation with the his lawsuit, right? He's being sued. Sporting is suing Leao because of a contract breach, and that thing is not over yet. And people are saying there are voices today that Leao is not renewing the contract. So I guess we'll see this summer if Milan did learn their lesson or what they decide to do. But I'm sure if Milan wants to sell Leao this summer, you can easily get 60, 70 million from him. What do you guys think about the Leao situation?
Sell him. If he does not renew his contract, sell him.
I mean,
Okay.
he would want that. That is because of the situation with Sporting and Lille. Moreover, I think because it's not a small amount, it's pretty big. It's 20 million. And if a club was to cover that, I believe from what I recently read, I'm not sure where it was, but I don't think Milan is offering much in terms of that. But they're going to wait for the verdict, which is going to be next week, if I'm right. So once the verdict is out, depending on the verdict, Milan will act accordingly. But they have presently offered very little in terms of if the verdict was to go against Leao.
What was the very last thing you said, AJ? The very last thing against
I'm
Leao?
saying that Milan has offered no sort of mitigation to the risk of losing the battle in court. So
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not offered any sort of money or a monetary compensation that could cover for that because the amount is going to be 20 million if it was to go in favor of Sporting. So Liao personally, from his pocket, would have to pay 20 million euros to Sporting for unilaterally cancelling his contract.
Now, I know that the case had gone through different levels of settlements, and the last I heard is that honestly, I don't know what the details are now. But the last I heard that it looked like the whole thing that Leo had to pay that kind of money, that did not happen. Like the settlement was not that. I don't have the details in front of me, but I think he's still tied to this case in one way or the other, and there's still money involved. I don't think it's that number anymore that you're saying. It was that number a few months ago, but then the
Oh,
reports. There was a
Yeah,
certain point where the report said the case is done, it's over now it's free to go, and uh, and then a few weeks later they said the case restarted again and other shit. I don't know what the details are right now. Are you sure that that's what they're asking him right now? 20 million?
hey, this is based on the report I read maybe last night.
Oh,
So
last night. Okay, so this is
yeah,
a new report.
I mean those are reports, nothing in detail, and it's going to be a week. I think we will only get to know more about it after the case has settled completely and there's a verdict. I think that gives much more clarity to the club on what needs to be done to convince Liao. Because see, if he's not going to renew with Milan, there's no point helping him out in any monetary terms. I might as well just sell him and let the other club take care of his issues.
Yeah.
I thought Leo had to like take care of almost everything.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Lille was.
Once you check this up on the internet right away.
Yeah, yeah. If you can send that article that you read last night, and maybe we can look at it to see what it says. Lea goes up. They talk about 60. I think Lea wants to renew, but he has court coming up. But if we were to sell on the mill, Lea goes up to you and says, "Boss, I have to deal with my lawsuit against Sporting. I can't renew the summer because of the lawsuit, but we can talk next year. I want to stay in Milan, boss." I would say yes.
Uh,
Uh,
I'd still say sell him.
it's fucking ruthless, Nathan. Ruthless. You don't want
Hey,
to get that. So you think
fool,
he would?
fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
Damn,
There
damn.
ain't gonna
Just
be a
thinking.
third. Oh shit! Wait. You can't go through the same instance three times in a row
That's
because you get down to your
fucked.
last contract. You get down to your last contract, then you're gonna have Barcelona, Real Madrid, PSG, all saying we're gonna give you more money. Just wait till your contract ends at the end of the year.
That's fucked, dude. So just like that, you just sell him out like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, because you again, the longer you wait, the more leverage you lose.
That's true. That is actually true. That is definitely true. Definitely true.
Um,
Yeah, go ahead, AJ.
this is an article from 7th April 2022. Let me share the link in the chat. So it says that the sports arbitration has uh, directed Liao and Lil to make a payment of 20 million euros. That is about,
AJ, can you share it in the private chat?
okay, one moment. So that's it. And so Lil and Liao have been told to pay 20 million euros, which is about 16 and a half, I think about 18 pounds, 18 million pounds. So the catch is that the court of Milan is also yet to decide on this. So I mean, I'm not quite sure. The arbitration, usually what happens is when there's a verdict from an arbitration court, that is the verdict is kind of copy pasted in the actual civil court as well. So I mean, chances are slim, and and it's likely that Milan will be dealing with this situation where they may have to kind of mitigate the 20 million risk. It is more than likely that they will have to, and that's what I feel. So because arbitration, the reason that people go for arbitration is because they're faster than courts. And if there's a verdict from an arbitration court, then what usually happens is that the civil court will just copy paste the verdict from the arbitration court. I hope I made sense.
Hmm. So can this whole thing stop Liao from renewing?
I wouldn't say it would stop Liao from renewing. It's just that now Liao and Lil in a position where they have to pay 20 million. Lil does not have the money, and that is why they were hell bent on selling Botman and Renato. They have managed to sell Botman to Milan. I believe that's more or less done deal. But when the
Oh,
verdict
that's not
from
a
the
done
court
deal
comes,
yet.
yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's more or less a done deal. But this court decision is going to play a key deal breaker or a deal maker. Because if Liao and Lil have to pay the 20 million, then Lil will expect Milan to, you know, cough up that 20 million from their money or mitigate that risk. Because Lil is very clear, they don't have the money.
I got disconnected. I don't know what happened. But so when did that article give a date and when this should be over?
I believe it's going to be 17th May.
Oh, okay, that's around the corner. All right, that's
Yeah,
fine.
it's almost a month actually. So that's gonna push us to the edge of the summer window. So hopefully we can finish those deals that we have in place for Botman and Renato before the summer window opens. Because if it does, then we're gonna see some competition.
Yeah, and also I think spoke about this earlier in another stream that I heard. Because the Serie A is starting earlier this upcoming season, is starting in mid-August, while it usually starts the end of August. That means that the teams have to get their shit together faster. So I think, guys, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think in the beginning of the mercato, Botman and Sanchez are going to be straight in with me, like Mike Magnan, Botman and Sanchez are going to
Right,
come straight to Milan, just like Mike Magnan did.
right. I read today that Botman also has agreed terms with Newcastle. So
Are you
now
kidding me?
it's so yeah. So now, and it was multiple articles. So now it all comes down to who is who is paying Leo what they want or more. And we already know that Botman, he said that he likes the Newcastle project as well. So that Botman deal looked like it was a done deal, but it's not. And you already know I'm happy about that. I don't want Botman. I don't think we need him. So I couldn't be happier with that type of news.
Okay. Well, Nathan, we will see. We will see. I think that. Oh well. Hey, you know what? If it's not Botman, it could be Bremer. If it's not Botman, or if they don't go for the defender, they might they might use those funds in other places. It is possible they're going to do that. It is very possible they're going to do that. Um, Look, if I was the Maldini, I would get Berardi for the right. I'll get Dybala for the attacking midfield position. I'll get
What about
Renato
Zaniolo?
Sanchez.
I
I
really
think
doubt.
Zaniolo.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Zaniolo makes a lot more sense.
I
I
don't.
really have
I
my
I don't
doubts
get
on
things.
Dybala. I mean, his net salary is upwards of 7 million. I mean, we've
What
been
AJ? How much were we paying Donnarumma?
Yeah, but
oh, we agreed
I
to
would
pay
take
him.
someone with more of a ceiling. Dybala is at his peak and is declining, whereas Zaniolo is much younger and still
No,
getting better.
I don't disagree about Zaniolo, but I think Zaniolo is out of our reach.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
See, the
I
thing
don't
with
think it's
Donnarumma
that
is
much.
he's a wonder kid. Dybala is 28 now, and anyway, I'm not the management, but
To be fair, you're kind of it's kind of stupid to pay a fucking kid like Donnarumma that kind of money. That's one of the reasons why we lost him because we paid him so much in the beginning of his career that of course every time he has to renew he's going to ask for more. So we started. This is the previous management. Those Fassone and Mirabelli. They made such a mess with the team. And it's one of the reasons why we're in the situation with Kesiro, Magnoli, Cialanoglu, all the players that come from the Fassone and Mirabelli era. The way their contracts were created, were put together, it was a mess. Total mess. Donnarumma should not be getting. By the way, I checked. He's getting 7 million, so he's getting less. Yeah, you
Right.
were right.
That's what
But
I'm saying.
he should not be getting that kind of money at his age when he hasn't achieved anything. That was terrible. Good job. Raiola is fucking good. Let's say that Raiola knows how to do his shit. But
And let's face it, he's not going to get a bigger contract. The Donnarumma that won the Euros was the Milan Donnarumma, not the PSG Donnarumma. These are two different players at this point. And like I said, he's only gonna he's only gonna get worse at PSG. So he shouldn't expect a contract higher than 7 million or even 6 million if he leaves PSG. It's not gonna happen.
I mean, he's still a regular starter at PSG. Uh,
No,
Aside from the
he's
fact
not.
that he does leak goals every match, uh, he is. I mean, I've seen the last 5 games. He's started each and every game.
I think he has just. I think he's the games him and Keylor Navas are similar. They're almost 50-50 split, but I think Donnarumma has an edge with. I think Donnarumma has more games.
Well, at this point, Mike is definitely better than Donnarumma. Um, I can comfortably say that. Uh, the only thing Donnarumma has is his height, and that's literally it at this point. Um, in terms of a cam, I mean, if Zaniolo is too expensive, I really think Milan should go for Mohamed Kudos. I
That
wouldn't.
that player was good. I liked
I
him.
would like Dybala, but I want a player that's going to be with us for like the next 10 years.
I mean, that player you showed me earlier was really good. I would go for Dybala because Dybala is a proven champion and Dybala is money. Um, yeah,
Then there's Asensio too. I mean, there's
Renato
Asensio,
Sanchez too.
there's
Yeah,
Dybala, and I mean that would also prompt Milan to get a backup attacking midfielder if Diaz was to go back.
yeah, yeah. Renato Sanchez, Dybala, and Zaniolo, sure, or Berardi. But that player you showed me earlier looks like a good catch, to be honest with you. That Mohamed Kudos guy.
Yeah, yeah. That's the cheapest, best option that I can see so far.
I
Let's see.
mean,
Let's see what his transfer market is.
I think the thing with
His transfer market was 12 million, and I think the highest it was going up to was like 16 to 18 or something like that. That's what I looked at the transfer market.
hey, Nathan, do you know that whatever value that transfer market throws at you, a club is generally expected to pay more to acquire the services of the player. So if he's rated 18 million, you can expect a club that if they were to wish to acquire this uh, player, they would have to go up to 25.
Yeah, the good thing though with Ajax is Ajax doesn't inflate their players.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah,
Delete was they paid 80 million for Delete.
yeah, but De Ligt was being chased after by Real Madrid, Barcelona, the teams in England as well. This
Okay,
guy, as far as I know, is not being linked with anybody.
there's
That
another
also,
aspect
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
when it comes to the transfer value. I believe that nowadays, I'm not sure if this is for the tax or showing balance of books, is that a lot of players' valuations have been inflated. I think Delay and Arthur are examples of the same thing, where the valuation. I mean, I think there's a case going on in court regarding the same. That there's an investigation for Arthur's transfer value, right? Or was it? And
Oh,
same with
Osimhen
Osimhen, yeah, Osimhen, yeah. So I think,
or
I mean,
Rovella.
these are financial creativity that people are trying. I wouldn't go with those valuations.
Yeah, and I agree. That's why I said that realistically, this kid would probably go for like 20 million.
He's good. I can't really debate that. He looked good to me. Having Dybala, Berardi, and Lau all together starters doesn't make for a balanced 4-2-3-1.
We wouldn't play it a 4-2-3-1.
Well, I would
I
play a 4-2-3-1 with Dybala, Berardi, and Lau. I
we need
would.
to. I personally think we need to go away from that formation
Why was that?
because teams have found us out.
I
Like
believe,
if you play that formation, you need to have players like at City or Bayern Munich. The players that we just mentioned are not at that level.
I wouldn't see. The thing is, it's 4-2-3-1 on paper, but if you were to look at the Napoli game, I think since then we have more or less played like a 4-1-4-1 style, a
To be
lot more
well,
attacking.
to be honest with you guys, if when we look at the team build, and they have been doing this for a while now, they build with three at the back, where Tonali goes all the way. Tonali mostly, he plays the central defender, last player or first player, and then you have Tomori and Kalulu. That Tomori goes to the left, Kalulu goes to the right. So they start with the three. Theo Hernandez goes in the middle, Calabria also goes up and interchanges with Salamakers, and essentially, and then you have the single pivot, which is either it was Benacer. So it was a 3-1-4-1 or 3-1-5-1. What is it? 3-1 three
Yeah, but
one
it
five
doesn't
one.
translate into creativity in the middle of the field though. So them doing all that, it has been pretty pointless right now.
I truly believe that Pioli should give Tonali a chance to play as the attacking midfielder, just as Mancini did, and he played
I
really well.
I
Uh,
agree.
I mean, instead of rather than playing Kessie as an attacking midfielder, I mean, Kessie is not as creative as Tonali. He is a
I
box-to-box
agree.
midfielder. Just drop him to the defensive midfield position where he's been doing very well. Let Tonali play as the attacking midfielder and let him show off his creativity. I don't know
And
why Pioli is missing that ace up his sleeve. I mean, Mancini had done it. I just
I
believe he's
agree.
missing out.
To me, it looks like
And
you could play very guys. Let's say how you do, Hans. What's up, Hans?
Hey, not much. I was just woke up in sunny Stockholm over here, so
Yeah, it's
good to be
sunny
here.
there. Are you guys
Yeah,
joining? Are you guys
was.
joining NATO or what?
It looks like it. It does.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's gonna happen now.
What time is it over there?
9:12.
Oh, okay. Are you not working today?
No, no, no. I have like a week off because of Easter.
Oh,
It's like
gotcha,
spring
gotcha.
break kind of over here.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Good, good.
What's the topic then? Are we
What were
talking
we
about the
talking about?
cam?
I don't know. What were we
we
talking
were
about?
talking
We
about
were just
about
I think you
mentioning
guys were
the
talking
how
about Kessier and how Pioli he can't
yeah, about
keep
the
playing
formation.
Kessier there like as a cam.
Oh yeah, the camera. Um, yeah, Tonali playing as a number 10.
I would love to see that. Like I said that before. He reminds me of Kaká. Like he can hit like a really good top speed. When he's running with the ball or tracking back. So I would love to see it. You know. And Kaká, he played center mid when he was younger, like Denali's age.
yeah, I agree.
So it's
Tonali is
possible.
actually Tonali has the uh in terms of going forward, he's better than Benacer and Kessie at driving the ball forward with the
Mm.
ball at his feet.
I,
With
I
Kessier,
look.
it's like another target, man. It's like another static target, man, almost. Like he's gonna protect the ball and let you, get up the field and help out, but he's not gonna be able to drive forward like Nathan was saying. He doesn't
Yeah,
have the
he's not
speed
gonna. He doesn't do that.
or
Yeah.
technical ability, really.
There's here. There's I think Antilete and also J Cole. I'm gonna call this guy J Cole. Just an old chunk of call from J Cole. What do you guys think about a 3-4? Guys, this idea of having three defenders, for me,
I don't
is
like
the
it.
antichrist. It's
I
the
love it.
antichrist or whatever, whatever.
I mean, it
I
doesn't need to
love
be
it.
defensive necessarily. Like you can have like overlapping center backs and stuff like that. Like Atalanta,
You
they
can
play
play
very
double
attacking football with three center backs.
and you
But
can
I
have a
just,
double pivot.
What's that?
yeah,
You can still play the double pivot
What do you mean?
I
in a
think
game
Nathan
of
wants like 3-4-3.
it's more like a 3-2-3-2.
I hate the idea of having three central defenders on the field. It's such a waste. And then
I,
the thing about having three central defenders means that when you defend, you're defending with a line of five. So your whole team is in front of the box. You're just inviting the opposition. I hate that shit.
I
Yeah.
personally believe it doesn't matter what formation you play as long as it fits the style. For all I care, you could play 6-2-1 as long as you're able to play on the counter or get the goal that is really needed to get 3 points on the board.
Really?
That's really what's important.
So you'd be happy with Allegri coaching AC Milan?
No, I don't mean that. What I'm trying to say is that we should have tactical, formational, tactical flexibility. We shouldn't be playing the same formation all the time.
Exactly. And we played the same formation all the time.
I really love Conte's Juventus is because his team used to play with so many different formations. It was very difficult to read the team, and that is why he was very successful at Juventus. He would play five at the back, he would play three at the back. Sometimes he would play four at the back. So
I
he's got
mean,
that flexibility.
I think we're kind of evolving though, like into a 4-3-3. Like with Cassier, he's not really a cam. He drops back a lot. So, but I mean, you know what's going to happen when Cassier is playing there. It's not like it's a secret or anything, like a secret weapon. Like, oh, Milan's playing a different formation.
But
They know what's
also
going to
that
happen.
to be honest, is it? It's I mean, Kessie is still playing high, right? I mean, not as
He
in
does.
high,
He
not as
does.
in high, but he's still playing high in the pitch. So
It's like we
it's
have two pivots and then like a center mid, not a cam. That's what I feel like it is.
well, but he's still in that position. Like when you look at Kessie in our defensive posture, he's not there with the midfielders. He's
Yeah.
waiting for the ball. Um,
Yeah.
he's like yeah, he's a center midfield playing in that camera. But listen, this 3-4-2-1, we already play with three at the back. Uh, Theo is going up, and also I would not sacrifice Calabria over to Mori Botman or Kalulu as your left back.
No.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, but guys, this is just an opinion. This is just an opinion. Listen, I want to say something. Also, this is just a subjective opinion. This idea of playing football and waiting and then hitting on the counterattack, like I don't know. I can't do that, dude. That's like when Milan plays like that. I can't watch. I can't watch that.
That's like Atletico football. That's
I,
like
yeah, hey, even Napoli did that, and they were still exciting. So it depends. I mean, back in the prime Real Madrid days, where they won three back-to-back Champions League, that's what they were playing. They were playing counter-attacking football. So I'm not saying that they should play defensive and then counter-attack. All I'm saying is that there should be some more tactical creativity, which is currently missing. Let me give you an example. If you see the French national team, Giroud does very well when he has a second striker with him. Now, let's bring that to Milan. We don't have a proper attacking midfielder who's currently doing very well. Maybe if we could take that position off and have a second striker, maybe a Lazetic, and see how things are proceeding. Giroud has been doing extremely well. Uh, I think it was Antoine Griezmann who was the second striker over there. Of course, Antoine is like an amazing player, but maybe try it out. You need that creativity. You cannot. I keep repeating. You cannot win every game with the same tactics. Someday you are going to be exposed. They will find out the weaknesses in the playing style, and they will expose you.
I don't know. Liverpool seems to do fine. They don't
And
really change their tactics.
Liverpool's team is physically
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
athletic.
We
A
need better
three five
players.
two, a 3-5-2 allows you to have more control of the midfield and more creativity when creating goal chances.
See, let me tell you something about Liverpool as well. It's not that they are not changing; they are changing their approach to game. If you see against Manchester City, normally what they do is they play a lot of vertical balls and counter attack. Against Manchester City, a team which is very what do you call possession controlled. What they do is they play a lot of cross passes because once you win back the ball, they're going to press the player in the center to win the ball back. So they do send the ball back and send it out to the wings because the wing players are really fast and they can beat the player at the corner.
Yo, your dog. What's going on with your dog, dude?
Yeah, sorry about that.
He's deep bark. What kind of dog is that?
That's a German Shepherd. He's got a very deep bark. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Keep him going.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I mean, it's not that they don't change the tactics. Their core remains the same, but they do have different approach to a game.
Well, I meant the formation hasn't really changed with Liverpool.
There is a lot of creativity there. You know, I mean, just name a player in the attacking, right from the defensive midfield, from Fabiano to the wing back, Trent Alexander Arnold. By the way, he's in number one position for the chances created. So, I mean, they've got really amazing players. Every individual is amazing and capable of, scoring a goal without, just by themselves. They don't need any support.
Hmm.
I think, let's leave Liverpool out. Liverpool is Liverpool. Milan is Milan.
They're an anomaly.
We need creativity, which, to be honest, individually we are not able to do it that well. Maybe as a team, we should be able to create some more chances. But the link up play has to be flawless.
Exactly. And that's why I said we need more numbers in the middle. Of course, I don't mind playing a 4-3-3 as well, but I think this team would just be better off playing with
Well,
just having more help.
I feel like when we play good football, Theo isn't even a part of the back four really, unless it's like we're on defense. Theo is in the middle, like as another central midfielder almost, and just bombing up and down. You know, so it's almost like we're playing a back three then, anyways. And Calabria is
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
tucking
Like
in.
I
Like we
would
kind of do that already,
I
and
think
when we're having a good day.
I think it's better to do it that way because you're not filling your team with three central defenders. Like you don't need to play football with three central defenders. Just adapt your pivot to come and be the central defender in the build up and release the wingers, the left backs. So you can still
Yeah,
have Calabria, you can still have Teo Hernandez do what they do as if it was
but
three in the back.
Roy, we still don't have any options in the middle of the field. Even if that happens, even when tail overlaps, that still doesn't help us create down the middle.
Again, it's because we cross and pray for the best to happen because we just have Giroud up front. And how can you expect a Messias or a Salamakers to find the cross? I mean, these guys can only find crosses that come low. You cannot expect a goal from a header. Messi has had that one from in the Atletico game, but hasn't happened since then. So it's cross and pray. That cannot be how we play all the time. We need to have that link up play, and it's always coming down to that. We've our last three goal scorers, Kalulu, Tomori. Was it Tomori or who was it? Um, so it hasn't really come from the attack, and that is very concerning. So there is something wrong with the link up play, and that needs to be fixed.
I like what Yusuf says here. The 4-4-2 with Tonali Benacer, and then you have Rebic as left winger, Salamakers, and then Leao, Giroud together. But Leao can like
Now,
probably drop deeper,
the problem with the four
like
four
as a
two
cam
is that
almost.
the problem with the 4-4-2 is that it gets overran in the middle of the field. It's good defensively, but when it comes to the offense, it's going to have problems. That's why very few teams play a 4-4-2 because they have no control of the middle of the field. And that's why teams primarily play a 4-3-3.
I mean, if you press well, it's fine.
Eh,
I think.
Yeah, but a 4-3-3 is gonna outpress and outmaneuver a 4-4-2 every single time. That's why no one plays a 4-4-2.
I don't know. Like if that striker is dropping into the space, like they're gonna have difficulty. Like if one
Yeah,
is
that
holding the line and then one is dropping, it's difficult to deal with. I think.
yeah. Of the two strikers, I've seen some teams that actually in which the second striker drops off in between the lines to just give a little more stability to the defense. See, creativity is definitely required. We lack creativity, and I think it's honest. It's very obvious. Like 3 goals, 5 matches. It doesn't get any bad, and we haven't played any top team in those 5 games. Okay, we played pretty much mid-table team, and if lack of goals does not concern us, then
But
chance of
Giroud,
losing the
Ibra,
top spot should.
that's no. Sorry, I was just reading the comments.
We did that in the beginning of the season. We tried to do that a little
Yeah, but
bit.
then you have nobody pressing. That doesn't work. Giroud, Ibra, unless it's like the last 10 minutes when you're controlling the game and you just want to throw balls in the box. That's the
And
only
that's
time that
another
was okay.
that that's another thing too. Like let's say we stay with the 4-2-3-1. That's fine. But when you're up against teams like Torino or Genoa or one of these low table teams, if we're not winning the game by like the 65-minute mark, there's
Yeah,
no need for you to play with four defenders in the back. Your formation should automatically start with three defenders no matter what, because you don't need a defender back there. You need a goal. And when your opponent doesn't even offer any sort of like goal threat from them, they can't even
mhm.
cross their own field. There's no point in having four defenders.
Yeah, I could see that. Like you played Teo like as a center back with Kalulu and Tomori. So we have a lot of speed, and then Kalulu, Hernandez, they each have the opportunity to go forward as
But
well,
like, see,
like
it's
overlap.
it it's these like tactical inabilities that like drives me crazy, because we're all talking about this. We can all see the problem. Like we're all thinking of different solutions and stuff. But the only one who doesn't see it is the most important person, and
I think he's
that's
scared.
Pioli.
I think he's scared to do it, and he's had a lot of success to give him credit. He's got us at top of the table. He just doesn't want to like I don't know fill all these young players up with like too much tactical information, and I think he just doesn't want to fill their minds up with that stuff. He
Yeah,
thinks
but
it's going to affect them negatively. Maybe they're not ready
I
for
just
that.
I just think that's crazy because again, these guys have been playing football since they were 5 years old.
Yeah, yeah. And honestly, when you're a good footballer, I think you can play wherever you're going to interpret the game. You're going to know what to do.
Right, and
Honestly,
that's what's driving me crazy is the lack of trust and freedom that players are being given is really getting on my nerves.
yeah,
How about
yeah.
we just discuss? I mean, why don't you tell us what your starting lineup would be against Genoa, and what formation do you think would be effective? So, Nathan,
If it
what
was
would
up to if it was up to me, um, I think I would try a 3-5-2. My defense would be Tomori, Kalulu, and Calabria.
Hmm.
My double pivot would be Tonali and Benacer. My cam would be my cam would probably be uh, I'm gonna go with Diaz. My left wing would be Teo. My right side would be Salamakers, and up top I'd have Liao and Giroud.
interesting?
That's pretty much what I would do, I think, except it would be more of like a 4-4-2 or 4-2-3-1 but I won't lay out in the middle more, I think. And then Rebic on the left.
Oh, and one more thing. Um, if if you guys remember, I don't know how much of Lille y'all actually watch, but when
I used to
Liao
watch them
was
a
at
lot.
okay, well then you probably know when Liao was at Lille, he was a second striker. That
Yeah.
is his actual position. Um, we don't play a second striker, which is why we put him on the left wing because he can't play as an alone striker. But I think him and Giroud might be able to form a good partnership.
Yeah, for sure they could. And I agree. I think that's Leao's position, not necessarily the left wing. Like he was playing there all the time when he was younger. It
Right.
was a striker with another striker,
Interesting.
and he should be the one. I think dropping deeper, like trying to get more creative. Just give him like a free role a bit.
I think I would go for a 4-4-2 diamond formation, for a little bit classical. The defense would be Kalulu, Tomori. The left back would be, I think Theo is out from the report, so Baloture would come in. On the right side, I would actually go with little experience because Calabria has been out of form and I haven't been convinced by his uh, play in the last 3-4 games. So I would say Florenzi.
I think he's
And in the
been solid.
pivot, I think Benacer. And
Florenzi and what's his name? And Theo
Franzi
Hernandez
has a
got
knee injury though. He just
and
had
Theo
like
yeah,
surgery.
bring back.
And Theo Hernandez got a knock on his got a knock, so he's out for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, so I've mentioned
Are you
that it will
serious?
be
It
Bala
was
today.
that.
Yeah, and in the center, in the pivot, I would have Benacer because he's been doing pretty decent over there. He's good at getting away from the press too. So, and I would have Tonali and Kessie as the Mezzalas playing on the left and the right of the pivot. And up front, of course, I would want to have Giroud and Rebic as my top two starting players. I would bring in Liao after maybe burning out Rebic or maybe a Giroud. I think Liao has been playing a lot of games. He dribbles fast, but hasn't convinced me in the last 3 games. So maybe just
Like
give him a rest.
the fuck? He's making up stuff.
No,
Theo's not out.
it came from Sky Sport. It's true.
I
What?
don't think that's true. I don't
God
Yeah,
and
damn
I
it.
don't like I said, I've been looking at Milan news all day today and I
It's
haven't
Sky
seen
Sport.
anything. And I wouldn't care if it was Sky Sports grandmother that told me. I didn't see
Mm,
anything about
What?
that
Even
all
if it
day
was
today.
Sky Sport grandmother, you wouldn't care.
Yeah, wouldn't care.
yeah, I don't see anything about this.
It was a breaking news Sky News report.
And
God, that's awful if he's out. We just have to dig
I,
so
deeper
Roy,
because
I
he should still be in
AJ,
Genoa.
I like the diamond idea. I haven't seen that in a long time. When was the last time you guys saw a team play with the diamond in the middle? It's been such a long time.
yeah. In fact, I wanted to hear from you what kind of formation you would go for, and who would be the player that you would have in the team.
I would do exactly what Pioli's doing. To be honest with you, I would do exactly what he's doing. I wouldn't change a thing. So I would
even though
do it.
we're not scoring goals or creating chances,
I I
No,
I
wouldn't you
would.
change any player?
I wouldn't change the formation. Also, because the formation is essentially this 3-1-5-1. I like how they set it up. I like the work he has done throughout this season, and I just think it's a moment right now that they're not finding each other, but they'll figure it out. I think they'll figure it out. So honestly, I wouldn't change the formation, but that's just my opinion. That's it.
But wouldn't you change even the player? Like, would you go with the same player as the last game?
I don't mind Kessie playing in that number 10 role. I think he's a player of charisma and character. So right now, in this part of the season, we need more of that. So if we have to sacrifice Brahim Diaz a little bit more offensive quality for a little bit more character, more muscle, it's going to be ugly, but it's okay. I'll deal with it.
Interesting. What about the left back? Given that Theo is out, I think
Yeah, I
would
mean,
it be
unfortunately, we can't use Florenzi because Florenzi would be perfect. So
So Paulo Toure is going to play then.
we got him for a reason, so let's use him.
Guys, what if we just put Kalulu there and then put Gabia and with Tamori? Because we are playing against Genoa.
Ooh,
This
that's
isn't a
risky.
game. Yeah, but this
But
isn't a
Kalulu and Tomori,
game
they have
where
conceded like 2 months practically.
yeah, but Genoa
I'd rather
should
play
take a
Gabia
shot
as
on
like
goal.
a side back than
Yeah, but
break up that
that's not.
partnership.
But what I'm saying is Genoa shouldn't even get a chance to shoot on goal.
I think that's not even a problem. I think we've done defensively very well. I think the catch is that we've not been scoring enough, and we really need a big game to boost our confidence. And optimism is something that is a little bit taken a backseat because of lack of goals.
And
So I
tomorrow,
really, I really hope a lot of our players, like Roy was saying, maybe get a final victory.
yeah, 5-0, 6-0, big margins, so we can just get rid of this voodoo that we have on us right now with this poor attack and fair displays. But I think Pioli was talking about it in his press conferences that it's a matter of them not the timing is off and the synchronicity is all off. So I'm sure they worked on that. 1 week, 2 weeks of working on that. Let's see what the fruits bear. But yeah, tomorrow 6-0, and that will give us a good jump start to face the last 5 games like bosses.
Who you said tomorrow? I was like, wait, what?
I want to win 5-6-0 tomorrow.
I have a question. What is the situation with the
The
abandoned
game
game
is in
between
12
Inter
hours.
and
What do you mean?
Bologna? I think so.
Sorry.
Will Inter and Bologna play, or will that game be abandoned, or who
No,
get the 3 points?
that game has been played end of April.
And
Oh, guys, I want to talk to you guys about
Lucky
Rebic.
Inter.
Rebic, like, is Rebic a liability? Like, the guy is. What has he done this season? Like
Time to
nothing.
sell him.
Like, is he made out of glass? Like,
This
what is wrong with
season has
Rebic?
been awful. I don't know what's wrong with
uh,
him, but I don't think we can get rid of him if his wages are like one of the highest on the team.
It's kind of like a
So
wasted.
you just have to deal with it.
It's like a wasted pawn that we have there. Like last season, you know what, guys? I hope that Ibra, Revic, and fucking Brahim Diaz, they come clutch for us at the end of the season when we need them the most against Atalanta, Sassuolo, Lazio, and we win those games there with Rebic goal. Then okay, but if we finish the season with Rebic only having scored 2 goals the whole season, so this is one of the worst seasons of his entire career. What would you guys do with
Yeah,
I I think
it's
it's
just
time for him to
injuries.
go.
I mean, I said I would play him. I would start him because I think he needs the game time to get. I mean,
Hold on.
he's
Yusuf,
healthy.
Yusuf,
He just needs
Yusuf,
the game
Yusuf.
time. I
Sorry, 1 second.
can't.
Yusuf, Tutto Sport is only bullshit,
He's
man.
saying nonsense.
But guys, Tutto Sport is fucking bullshit. So don't listen to what Tutto Sport says. Sorry, you were saying I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Nah, he's just talking nonsense. I don't even think that's a report. But yeah, I would play Rebic honestly. Like he's fairly big. He can do long shots. He can shoot. I mean, he misses chances as well, but I gotta believe that if you give him game time, he's gonna get back to where he was. He's not old yet.
Uh,
I think he just is
Now,
feeling Leao is like the I don't know the favorite, and he can't deal with that. I don't know.
I personally believe that the injuries have really affected him this season. And see, I always wanted to say this, so don't mind my French, but Rebic is a big bitch to the defense of any team. Okay, and people are afraid of him. I've seen him play. He literally runs at the defense. It's like he's going to murder them. And he's got 11 goals every season prior to this one. This season, he's probably started about 7 games or 6 games. So I think he just needs. I mean, he's had a bad season, but there's still about 7 games to go, and I really hope that he stays fit and he can definitely contribute. And we all know him as the second half player because he gets 70% of his goals in the second half of the season. So we are in the second half of the season, and I really hope he stays fit and he scores goals. Because personally, I love him.
Well, he's healthy. He should be good for tomorrow's game. He just came back from an injury with Benacer. Benacer was injured too.
Yeah, but he loses a lot when he's not playing consecutively. I feel like he loses that match fitness. You know what I mean? Like that sharpness. That's what he lacks.
Yeah, yeah. This year was really
Big
visible.
time.
I think this year.
Yeah, blame Milan lad. Blame Milan lad.
Do
I think this
you
year not.
remember?
Go- Guys,
Do you
guys.
remember
This.
his goal against Juventus?
Yeah, yeah. That was a
Yeah,
great goal.
he's like he was asking the crowd to shut up because he couldn't focus. He's like, I'm gonna definitely murder you guys now. He got goal. I mean, he's a big game player.
Even
Yeah, but the
even
problem
against
is we
Liverpool.
need the problem is we need every everyday players, and if if Rebic can't be a player that we can count on at least 60% of the season, there's no point in having him.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
you could say
Nathan,
the
how are
same
you
for
going to get
India.
rid of him?
Well, if we can win the season or even get second place again, he'll have suitors.
I don't know. He's on pretty high wages. I don't know who would take him for the wages that he's on, and I don't think he's going to take a cut.
I'm just,
Like he could maybe
I
get
just,
like a loan, but we're probably going to be paying for like his wages somewhere, like at Fiorentina or something. It's going to be like
I just
Caldara
hope he
all over
stays.
again.
I just hope he stays. He is a great player. He's he's even filled the position of a striker when we didn't have Ibra last season. So he definitely knows how to get goals. He runs at the defense. Very rare to have such players on a team. So
Yeah, I like
I'm
Rebic. He
not
can
very
play a
comfortable
striker
with
as
the
well.
negativity for that poor chap who's injured for so long. So I mean, I hope he does
He,
well. I'm just positive.
he needs the game time, and then even if he does play well and we decide to sell him, he'll have suitors then because he's shown that he's come back from his injuries and he's playing well. Then teams are going to want him and like actually pay for him rather than taking like some loan with option to buy where we're paying his wages, so it doesn't even matter. It's just like we just kicked him out of the squad. We're still paying for him. He's just like out of the squad, out of the team, which is ridiculous, I think, to do that. Like what we did with Caldara. I'm not saying that we should have kept Caldara, but I'm just saying like economically it just makes no sense because Rebic can play in many positions. And we really don't have another left winger other than Leao. So we have to have him in the squad unless we're going to buy somebody else. But we're not going to get any money to buy somebody else because I don't think anybody's going to buy Rebic.
Yeah, but we can also
It's
like
too expensive.
we're interested in Noah Lang. He's also um, a
Yeah, no Lang's a
left-sided
baller.
player. He's a left-sided player, so you know he, yes, Rebic has very good qualities,
We can
but
definitely replace
one,
him.
but
Yeah,
yeah, he's definitely replaceable. And when Rebic gets injured, it literally takes him 5 months to get back into game shape.
I think for like 20 million, we could replace him really well. Like I think Hlojek is like that much money. He's really good. He can play anywhere in the front three. Or Dekatelar, he can play there as well. He's played them everywhere.
I saw more links to this player actually, the Ketelar.
He is so good, man.
He was being linked to Milan. Yeah.
For 35 million, 40 million, it's like a steal because he can play striker and he's scoring goals. He's huge. He's like 6 foot
What play?
4.
What player is
Dekatelar.
this?
Dekatelar.
Oh, from
Belgian.
the Belgium
Yeah, he
league.
plays with
Yeah.
Noah Lang. He plays with Noah Lang. But he's not like flashy like Noah Lang is. Like Noah Lang, he tries to do the skills, move stuff, the FIFA skills. The K-player just wins.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, me neither.
I,
He can play right wing because he's left-footed actually, so we could cut in on his left. So he could like help us out with that problem. But he plays left wing a lot, and he's actually been playing striker this season, and he's been scoring goals like crazy in the Belgian league. And he plays cam. So, yeah.
Listen, guys, I think we're going to win 6-0 tomorrow. 5-0, 6-0.
What time is it for you? Because you keep saying tomorrow.
It's 12:47 a.m.
Oh, okay. So you mean today? You do mean today then?
Yeah, I mean, it's still, yeah, technically it's today. But it's going to be like
you,
tomorrow because I
you
mean, I
have
still
to.
have to.
You gotta forgive Roy. He's in California. They don't know any better.
Right.
Yeah.
We are in Narnia. This is Narnia.
Yeah. I hope we do, but I think it's going to be very tough. Like they're going to just stick 11 players behind the ball, and they're going to be physical. They're going to be time wasting. You know, they've seen other teams and how they've gotten success against Milan. Just break up the play. Don't let us counter. Don't let us get our rhythm. It's going to be tough
Well,
unless
look
we
at
can score early.
guys. Let's look at their players. All right, their goalie, Sirigu. Okay. He's decent. Let's look at their defensive line: Vasquez, Maximovic, Ostegard, and Hefty.
That's actually
Who?
not a lot of size.
Who
They're
the
pretty
fuck are
small.
these guys?
Oh,
These are
Ostegard,
nobodies.
he had a good game, I think. Ostegard, I remembered him. He's like a Scandinavian dude, but he's not that big. I think he's only like 181. Like he's not even 6 foot.
All
He
right.
plays bigger than he is, though.
All right.
But like
Then
Giroud, he might have some good. He might have some success like in the air against these guys. I think.
whoa, what happened here? Okay, look at their double pivot line. Badeli or Badel, whatever his name is, and Galdames. What? I'm supposed to fucking shake in my boots seeing that? Are you crazy? Look at their attacking midfield line. Ekuban, Melegoni, Gudmundoson. Who the fuck are these players?
Oh, Roy,
Dest
this is why
like
I hope
like
you're not
Destro
coaching Milan
like
because that's not how
like
you
that
motivate your team to do well.
like Destro, okay, he's good, but there's nothing to support. Guys, let's not forget Genoa has only won 2 games this whole season. This team is
Yeah.
a shit show. It's a shit show. Tomorrow, in front of 65,000 people, because the stadium is packed, we need to score 5, 6 goals and assert our dominance. That's what we need to do.
Jesus. that's that's. I think that's wishful thinking, though, Roy. It's going to be tough. You know, it's going to be tough. I would not fill the players. If I were a coach, I would want everyone doing their homework twice for this game. Like we've had a week off. Like you need to know what the fuck to do. Do not take this game lightly whatsoever. You need personality. Only then
I
will you win 6-0,
but
maybe,
but
maybe.
that is the thing. In order to win in order to assert dominance, you need to have personality. You need to have
Yeah,
charisma, but you need to know who you are. You need to be confident about yourself. You need to know who you have. If you don't believe in yourself, who the fuck is going to believe in you? The other team? Like these guys need to first of all fuck the pressure. Who gives a shit about the pressure? Who cares? Like you guys are a million times better than this team. Just fucking play football. Have fun. They need if they have fun tomorrow and just play to have fun, they're gonna win 6, 7, 8-0.
I hope so.
You know what might help is that we play. Well, never
Also, I
mind. I
like
was about to say
Melajoni a lot. Sorry,
Who? Who do you like? A lot? Which player?
Melajoni? Isn't that who's playing?
I who is he? I don't know.
He's from Atalanta. He's a youth product from there. He plays midfielder everywhere.
Listen.
Young
This
Italian,
thing.
young Italian midfielder
Listen,
with size.
Mr. Italia here. Listen. I know they're gonna park the bus. You know what? All these small teams are always going to park the bus. We have to. I know this is going to piss some people off. It's okay. I don't care. But we have to be more like Juventus. We have to like, fuck it. Who gives a shit? They park the bus. We're still going to play through them. We're still going to make them think that they're a small team.
The way Juventus does that, though, they have really big players that can head the ball in. We don't have that, other than
Yeah.
Giroud.
No, of course, but Juventus
We
does
need more
did.
size.
Juventus doesn't do that by just being Juventus. It's fruit of their work, etc., etc. This is the
It's
stuff.
just a ball into the box, basically,
Well,
usually.
it's
well,
not. It's more than just the ball to the box. It's charisma, it's personality, it's all of that. I mean,
they create.
having a tall player is not going to solve that because we have a World Cup winner header of the ball. It's
Yeah.
personality. It's charisma. It's are you the boss or are you the bitch? It's pretty simple. It really goes down to that. Are you which B are you? Are you the boss or are you the bitch? And we have been the bitch for the past 4 games, or actually most of the games against the small teams. It's time to become the boss. You know, it's time to become the boss.
We don't have a fear factor.
I don't think so either. I don't think it's fear.
Okay, Genoa is at the bottom of the table.
Or
Second
Nathan, do
from
you mean
bottom.
like a fear
And
factor, like we scare the other team?
Like, as in other teams are scared of us.
Oh, I thought you were saying that like we're afraid. I don't think we're afraid necessarily. And yeah, I don't think other teams are afraid of us either at the moment.
Yeah, it's just like
Absolutely correct. That's Oh my god. What the fuck was that? What the
I
hell
think
was
he was
that?
trying his
Roy just got like abducted by aliens or something. He's gone. He's gone. Well, all right.
well, that's he'll be back. But
Back to
yeah,
Milan Genoa. Oh, he'll be back.
yeah, we don't have a fear factor. Like teams, when they come up against us, they actually believe they can get a point against us. Whereas like Juventus or Napoli, they don't even think they can get a point from them.
I mean, I think the only way you get that fear factor is like having trophies in your cabinet that you have won, not that the club has won, that you have won. So we're not going to get there like this season. Maybe next season, if we win Serie A, then we'll have like a fear factor, and if Leao renews. But I don't see how we're going to. Oh my God, it's back.
Yeah, uh, that's
That's
a
my opinion, at
that
least. I feel like you need trophies to scare the other teams.
I agree. That's why we need to try and win a trophy this year, just so that way the players can,
Yeah,
gain that
for sure.
confidence and whatnot.
I really hope we get something out of it. Like, I never really thought we could win the Scudetto. I'm really happy that we're this far into the season and we're still top of the table because I didn't really think we could do it. I figured we could challenge for it, but I didn't think we could really win it. And I don't think the management has like put the money into the club to say that like we're trying to win this. Like I think they're still just aiming for top four. And yeah, I know some fans are pissed about that, but given what Milan has been through, and this is our first year back in the Champions League, I think it's good to set realistic targets that are like that.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping we win the league, but if not, I hope we can get the Coppa Italia because a trophy would really help us gain like a little bit of a fear factor and say that
Listen,
like
listen.
Milan is really, really coming back.
The fear factor doesn't necessarily have to be from the trophy.
You don't think
The
so?
the fear factor is how you play. There's no fear factor because they can see that playing against us is not that different. Like if you play a certain way, you can get something out of us. But the only way to get this fear factor is a team that consistently wins and consistently scores goals. We should be going into this game with that fear factor, and we don't have it because we couldn't score against Bologna, we couldn't score against Torino. Winning games and being a dominant team gives you that fear factor. And of course, yeah, trophies gives you pedigree and all that shit, and that comes with the fear factor. But
Yeah,
fuck,
but
guys,
it
tomorrow, if we don't win 5-6-0 tomorrow, then this season, guys, it's top four season, guys.
I'm fine with 1-0 as long as we get like another clean sheet and win. I mean, I won't be happy, if we just struggle and just manage to win it, but like at the end of the day, it's 3 points, I guess. And this is the money end of the season. This is when you have to show up and win at all costs.
that's why many of us were so mad that Pioli still doesn't have a plan B because we're just like in limbo.
So will we see
But I mean, I
Gustavo
think
Castillo play?
Guys,
Castillo.
guys, you know why tomorrow we're going to win 5-6-0?
Why?
Because
And it's
Genoa.
today also, Roy. Don't miss the game. Don't miss it.
No, for me it's tomorrow, because I gotta go to bed first. But
Yeah.
listen, you know why? Because Genoa can't afford to defend. Genoa is fighting. They have to get points. Obviously, they,
I think
they,
they
they
would
need
take
to
a
get
point,
points.
though.
They
They would
would
take
take
a,
a
a
point,
point. Yeah.
but that's not going to do them too well. But they probably, yeah, they would be very happy with a point. But Genoa is gonna. They have to risk. Come on, they have to risk a little bit. I mean, otherwise they're just gonna sink into Serie B. So they have to risk a little bit, guys. I think they would. They have to, guys.
They
They
have a
have
game in
to.
hand against the next game actually is Cagliari. So if they beat them, they're gonna jump them. So if they draw here and then they beat Cagliari, they're fine,
Are
most
they?
likely.
If they beat Cagliari, do they go what position? 16.
Uh, yeah, they'll just jump over them basically.
I wonder. I wonder
So
if they're
that's
going
that's
to
the
play.
big game. That's the big game for them. They also have to play against Napoli and Juventus. Jeez, that sucks.
They have to play against Napoli and Juventus.
Yeah, so they have a really horrible schedule, but they have to win against Cagliari.
If I'm the Genoa coach, I would at this point I wouldn't be taking too many calculations because these guys are fucking. This is the worst season I've seen Genoa ever do since they came back to Serie A. It looks like they're going back to Serie B. Let's see, guys. Let's see. 6-0 tomorrow. Bet on it. Bet on that shit.
I mean, I feel like whenever we win big, we get into this we're like inconsistent. We start like dropping points then after.
Yeah,
At
because they
least we've
get
been
all.
kind of consistent right now
They,
with the
when
defense.
when they start winning games, they get all arrogant and they get all you know.
Yeah,
And
I,
that's a
I
big
think so.
issue. That's a big issue with these kids.
I
They
think
win a few
what's more
games.
important is that I think this is the last opportunity that Milan will have to score big because the fixtures after the game are going to be Inter Lazio, Fiorentina, Verona, Atalanta, and then Sassuolo. So, I mean, they're,
Hmm.
they're all big teams or they're above average teams, and Genoa is the last team that presents an opportunity for the attack to finally get their shit together.
Magnan hat trick. Yeah, I hope we
I
do
hope
win big because then that means if we tie Napoli at the end of the season, we're still gonna win the league because it's gonna come down to goal differential. I think against them. With Inter,
Uh,
we already have them beat. I think.
No,
good
Inter
Like
is
if we're
still in
tied
the
on
game.
points.
good luck, Mirad, for your job interview.
Inter has a game in hand.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying like if we somehow wind up on the same points at the end of the season, we're gonna be okay because we've beaten them. Our head to head is better.
Too close a call. I, I mean, I wish we don't go that far. I just hope we can wrap up the games maybe a week or two earlier. That would be great. I mean, I would love it if we wrap it up against Atalanta. They were the motivation behind all the change, and nothing gets better than beating them final. I still need that sweet revenge.
Hmm.
I feel like if we can just get past these few games, when we finally play against these better teams, I think we'll be okay since they all play open. We just gotta get past these teams that park the bus, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm hoping Tato is healthy and he's gonna be bombing into the box multiple times. That's what we need. We need more players getting into the area, getting into the box.
Yeah, we'll see. hopefully Teo is not injured.
especially if they're going to play with 11 players behind the ball. There's no reason why he shouldn't be getting into the box then. Like we've got to unleash Teo. Everybody needs to be charging into the box.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. We need a lot of movement, and we need the
Yeah,
players to play one-touch football. We each player hold on to
just
the
work that
ball.
1-2, get the ball in the area, and then anything can happen. Either
Exactly.
you get a shot, you get a cross, you get a
Guys,
penalty.
guys,
Just work it really fast into the
we're pl-
box.
we're playing against jobbers, guys. Do you know what jobbers means? Do you know the term jobber? Do you know what that means?
No.
Like those jobbers are the ones who are preventing us from even scoring goals right now.
We're playing against jobbers later on today, Hans. Later on today, we're playing against jobbers, and and
What was
right now,
Salernitana then?
job even bigger jobbers.
Yeah, exactly.
But now we've learned. Now we've learned.
I don't know.
In front of the San Siro, 62,000 people against a team of jobbers. We should fucking win 6-0 minimum.
I don't know if our team likes it when San Siro is full.
I do sense that the San Siro the players have a tough time handling the pressure of the San Siro.
Yeah.
More like they have a tough time living with the psychological pressure of living up to the San Siro. Like they, yeah,
They it's like they don't know how to. It's like they don't know how to channel that energy properly when they play at home.
yeah, they need to find a way to find that spirit, that energy, because the football is there. I mean, technically, Milan is going to have 60-70% of the ball possession tomorrow or later on. And Milan is going to have a few two or three cut chances, and if they take advantage of the first one or the second one, then they'll open them up, and it's going to be. They got to be clinical, man. Clinical.
Well, that's been the main. Well, the main problem is honestly we don't even create chances to be clinical.
We don't create chances. Is that what you
I
said?
don't. I don't know if I agree with that, Nathan.
We
Like
we
last
don't
game, I
create
agree with you. But
we don't
aside
Didn't
last
create
we have
game,
like 30
good
shots?
chances. 30 shots does not mean that those are good chances. Those are just, I can take a shot from 40 yards out, and if it reaches the goalkeeper, it's a shot on target. I'm talking about real clear cut chances. We don't create enough of those. We barely create half chances for Giroud, let alone a real goal chance.
look. If I am to judge Milan just from last game, I would agree with you. But like Milan does create chances. Is that they fucking bottled them? They bottled them. I think at least that's what I've seen. I mean, even Tonali had a great chance to score after he put himself in a position to score, and he bottled it.
Yeah, but I'm not saying we don't create any. I said we don't create enough.
Yeah, I mean that is. Yeah, I agree with that. We don't create enough. Yeah, we should create more. Like 7, 8 shots on target a game should be the average out of 25 shots in total.
What changes do you guys think should be made if we're not winning by the 60-minute mark?
Zlatan has to come on. We should be throwing balls in the box by then. I think around like, well, not throwing balls in the box because Zlatan he can drop deeper, but if he has the fitness, he should come on for sure because he can drop deeper and play like as a
Guys,
link up player.
hold on, hold on. Hans, Zlatan is out till the end of the month.
He's out again.
Yeah, he's injured.
Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck?
We're not gonna see Zlatan until Fiorentina. I think that's what I heard.
I thought it was like a small injury that he had.
Oh no, he's out.
Oh Jesus! Who do we even have on the bench then? We have Rebic maybe or Diaz,
Yeah, Rebic, Diaz are available. Yeah, and
and
that's
we have Lazatic who hasn't even played. We have Maldini.
I think everyone's good. It's high time everyone steps up the game. I, I mean, they've been lacking a little bit, and like I've mentioned earlier, I think high time Brahim Diaz, comes to the party because if we are not creating quality chances, I don't see us crossing the finish line anytime soon.
I don't know. If we do you throw Lazatic on? Because I mean he's big.
Lazetic will not play a single game this season unless we're winning like 30-0.
I know. I mean he's big. He can cause some problems.
An absolute waste of time.
I think Lazatic is injured also, guys.
What?
He
No,
played a.
he was on the bench last time.
Oh, he was on the bench. He played a
Yeah,
Primavera
he was.
game a few weeks ago, and then he got injured. I guess he's back here.
He wasn't he warming up in the last game?
Yeah, yeah, you're right. He was. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, I guess he recovered from that injury he got.
If people are to get injured as frequently as is happening this month, sorry, this season, I think the first investment we need to make is upgrade the Milan guard.
Well, I guess if we
Sadly,
start with
that's not gonna happen.
I guess
In
if we
fact,
start with Kessie, then Diaz is gonna come on probably for like Tonali or something, and then Kessie is gonna drop back probably because I can't see him subbing Kessie off ever.
He's probably going to bring Krunic in eventually. He's,
Krunic.
he's going to bring in Messias if he's starting with Salamakers.
Oh yeah, Macias. God, I forgot about Macias.
He's going to bring in Rebic.
Macias is just awful. He is so
Balotelli.
bad.
Hopefully Balotelli has a good game. Hopefully he can show us what he's made of.
I believe his strong point is crosses into the box, and if that's the case, then I hope Balotelli does put in some very peak or juicy crosses so that Giroud can hit the rim.
Yeah, like against Genoa, this is a good opportunity for Balotelli to show if. And yeah, he can cross a ball.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Theo is playing.
I don't know, man. We're just going. What we're just going by what the reports are saying.
If I may ask, what's the situation with the cathedral? I mean, the news about it.
What's that?
What's the situation with the cathedral, the new stadium?
Oh, honestly, I'm not. I don't know. I know that there was some usual bureaucracy shit going on. People not agreeing, and there's like different fronts that are being fought. There's the green energy or whatever it's called front that is being fought. There's businesses that don't want the San Siro shut down because, or they don't want it to be, yeah, yeah. what's the term when you break down the stadium?
Demolish.
Yeah, they don't want it demolished. They don't want a new. There's other people that don't want a new stadium there. So it's like a mess. It's all these people. It's a big committee, everybody with different ideas. So now Milan is saying, you know what? Fuck it. We're just going to build a stadium outside of Milano. So it looks like this is what they're going to do. And I think if it's going to be within this next year that we're going to find out whether this stadium is going to be in Milano or outside of Milano.
I feel like outside of Milan,
I don't mind.
it's a lot less appealing.
Outside of Milano, there's also a little bit of money issue. Well, not big, but you're going to make a little less money.
Yeah, the
Yeah, because then
revenue
they
and the public system should be well connected, right? Or else it's no point. It's no point.
Say again, sorry, agent.
I was saying that the public systems and the business around the area should be accessible, and because if there's going to be less money, it makes a little sense to change. So I believe San Siro is well connected to the subway,
Right.
whereas
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the
That
new
probably
one is
makes
not.
sense. To, yeah. Milan government don't want to lose the 14 million rental income, and there's this aspect too. Of course, yeah. There's this aspect too. Um, yeah, it's a usual Italian mess. Nothing new, guys. This is the way it is in Italy.
I mean, I wouldn't say that's wrong. I mean, given the stressful situation that a lot of governments are going through, they would definitely not want to lose the revenue. Uh, but I'm sure the Milan or, I mean, to be honest, no private entity would want to share the revenue. So, I mean, that is a legit reason. I wouldn't play that down. Uh,
Yeah,
so,
and this is and it ties into the fact that they don't want to demolish it because they can still use it. They can still use it for events.
no,
They
that
can use it.
that actually makes no sense. I mean, you don't want to lose revenue. You don't want to demolish the stadium, and you want something new. I mean, that is really crazy.
Yeah, the city could renew it or could do whatever the fuck they want with it and then use it for different kind of events. So, but Milan and Inter can't wait for this shit. Milan and Inter need their stadium right away.
So,
So
because it's gonna take 4 years to construct, is what I read.
Milan and Inter have no choice but to do this. They have to build this stadium, and yeah, do what Juventus did.
Or better yet, Maldini should join a party. Maybe that'll ease things a little bit.
Now, I do think that we're going to start winning trophies before we get the stadium, though, because some people say that after we get the stadium, we can grow into this really big team and whatnot. But I think we can achieve that before.
Of course we can. We're nearly there.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just not going to happen unless we
I mean,
make our attack better.
we may be able to win it, but I don't think we will see the UCL anytime soon because that'll require a lot more financial stability as well as infrastructure that we are currently lacking, especially in terms of training. I believe a new stadium would provide for that. and the facilities that would come up would be awesome and very helpful to the players. Maybe a Scudetto here or there we may
To be
win, but I don't see the UCL.
the UCL, I think, honestly speaking, I say we could probably win it. Not not this upcoming season. Maybe not the other one either, but the third one. The third one from the next one.
I honestly believe that's very optimistic. I would say 5 years, nothing less.
5 years.
Yeah, 5 years.
I
And
I,
I
I think
don't
that's a
believe
lot.
Pioli can get it done.
Whether or not it's Pioli, I don't know. But in these next 3 years, from what how Maldini has built this team, I think in 3 years he can get it to the point where we can be dangerous. Where we can be dangerous. We need experience in the Champions League first, of course. But I mean, guys, look at Europe. All right, let's be honest about. Can we fucking? You know what? Can we fucking be honest about Europe? Man City, is that a fucking good team, guys? What?
But
PSG is a joke.
Yes.
and
PSG.
Man City has got three teams. It's like the first team, the substitutes are like another first team, and they've got backup to the substitutes, and they are just as good as if you can probably make another team with them.
Okay, yeah, they have a deep bench. I
And not
understand
just
that.
Manchester City, Roy. It's I think almost the top seven in the Premier League. I mean, look at it practically, and you see that everyone has a freaking team, and then they have substitutes that can make another team. So they have like two teams to
Hey,
play with.
hey, hey, Jim, this is the only difference between Italian football and English football. Is that England, with all the money they get, they can have deep benches and two teams, etc. In Italy, that's not the case. But if we just talk about the first teams, like the football that I have been seeing, PSG is a joke, is a circus. It's not a real team. It's just is a circus. It's not a real team. Atletico Madrid is a shit team, guys. Shit team. We beat Atletico Madrid. Okay, Man City could not beat Atletico Madrid at Vandenar or whatever Vanda Stadium. Bayern got their ass kicked from Villarreal. Villarreal plays fucking shit defensive football. Liverpool looks like a tough cookie, and the Real Madrid is a team that is also like waiting, and then they catch you with the counterattack. Guys, Ancelotti's Milan was 5 times better than the teams that are playing today. 5 times better, 6 times better. Guardiola's Barcelona. Forget about it. Right now, football in Europe is mediocre at best. I don't think it's going to take that long for Milan to defeat these teams. None of these teams scare me when I see these teams in Europe.
Uh, See, the circumstances have forced players to move and teams to rethink their strategy, and maybe that's why I think the game or overall level of the ECL seems to be lower than it was before. But Liverpool, yes, I believe these are like generational teams. I mean, Ancelotti, Milan, Guardiola, Barcelona, Saki's Milan, uh, shoot, or who's that guy from Bayern? Forgot his name. So see, these are generational teams. Like once every 5 years, we've got this insane teams. But uh, I mean, let's not play it down. I mean, it's just that a lot of players in transition, and we've kind of started seeing that. Liverpool are the strongest contenders, uh, but Milan still aren't there. We don't have that experience, nor do we have the right players. I think we are somewhere off to winning any Champions League in the next 3 years. 3 years,
You
optimistic,
you say
but
5
I feel
years.
five. Yeah,
You
I
say
feel five.
five. I
Yeah, I feel
say
five.
I say 2/3. I say
Mm,
2/3.
I mean, I
Hey,
wish.
so,
I
sorry,
wish.
sorry, sorry. One thing, Hans.
Yep. Yep.
When you're not talking, can you mute yourself because there's a lot of noise coming from your thing.
Uh,
All right, thanks. Um, I say 2/3 years. We are going to compete. We're going to be a reality, a reality of the Champions League. The teams right now are not impressive. Okay, so you say 5 years. I mean, that is probably that's realistic.
I'll
What
tell
about
you why, Roy. I'll tell you why. It's not just about the team. I mean, you see the players that are with Liverpool, they have been with Liverpool for about 4 years now. The whole team, the crux, has been with Liverpool for 4 years. And with Milan, we have that issue that we've seen players move out. And I think by the time we fix that, it's going to be at least 3 years. So if you say 2/3 years, that's optimistic. I wish for the same, but realistically, that's why I said maybe five. Because we need to have that core team that's in place. We should be sure that for the next 5 seasons, these five players are going to stick around with our team and perform at the very top level.
Well, I mean, look at it this way, all right? Like, let's look at our defense. All our defenders right now are pretty much tied to Milan for the next up until the highest contracts they can get. Pretty much all of them.
Come
Tomori
on.
in Europe you can in Italy you can only extend a contract for 6 years, right? So all of our defenders have the contracts tied up. So let's talk about the defense. The defense is set. We don't need to wait 5 years until our defense can win in Europe. Our defense
Okay.
can,
So who's in
is
defense? It's tomorrow.
Tomori, Kalulu, Kjaer, Calabria, Hernandez. This is the core. And then if they bring whoever they bring in is going to be addition. But this core doesn't need to wait 5 years to become European champions. The defense, the midfield, Benacer, Tonali. I don't know who we are going to get in replacement of Kessi. And then we have I don't know, Pobega, Ali. I don't know. Maybe here you can make a case. You can make a case. It depends who they buy in the summer. But let's say if they buy Renato Sanchez. You have Renato Sanchez, Tonali, Benacer, and then with the backup of Pobega, Ali, 5 years for them to play against Villarreal in a semi-final of the Champions League? I don't think so. And what about the offense? We have Leao. That's it. That's it. Giroud in 5 years is going to retire. So I don't know. The
if
offense looks
Leao signs a new deal, that is.
if Leao signs a new deal. So the question mark is the offense right now. But
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
and
with
then all
Liverpool, the offense has been there for 4 years. Yeah, it's been Firmino, it's been Mohamed Salah, and it's been the centre forward, either Diego Jota or Origi. Uh, I mean, they have all been playing together for quite a long time.
right.
But I hope we fix our team and all those question marks are removed.
Okay. Now listen. Where I'm being optimistic is that I think Maldini is going to get the right players for the offense too. Like he's done the team. The team is pretty much done from the back till halfway, 3/4 up. No, halfway up. I think he's going to do it. Now, listen. You saying 5 years is probably more realistic. Okay.
Hey
I
guys,
just
hey,
I
I'm
just see
getting
the
sleep, guys.
trajectory a little bit shorter. But I guess only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Yeah,
What about you, Hans? How long do you think it's going to take?
To win a Champions League?
I mean, to get to the point where we could win a Champions League.
Probably like 5 years at least.
5 years, you too?
Yeah, at least.
Wow.
It depends who we're gonna buy, obviously, because I don't think a lot of these players will be here in 5 years necessarily.
In
Like it's
five
rare
years.
that I don't.
So,
It's pretty rare that like players stick around like over 5 years.
but okay, but this cycle here is already 2 years deep, right? 2 years deep.
Sure.
So you're saying that it's a 7-year project span to get to that point? I mean, honestly speaking, to be fair, when Berlusconi had his first cycle in from 88 to 95, he was the best team in the world, and then it took 8 years to get Milan back to a Champions League final. It took a long time. So I'm not saying it could be wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong. It could be
I mean,
financial.
there's so many question marks still. We haven't played enough in Europe yet to really understand if Tamori Kalulu can win like knockout stage games.
Yeah, I think they will. I think they will. I mean, why wouldn't they? Tomori has been winning trophies his whole life. His whole life. If you, I was looking at a documentary. Sorry, man. I was looking at a documentary. Not a documentary. I was reading something about Tomori and his youth academy career. Tomori has been winning. He won a World Cup, under 20 World Cup. He won under 17 this, and he won with best player, academy player. So Tomori is a winner. He's a natural born winner. Kalulu, let's see, Calabria. I think he's got it in him. Hernandez, yeah, he's a winner. Kjaer, Kjaer. Benacer is a winner. We know Benacer is a winner. Um, yeah, maybe I'm too optimistic. Maybe I'm too optimistic. Who knows?
Has Benacer
What?
did Benacer renew his contract?
No. Right now, the contracts are Benacer and Leal. Those are the two big ones.
Yeah. So I think until they renew, I would consider that they are going to be gone. Honestly, like if Leon does not renew this season, this summer, I would 100% sell him. I'm not. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
He has to be sold. Then
No
this
mercy.
summer,
Huh? No
no
mercy.
mercy, none, none.
Damn.
Because we need money back on that, and we need to get this thing rolling. We need players that actually want to be here.
I mean, I can understand
Because
Liao,
that's
but
that's
that's
what I get the
because
feeling like he doesn't want to really be here. If he's gonna, after all this shit that we've done, like with his lawyers trying to, help him out, and he's still gonna do that, then we need to sell him for like, and I don't think we can even get 90 million from him. By the way, I think we'll probably be like 70, something like that. But even 70, I would take 70, 75 million. Unfortunately.
AJ, you're saying?
I'm saying that yeah, it's understandable that we may have to wait till May 17th, maybe when so court verdict is out, we'll see what the management will do. But what's wrong with Benacer venue?
Last I heard about Benacer renewal was a matter of just numbers. I think Milan was at 3.5, and maybe Benacer wants 4. I don't know. So it's not, the distance is not that big.
Yes, I don't think we should be too worried with Benacer. I mean, the chap has, I mean, he does love playing with the team, and he's actually blossomed while he was in Milan. And I mean, if Benacer was to leave, that would really start concerning me because, I mean, despite offering folks what they expect, and we are still under the 5 million bar, and people start leaving, well, then I'll start getting a little bit concerned.
It's very possible that they do this, guys. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's very possible that Leao is thinking
We've
of
heard it all before with
right,
Donnarumma,
Kessie, Romagnoli, and Cialanoglu.
Jesse,
Yeah, we've seen it,
Hakan.
and we see it in other teams too. So it's
So
possible.
there's no need to wait like to the last year ever.
Yeah, no, yeah, and we spoke about this earlier, and Maldini said that that was a
And
mistake. He said it.
if we managed to sell Leao for like 90 million, we would have made like a massive profit. You know, we bought him for like 30, 35, didn't we?
28.
Yeah, there you go. So it's a huge profit, and we can, you know, use probably like 75% of those funds. Then, like we're talking like 70 million cash
Yeah,
No,
to
man.
go out and buy like a real top
We will
striker.
be flush with cash. I'll tell you why. Because we already have a war chest of 100 million ready. And even if we were to use the funds from Leah, we would probably be having like 150 million.
yeah, we'd have a lot of
Plus,
money,
At
but
least.
we'd also be with. A t- I guess is he a top player? Is Leo a top player?
No, he's not. Not yet.
So so why
He
so why would they pay 70 million for him if he's not a top player?
I mean, come on. Haaland wasn't a top player when people
because
got him.
money is nothing to these teams like PSG and Man City.
Well, who would you replace? Who would you replace him with?
I would get Flojek and Dekatelar. You could probably get them for like 65 million, both of them. They are both like 6'3", 6'4". They can play anywhere in the attack. They have very good technique. Dekatelar has more Champions League experience than Leao does. He has more Champions League experience than even what's his face, the Lazio Cam that we're being
Uh,
linked with all the time.
Luis Alberto. Luis Alberto.
Yeah, he has more Champions League experience than Luis Alberto, more international experience than Luis Alberto. Like, the Ketelaere is the real deal, and Lojek, it's the same thing basically. He just doesn't have the Champions League yet because Sparta Prague sucks ass.
Okay, I don't know about these two players, so I mean,
Oh no,
I can't really have an opinion about them, but they
but
sound like
you
they
gotta
sound.
go. I think go to those kind of markets though. I think that's where you get some real good players that are cheap. Although 65 million isn't cheap, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. For two players, it's not bad.
We could get Skamaka as well. I think he's a great player for 40 million. I think it's fair because he's Italian. He's still young. He's scoring double figures in Serie A, and I don't see him stopping. Honestly, I just see him getting better. So
Um,
I think 40
yeah.
million for Skamaka is fair.
Um,
I like
he's
him a lot.
he's being linked with Milan. Today they were
Yeah.
talking about, these deals with Sassuolo, maybe getting Colombo, Daniel Maldini, and Nasty in the deals, like maybe sending.
Fuck that.
And
Never.
that's for Berardi. That's just
Hold
for
on,
Berardi.
no, 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 that was for Scamacca. At least
No.
the links are, but it's not exchange. It's loan.
Oh,
So
okay. With
Maldini,
obligation or option?
I don't know exactly. Maldini and Colombo basically on loan to Sassuolo for the season, part of the Scamacca deal, something like that.
I mean, for 40 million cash, I don't see why they can demand like other players as well. That's ridiculous.
We've seen some
But
players
yeah,
like this.
I think Nasty, Colombo, Maldini all need to go on loan though. I would say that.
Yeah, and I think Sassuolo would be perfect for them.
Yeah, I'm fine. Um, Old Chunk
Oh yeah,
Cole from Italia.
Traore also was heavily linked to Milan today. Yeah, that's true.
Lojek
Traore's
is center forward. Sorry, I'm just answering one of these guys' questions. He's been playing in the camp though this season with Sparta Prague, and he also plays as a winger, like left winger, because he's right-footed. I was just answering his question about Lojek.
oh I don't know him. I don't know these players. No, I've been hearing a lot of good things about this Decantelier guy. I just haven't seen him.
Yeah, and this is another good target. I don't know how to say his name.
Oh,
Kvaratskhelia?
this is my favorite
That,
target, man. That's the one.
yes, yes.
This is the
He's
one. If you ask me, who would you splash the cash on? Kvicha
you don't even have
Kvaratskhelia.
to. You don't even have to. He's like 15 million, I think, because
No.
they want to get out of Russia so bad.
Well, that is. Oh yeah, because of the situation there with the war.
Yeah, he's like he has to he's on loan, I think, in Georgia right now. He's not even playing in Russia. He's playing back in like Georgia for some like unknown team
Well, it
on
looks
loan.
like it looks like we know where his destination is.
Uh, Given the situation, I believe a lot of Ukrainian
Napoli is
players
going
are
to be his destination.
available.
What's that?
Given the situation, I believe a lot of Ukrainian players are available. I believe I think the whole Shakhtar Donetsk team, Dynamo Kiev. I mean, some of the talents are more or less available for like cut price.
Wow, interesting. I wonder if a lot of teams are going to take advantage of that.
I hope not.
Well, Vicha Verashvili has been heavily linked to Napoli. Looks like they're going to get him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Napoli, it's probably done. That really pisses me off.
Yeah. He's the number one for me. Like, he's Ballon d'Or material, this guy. Like,
He reminds me of Chiesa.
yeah, he has like his, yeah, he is but on the other side, right? If you sell Lau for 70, you can get both Perisic for free and Varashkelia, then Decatlier's account. Okay, if we replace Lau with Kvicha Varashkelia, then 100%, my God. Yes, sir.
And you don't even have to spend money. Like, you sell Leao for 70 million, and then you're spending only 15. Like, you still have money left over to buy
Oh, yeah.
De Ketelaere as well, and Hlojek, probably.
I thought FIFA said players out of Ukraine and Russia would be signed for temporary contracts. Okay, I'm not really familiar with what's going on with that, but this is the first time I'm hearing this stuff. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. So it's a loan, or what does that mean?
Uh, I think it's 6 months, right? Um, so I'm not sure if that's still valid, but you could sign them temporarily. And I mean, we don't know how the war situation is going to be, so we couldn't say if it's going to be temporary or permanent.
Oh, okay. Very interesting.
Wait a minute, so you spend 15 million on him, and he's only a temporary player? That makes no sense.
Guys, what do you think about Perisic? J. Cole over here has been telling me all day about Perisic. I don't know, man. He doesn't inspire me, yo. What about you
I
No.
mean,
guys?
he wouldn't fit in uh, the vision of Milan. I personally have great praise for the player, but
He's not a
given the
starter here.
given the vision of the team, which is like promising young players and mixed with some talent, which is experience. That depends. Maybe if you are looking for experience, then find him. But given that Leao would be leaving, you would first want to look at a promising talent. And
No,
yeah,
Perisic is going to want lots of money, and he's going to be on the bench a lot, and
and
he's
he is
getting
an
older.
Inter player. I don't think he personally would want to come to Milan.
Well, Pirlo and Seedorf were Inter players as well. Like, I don't care about that as much.
Yeah, I don't care about the fact that he plays for Inter. Actually, a lot of players that played for Inter then came to Milan have always traditionally done very well. Um, I don't know, but I think we already have Rebic. Like, what's the difference between Perisic and Rebic? They're almost the
Exactly.
same.
Perisic is defensive. He could play side back, potentially. And
In
he's
fact, I
not
think
getting it.
there's one guy we haven't talked about, and that's Milinkovic Savic. Lazio plan to cash in on him because
He's too expensive, I think.
Juve,
They're such a bitch to deal with. Lotito.
Juventus is heavily on him right now. Juventus is all in.
I love Milinkovic Savic. Like I think he's a great player. He's in his prime, but they're gonna want like 70 million for him. But knowing Juventus, they're gonna get that spread out over like 10 years or something. They're gonna be like, yeah, we'll pay like 7 million now,
Yeah,
then nothing, then maybe 14.
gangster stuff they do. Huh?
Nah, fuck them.
neither of you see Milinkovic Savic coming to Milan.
Say that again, AJ.
So neither of you see Milinkovic Savic coming to Milan.
You see him coming to Milan? You would like to see him come to Milan?
I would love to. I mean,
Yeah.
Kessie is leaving.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Milankovic Savic would be a good replacement for Kessie. I agree with that.
I don't see him coming. I think it's not in this, not our management's type of signing. Like to buy a massive player like that and put him on high wages.
What
No.
what are his wages?
Well, he's probably going to be on like, I would imagine like 7 million, 8 million when he signs for Juventus. That's probably what he wants.
Okay, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
But I think Juventus has one big issue that they have to deal with the existing players first, and then they would be able to buy.
Yusuf, you're on crack. How are we going to get João Felix, Nunes, and Nkuku? That's insane.
Yo, João Felix was very disappointing against Man City.
That as well. I don't think he's going to succeed in Serie A, where there's going to be even less space for him to do his thing. He's a Premier League good player.
Speaking of strikers, there's Gareth Bale who's been linked with Milan recently.
Oh, no. God, no.
Why? He's an awesome player.
Because he doesn't even want to play football anymore, only for Wales. And he's going to be on crazy wages. And the icing on the cake is his injury history. It's going to be a disaster.
You know, we even inquired for
Absolute
Eden
disaster.
Hazard. I mean, I'm just giving you crazy names that we've been linked with in the past. I mean, not even in the past, but like recent past. So there's Gareth Bale, there's Eden Hazard,
No, none of them.
Asensio.
Asensio, he wants too much money. He's not even that good.
What about Eden Hazard? I mean, he could be like a
He
wild
gets
card.
injured too much.
I mean, that's like saying Kaká used to get injured too much at Madrid, so we shouldn't have taken him, but we did.
Yeah, but like Hazard, he's not going to track back. He's injured all the time. Like it would be a disaster. I don't see him wanting to even come to Italy. Why would he even want that? There's no way he wants that. And he's going to want a shitload of money. And it's not free either for Hazard. A loan, that's maybe different. Because then Real Madrid is probably paying some of his wages. And we can get like a Brahim style deal where he comes on loan for like 2 years with option or something ridiculous.
In fact, I'm just reading an article that was published yesterday. It seems
So
like the
loan?
Gunners.
Okay, fine, whatever.
Seems like Gunners have made a move for Eden Hazard.
I can't see Hazard wanting to come to Milan.
Who made a move? Who made a move for
Arsenal.
Oh, Arsenal.
No, good for them. They can deal with Hazard and his problems.
And yeah, man, this summer window is going to be a big deal given the money and a lot of big shoes that need to be filled in. It's going to be really interesting. Who do you think we should buy first? Like, which position should be a priority?
Decatelar should be the first.
You mean attacking midfield and right wing, maybe?
Yeah, and striker.
Or he plays all
He
these
plays like
positions?
everywhere. He's been playing striker this whole season.
Odegaard is great, but I don't think Arsenal is going to leave him. Is he with Arsenal or does he still have a contract with Madrid now?
Who?
So Skillard mentioned Odegaard. I love that player too.
Odegaard. He's definitely going to stay with Arsenal.
I believe, I think I'm on the same lines. I believe focus should be on a creative center attacking midfield. I think we've been lacking a lot of creativity recently.
I want younger players still to come in that can grow in value and in. I don't want to see us going for like rejects from other teams that have had like injury problems and attitude problems. I want young, hungry players that are athletic.
Hungry, yes, but the only thing is that we've got so many possessions to fill. I think we need to revamp our attack more or less, right from centre forward to the left wing, right wing. I mean, we've been shouting right wing since like past 2 seasons. So there's a lot of shoes to be filled. So we may not get our first choice in every position. We may have to take what we get in some cases.
I just hope that Maldini, he's doing the same thing he did last season, where he's like ready to announce deals like as soon as this season is over. Like we should be working on this stuff already. I hope we have like some transfers immediately already coming in that we know are coming in.
I think that could potentially be Sanchez and Botman, like Manyan.
That's what it sounds like. But honestly, I don't think we need either of them. Like Renato Sanchez, he's very good, but he's not defensive. Like he's a cam kind of player or a winger, in my opinion. He's not a central midfielder. And then Botman, he's a huge player. He's a massive player, but I don't even think we need a center back. I'm being honest here. I don't even think we really need a starting center back. Because Kalulu Tomori is so good. Kier is going to be back.
Kalulu is actually a right back. He can play center back.
But he literally cannot get scored on right now. We cannot get scored on with Kalulu and Tomori. So, in my opinion, he can play both. And maybe we just need to have Florenzi come in and help us out with the side backs.
No, I am a big believer of. I'm a big believer of having at least two individuals, professionals for every position.
We would have Florenzi and Balotore backing up Teo and Calabria.
Come on, Balotore. I mean, I wish him all the best, but he's not.
Yeah,
he's not going to make the cut.
The other option is to just let him leave for free or on loan. So yeah, I would keep him for another year.
I think that's the plan. I mean, the management isn't convinced with Balotore. I mean, there was this, I think 2 games back or 3 games back where Theo was suspended, and rather than playing Balotore, we played Florenzi on the left back.
We have youth players as well. I like where Yusuf is going. Stenga's decent. Why not give a youth a chance a little bit sometimes?
I mean, we've all been speaking of big names, but I think the management may have to break the bank at least for if they want to sign a top player, because they wouldn't settle for less than 5 million. So I think that is going to be something that management would want to look at, because if they want to bring in a experienced Champions League player, I don't think anyone is going to come in with less than 5 million net. They'll all be 7 or 7 plus.
Yeah, we'll actually have like a whole spreadsheet dedicated to this, like where I have Milan and their potential team that it could be created, and all everyone's wages on there. This is something I'm always thinking about.
You should publish it.
Where though?
Google right?
Facebook, Instagram, or whatever, Twitter.
Yeah. I don't think anybody would care though.
Well, guys, I mean, as far as the players, I've said this a million times. I don't know if I need to repeat it, but if you ask me this question, I'm gonna tell you: Botman, Sanchez. Sorry, Botman, Renato Sanchez, Dybala, Berardi, Pobega, Ali, renew Florenzi. No, buy Florenzi, get him. Sell Balotelli and get an Italian for the quotas or whatever. Get an Italian left back like that Cambiaso guy or Parisi or whatever. And we are getting Origi. Origi looks like it's a done deal, but we probably will need someone else there. So maybe a Scamacca too. So there you go. That's my market. Scamacca.
I don't think we have enough money for Scamacca, Sanchez, Botman.
And Dybala.
Yeah, Dybala. I mean, yeah, those are safe picks, I would say, because a lot of them have Serie A experience. And Botman, yeah, he's a great player, for sure. And Sanchez is also, but he has a risk with the injuries, and he's going to want high wages. And I don't think he plays defense.
With 3 players we just named, we would probably be out of our funds. So Botman and Sanchez together would cost you around 50. Scamacca is 40. That's 90. And then, well, commissions for Dybala and the other agents put together would be another 10. So we would be probably expending all your 100 million in just 3-4 players. Three players, not even 4, 3.
Yeah, something like that.
I think my 100 million that I would spend is I would buy like VT, like that young Italian center back. He's left-footed as well. He's pretty big. And then I go for like a double deal with Sparta Prague, get Hlojek and Krejci. Krejci is another left-footed central defender, but he's also like a central midfielder. Because he's kind of like Suchek. Like he's really big. He scores a lot of goals with his head. And he's like the captain of their team. He's a young player. You get Hlojek, obviously, because I love that guy. And Cassano does too. He knows a thing about attacking players. Then you get Pobega, Adley, of course, and Deketelaar, I think you could get like for 35,
Did you say
38
Cassano?
million. Yeah, Cassano's been talking about Hlojek a lot.
Where
he
does
loves
he
it.
play? Where does this guy play?
He plays this for Spartak, or sorry, not Spartak, Sparta Prague.
Okay.
And then you get the Georgian sensation, Kvaratskhelia.
Oh, yeah. Kvicha. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get him for 15 million, and then
Actually-
Origi for free.
Actually, that's who I'd get. The first signing I would make would be Vicha Kvaratskhelia.
Yeah, it's got to be that guy. And I think these are all guys that would want like low wages as well, except for Origi. These are all guys that will sign for like probably 1 million net or 2 million net. You know, other than Origi. We're talking about guys that are young and that are, you know, under 23, under 22. Hlojek is a teenager still, you know. So you have like a lot of
He's a teenager.
wiggle room. Yeah, he's only 19 still. He's been playing professionally though since he's 16. Like he's built like a man. He's been built like a man for a while.
I don't trust teenagers.
I mean, you don't have to trust him yet necessarily. Like he's give him time. But he's already playing with the national team, and he's already scoring lots of goals and getting lots of assists.
Which national team?
Czech.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, him and Krejci. I would get them. They play for the same club. Krejci is probably would be like 8 million, 10 million. and he is very good. He wins the ball back a lot in the midfield, and he's running constantly. He's getting into the box. He's scoring goals with his head all the time. He's like a leader of the team.
Okay.
I like him a lot.
I
And he can play
really wish
center
we
back,
buy.
and
I
he's
really wish we
left-footed.
buy Anthony.
Anthony, no,
Yeah, he's available for
he's
a
small.
bargain, 30 million,
He has
and he
attitude
can play right
problems,
back.
and
That's
he's
where he
small.
plays.
No, you want Kvaratskhelia. That's who you want on the wing, or Hlojek.
Yeah, I'm just saying my personal choice would be this guy, Anthony.
I've
So,
not seen Anthony play. I mean, I've seen a little bit of here and there, but I've been hearing a lot of good things about him. I'm just,
this guy,
I just find it the Ajax players. I find them to be a conundrum. Um, I don't know. I mean, I guess De Jong worked out pretty well, but the whole Clivert thing. Clivert was supposed to be this huge player. Came to Roma, he was like totally shit, and he was killing
That's the
everybody else.
thing. Exactly. Because how small is Clyburn? He's like 170. He's like 5'8". Same as Anthony. They struggle, man. They're gonna struggle, especially in Serie A. I think
hey,
these
Milan
smaller
is
players,
not
like
free.
you can't. They
I
have their game, and that's it. That's
I
it.
don't
They have
I
that
don't
one style.
I strongly disagree with
I
this thing
don't.
that small players can't play
They
against bigger.
can. They can, but like they need their specific system and their specific role. I think.
All the best football players that I have coached were all fucking tiny. Like all the
I don't know, man.
superstars that in the teams that I've coached were one what is it 5'10",
It's
5'8",
Exactly. I mean, Cannavaro was
you
an
get really
Italian.
technical players, yeah, but like no, I'm telling you, in Sweden, it's completely different. It's about size here, and
well,
they have
No,
technique. Believe me, they
come
have
on.
technique as well.
Sweden is
They
a
have size,
I,
speed, technique. They have everything.
yeah,
I'm
That's what the
sorry
Sweden,
to,
modern football
I'm,
player is. That's what the modern player is.
I'm
but
sorry to say, but I think you've got this completely wrong. I mean, history tells that.
Okay,
I mean, that's not how it works. I mean,
why do
all
they
the
have
best
weight
players.
classes? Why do they have weight classes in MMA?
but
Because
that's
smaller
different.
guys
That's
cannot
different.
beat.
But that's different because
Hey,
football.
Anthony is not. These guys are not defenders or midfielders who need to have like big mass or they can work their way around the defenders. These guys need to be a little
Okay,
more.
all right.
Uh,
Yeah, but with what
they've
space?
got to
When
be
you have
more
11
agile.
players behind the ball, with what space? You have 11 players behind the ball. You need size, personality, and
Okay,
technique.
Mohamed
It's not
Salah.
it's not
I
good
don't.
enough to just
It's
have
not
like a
true.
rainbow flick or some
You
bullshit.
don't, size is
I'm
not
giving you
true. That's
example.
not true.
Mohamed Salah. Okay, we got Cengiz Under. I don't know why he left, but he was a very good player when he was here. Then we got Pasalic, man. That guy is tall, but he's like a stick running on the field. But he plays so
Who?
well. Pasalic from
Pasalic
Atalanta.
is big. Pasalic is big.
He's tall,
You
but
know
he's
how
like a
tall he
running
is?
stick.
No, he's not. He's actually pretty big.
He, I mean,
You're
come
talking about
on.
somebody who's six
Diaz was
foot
very
two.
good
You're
at the
talking about
start.
somebody who's 6'2". Okay,
But
he is not small. 6'2" is not small, especially in
the
football.
size thing, guys, is not. Look,
Yeah,
it depends. If you're a
Okay,
central
okay.
defender, if you're a central defender,
Well,
size
that's
is one thing. One thing because central defenders,
you
the
guys can
size
have your
definitely
opinions,
helps.
but I'm
But
telling you, you want this in tough games. You want size.
okay, sure. But if we look at the best players in history, and also, I mean, of course, my experience does not count. I get my experience does not count. But every single team, adult team that I've coached,
I mean,
the best players every single time, every single season, was kids or well, they're men that were 5.8, and what they had that the big guys didn't have was extraordinary technique and speed. and that's what's made the difference.
That's where you're completely wrong, though. The real speed comes from like players that are bigger.
Fabio
Like,
Cannavaro,
But
okay,
that's
he
not what I
was five
saw.
feet
That's not.
nine.
That's not what I saw. That's not what I saw personally at coaching every single day. Every single day. That's not what I saw. I mean, there are some players that are super athletes that are 6.4, and I saw some of them too. But the majority of the most technical players, the ones that scored the most goals, the ones that were the superstars of their teams, of the teams that I coach, and also the teams that I've seen, and also just historically, the team, it's the majority of them are low center gravity, not so low, but around that 5.8, 5.9, 5.10, 5.11. Guys, football is a game that is played on the ground. It's played on the ground. It's not played up in the sky. All right? And yes, of course, you need to have a physique. But you are try and fucking push Messi off the ball. It's not as easy as you think. All right? Try and push Maradona off the ball. It's not as easy as you think. Like,
And N'Golo Kante, he's short.
yeah, sure. N'Golo Kante, another one. Pirlo. I mean, Pirlo is a fucking. He's a leaf. He was a leaf. Like technique, speed, IQ, and agility are much more important than your weight and your muscle fiber. Now, of course, it depends on the position. Like defenders in corner kick situations, in set pieces, and in that whole box thing, you want them to be big, you want them to be strong, you want them to win the headers and all that crap. But football is played on the ground. It's played on the ground. 90% of football is played on the ground. And that 90% of football, you don't need to be a giant to do that. And history doesn't say that either.
I understand that, but I'm telling you, it's better to be big than to be small. That's all I'm saying.
Now, I understand that there's a lot of Sweden is a population with a lot of big players. That is totally
Also,
true.
yeah, when you look at sprinters in the Olympics, the ones that have the best times, they're going to be the ones with the long legs. They're going to be tall. Usain Bolt, 6'5", man.
Okay,
Okay,
I
that's
understand.
where real
Usain,
speed is.
but okay, but you want to bet something? You want to bet something? I bet that Messi can run double the speed of Usain Bolt with the ball on his feet.
But yeah,
Okay, no,
obviously, because
that's
Usain Bolt's not a footballer. But I'm just
actually
saying,
that's
theoretically, you're gonna have. That's where the football is going. That's where like athletes like Holland, like
no,
serious
that's
athletes,
comparing
Nunez,
apples with
Darwin
oranges.
Nunez,
Listen, guys.
Milinkovic
Listen,
Savic.
listen,
Like these
listen.
are big players. Milinkovic Savic, he's a big player,
Yeah, Milinkovic
and he can very technical also.
he's very technical. I get it. No, they're big players too. But if you want to limit yourself to just thinking that big players are going to solve all your problems, you're gonna find yourself in a wall. The best players are the ones first of all that have the most heart and the most charisma and the most personality. That's the number one thing. All right, that's the number one thing. Not your physique. Of course, you have to meet the athletic threshold. But the best players are the ones that have the best IQ, have the best technique, know how to manipulate space, and these are the best players. Now, in Scandinavia, it's all big players. It's all big players. And it's a nightmare. Playing against Scandinavian teams is a nightmare. But Scandinavia, aside from, like, let's say Ibrahimovic and other players, is not a country that develops top superstars like Argentina, where they're all tiny. Spain, they're all tiny. Italy, tiny. France has a lot of the African players that, they're big. They're bigger. But even Mbappe, he's not really a tall guy. I mean, he's not a big guy. Today, Mbappe is probably the best player in the world. He's not a giant.
Yeah, I mean, physically, I mean, you need to have certain attributes that contribute to your game. As long as you're owning your position, it shouldn't matter if you're tall, short, thin, fat. Nobody cares. I mean, remember what Ronaldo said. Do you want to score goals or do you want me to run? That's the quote that comes to my mind. So that was
I
No,
think you guys are right. Obviously, there's plenty of smaller players in history. Messi Maradona, Pele. I'm just saying, like for the modern football, in my opinion, especially when the Pioli wants to play, that's like very fast-paced, aggressive. You need serious athletes, and I think that's what we need to be looking at.
Okay,
Like
I'll
bigger
debunk
players
that.
that can cover long distances, they're gonna have no problem with that, or they're gonna have less problem with that. I think.
Okay, let's debunk that.
Also,
Neymar, Messi, Mbappe, are these modern players?
Guys, listen. Let me
yeah,
tell you
if
something.
you want to play attacking,
When
yeah,
when
of
I
course
was
they're great.
working when I was working with PSG, and I had to with the academy, and I had to study the curriculum, and I had to study how PSG develops their youngsters, and then I had to coach that. It had nothing to do with the
I
size of the
know, right?
players.
Yeah,
It had
because they're
nothing
small.
to do.
They're kids then.
But
Yeah,
they're kids. But you're developing the foundation of players that then
yeah,
are going
and
to
that's how
become
it should
professional.
be.
Some of those kids are going to become professional. Some of them are right now in LAFC, and some of our players are there. And these
Yeah,
are not. These are players that it's about football. It's how you play with the ball. You need to meet a certain threshold, athletic threshold. Of course, you have to be an athlete, but the height thing is a total myth. It's a myth. It's a myth.
In any case, I wanted to bring the discussion back to Anthony because the I just I just opened an article that says that Juventus are looking to snap him up for a bargain price of 31 million euros. That 31 million euros is actually a very fair price to get a talented winger like him. And I would hate to see him go to Juventus.
Who's this? Who?
Anthony.
I don't know
He's
much
22
about
years
Anthony.
old.
I don't know what to say about Anthony, man. I don't know him.
Of course, I mean there
Ajax
are other
winger.
wingers, but I just something that I've loved him. I've followed him for some time. Amazing, the guy's got flair that cannot be taught.
I right now I'm skeptical about the Ajax players. I'm skeptical of what comes out of Ajax because the recent history has not been great. When it
Well,
comes
Frankie
to
De
players.
Jong, Delict, um,
Okay,
he was the attacker.
Let's look at Delict. Has Delict really been a big success? Like, has he really? Is he really worth 80 million?
I mean,
Like,
see again when it comes to price, I believe that is an inflated price that has been mentioned. 80 million definitely not, but I have the strong feeling that that is an inflated price, and that's just to get creative with the financial books.
okay,
Definitely not 80 million. Upfront, definitely not. But here, what I'm saying is 31 million euros.
Bahrain Best Investcorp is interested in buying AC Milan.
Yeah, this is the news from last night or today morning.
Invest corporate. What is that? A hedge fund? I don't know. Yeah, look. Unfortunately, a lot of these players that come from some of the Dutch league, the Belgian league, I just don't know them. But I'm sure they're good. I mean, they're all they're all countries that develop great players. Anthony is Brazilian.
Yes, he is.
Is he Brazilian or is he like European?
I'm not sure.
Huh?
Not sure. I know it's Brazil. He plays for Brazil, but let me just check. I think he's got a dual citizenship. I'll have to look it up. Mm.
Liquid system. Don't forget we
It
did
says
that.
he's born in Osaka, state of Sao Paulo, Brazil. That's what it says. In fact, he's done pretty well for Brazil too. He's played 9 matches and scored 2 goals in the World Cup qualifiers.
And he plays on the right.
Yeah, he plays on the right. That's the best part. The right winger.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Chelsea, Manchester United, Barcelona, Real Madrid. Oh, they're all big teams chasing him. Let's say Matafa, Juventus. If you wrote some of his highlight reels, man, you'd be amazed at his talent.
No, I've seen some of his skills. Like I know he's a skillful player. I know he's one of these, you know, tricky wingers, etc., etc.
Because to be honest, if I was to lose Liao this summer, I mean, I definitely want to get a quality winger. We've got somebody on the left. Might as well get someone on the right. So I mean that's a straight transfer that I would love to go for.
On the right.
Yeah, because we don't have anybody right. We really need someone on the right. Left, we know we got Rebic, and in fact, I think we still need to look for a backup. But right wing, we need a starter.
Starter. Uh, yeah, I don't know, man. I think, I already told you the names, but I don't know who they're going to get. To be honest with you, that kid that, speaking of Ajax, that guy that uh, Nathan showed us earlier, I mean, he looked really good. Like, I would actually try and get that player. Kudos, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Kudus.
Yeah, like, he looked good, man. Um, but watch out for Brahim Diaz. Maybe Brahim Diaz next year is going to be his year where he's going to find that consistency, and then he's going to start kicking ass every year. Is the new ownership rumors fake, and why Lille also? I haven't seen any of this stuff, guys, so I don't know. Is it on Gazzetta dello Sport? Uh, fuck. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I gotta fucking sign out, sign back in. Hold on. All right. Is L'Equipe are on our ass right now because we want to sign away Lille's top talents and make our league weaker than it already is. Oh, okay. Well,
Lille
yeah.
isn't playing so well, so I'm not sure what Lecoq is trying to.
What's that?
Uh, I mean, it's not like Lille is on the top of the table, so I'm not sure what Lecoq is trying to blame on us. So There's no connection between us making the league weaker and just allegations.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read about it, so I don't know what it's all about. I guess it's. You said it was published yesterday or something.
Um, to
They
be honest, I think it's just news sensationalizing. I
wait.
mean,
They were saying UEFA are investigating Elliott ties with Lille's ownership and all that. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, okay.
to be honest, that's just news sensationalizing. I think there's nothing to be taken about seriously.
But to be fair, like the whole Elliott Lille AC Milan partnership, well, so-called partnership, is kind of dodgy. To be honest with you, it kind of has a little bit of dodginess to it.
How so?
I don't know. I mean, it's like
It's not like we're inflating prices like Billet, 80 million, Arthur, 50 plus player to make it 70.
they just owe us. They just owe us money for what? What do they owe us money for?
I don't think it's us. They owe money to the hedge fund, right?
Oh
So,
shit!
so
It's safe, guys. It's freaking safe. Hey guys, is it fair to say we have the best goalkeeper defense made in Italy, at least as far as names go? Um, I think if it's not the best, is it top two, top three for sure. You could argue Napoli with Koulibaly could be number one, but I think defensively, I would say yes. I would say yes. If I look at all the defenses in Italy, objectively speaking, I would say yes. Midfield, uh, midfield, I don't know. What do you guys think?
uh,
I think the
I think
defense is too short of a sample size with
defense
Kalulu
would go
Tomori.
to
It's too
Inter.
short of a sample size.
It's too. What do you say again?
We've only seen 6 games with them. It's too short of a sample size. We don't know enough yet, but obviously they haven't been scored on, so it looks that way.
Who? What is your guys's like? Where do you rank the Milan's defense, midfield, offense, etc., etc.?
I think defense, Inter, and midfield, I would say Inter again.
Defense, Inter.
Yeah, I think they've got a good defensive lineup.
Well, yeah, Bastoni Skriniar, and what's the other
They
guy?
play with the
De
extra
Vrij,
defender though.
De Vera, De Vrij.
Skriniar, De Vrij, Bastoni.
Yeah. But I mean, let's look at the whole defense, right? So when I say Milan, I'm thinking of Tomori, Florenzi, Calabria, Calulu, Romagnoli, Chiair, Theo Hernandez, etc., etc. Even if Chiair is not available right now. If you look at the whole of Inter's defense, would you still say the same?
Yeah, I mean, look at them. They've got Dumfries, okay? Then they've got Bastoni. Barisic actually plays like a wing back, okay? And then De Vrij, Skriniar, Kolarov is okay. I wouldn't say. Uh, yeah, that's pretty much their defense. Who else is there? I think they've got this uh, DiMarco as well. DiMarco is a good defender. In fact, he comes on as a makeshift player sometimes. Um, yeah, so they pretty much got the D'Ambrosio is there. So they've got
All
like
right,
proper
all right.
score defenders.
Okay, so for you, Inter is the first.
Yeah, I mean,
What about you, Ants? Who do you think is the best defense in Italy?
Uh, Napoli. That's what the statistics show.
I mean, yeah, objectively speaking, the statistics do show that. I mean, Koulibaly really brings the defense at another level, I would say. What about Juve? I think the statistics say Napoli 1, Inter 2, Juve 3, Milan 4. But in these past 4 or 5 games, Milan has had the best defense.
Well, I think with US, they've got 10 defenders. Even the midfielders are defenders.
Yeah, the whole team are defenders. Uh, what about midfield? Where do you rate Milan's midfield?
I think
I'd
we're
say
probably
high.
best.
Really?
Yeah, in Serie A, sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think so too. I
I don't
mean,
know. Midfield isn't very convincing to me. I mean, I feel that Roma has a better midfield than Milan. So,
really?
yeah, to be honest, yeah, I actually feel that.
Cristante and who else?
Oh, Roma, they've got Cristante, they've got this, what's that guy named? Zaniolo, and
Zaniolo, I don't consider him a midfielder though.
Pellegrini is a midfielder, though he plays attack. Um, what else? Breadfruit is there. What else? What else? What else? I don't know. It just feels like they got a pretty decent midfield. I mean, they play pretty decent. But I think they've got three people who they have in the midfield, and all of them play pretty decent. So Mkhitaryan, Henrik Mkhitaryan. Yeah, so overall, I feel like they've got a pretty solid foundation in midfield. With us, it's a little shaky. In defensive midfield, it's okay, but attacking midfield, the left midfield or the left wing, right wing, it's too shaky to be confident of. So that's why I feel that Roma have a better midfield than us.
I look. I don't know about that midfield. I will agree with you when it comes to like attacking third onwards. Because if I look at Roma's attacking third, Abraham, Zaniolo, Pellegrini, Mkhitaryan. Objectively speaking, it's better than ours. But midfield, I don't think our Tonali, Benacer, Kessi is a trio, but I don't think. I think Inter probably with Brozovic, Chalanoglu, and Barella. They have that kind of,
Hey,
Zelinski. Yeah,
it,
go ahead.
don't get me wrong. I'm saying that Inter, I'm saying we are below Roma. So above Roma, I definitely consider Napoli, Inter, Juventus. Uh, what else? I mean, even last year, I feel like they've got better midfielders than us.
Okay, so let's go to the offense. What do you guys think of the offense? Where are we offensively?
Maybe like sixth, fifth.
Well, okay. Statistically, the numbers say I think two or three. But objectively speaking, I don't think we're even in the top four. To be honest with
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
you. Yeah. Who do you put in front of Milan?
Uh,
Napoli,
Lazio, Napoli, Inter, Roma, Atalanta, probably.
yeah, I agree. All of those. In fact, I loved Juan Zapata. I wish if we were to get a center forward and we are short of options, Juan Zapata would be a great choice. That guy can terrify any defense.
Kangu is saying even our attack is better than yours on paper. But what yours has, which you need to remember, is the link up play, knowing where everyone is. Yeah, that, yeah. Now, as far as the footballing goes, right now, of course, they're not doing great, but in general, this season they have looked good. You know,
Kangu
let
supports which team?
man. He's a Man City fan.
Welcome to Serie A.
Kangu is a Manchester City fan. He's a fanboy for the Man City, the Blues. So whenever you see Kangu, tell him, you know, tell him, hey, what's up, Man City fan? Uh,
I was waiting for him to reply.
apart from Rashford, I personally think he's trash. Wow, that's crazy. That's just nuts. Manchester is blue.
I think it's off topic, but I think personally, I think Manchester has been blue since Sir Alex Ferguson. I think you haven't been able to put a team together since I think since he retired. So I mean, it's been such a merry-go-round with the managers that it reminds me of banter era.
A much more expensive banter, though, even though ours was very expensive. But it is strange how Manchester United, with all the money they have and all the infinite resources that they have, they're struggling to find a winning formula. You know, because I think they are the richest club in the world. I know it used to be a few years
No, they're
ago.
not. They're not. It's Madrid, Barcelona, followed by Man U or Man City. But
Are you sure?
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, Forbes, what Deloitte Sports, that Deloitte releases the richest
When
clubs.
when did you see this? When did you see this
The
published?
2021 Deloitte. Once again, I can open it up. Deloitte.
Well, a few years ago they were the first. So they have a lot of money. It's like they have infinite amount of funds, and also they have a lot of players that a lot of you know the so-called legends, right? Like we have Maldini, etc.
Check this out.
So
I sent it to you in the personal chat. It's quite an interesting
what is
read.
no
The
okay.
Deloitte Football Money League 2022. That's what
Where
it's called.
where is Manu at right now?
Um, so Manu is number 5.
Who's one, two, three, four?
Manchester City. I'm
Oh
surprised actually. It's
wow,
Manchester City.
dude! Man City even has you guys fucking beaten in the bank account, Kangoo. You got come on, bro.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. I didn't expect that. Where's Milan? In fact, we are number 19.
Ah, come
Man,
on.
we are behind Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Yeah, Milan is fucking is got Italian teams are non-existent when it comes to this.
Bro, we are just above Zenit and we are way behind Inter Milan.
Mm. But in all fairness to Kangoo, I wouldn't be too worried about Manchester United. I'm sure they're going to resurrect soon. Everything has its course. Everything has its pr- trajectory.
Yeah, I think they're unhappy with the owners. And that's what Kango is pointing at. Apparently, they they're just siphoning money, and they're more concerned about their. They own a football club in America, the American Football Club. So I think they're more focused over there rather than the football.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, man. Right now England, to be fair, it's Liverpool looks like they have reached a maturity that they're a championship team. Man City, let's see this year if they can win it. You know who I think is going to win the Champions League? Real Madrid. I think Real Madrid is going to win it again. Carlo
I
Ancelotti.
hope so. That will make Ancelotti the most successful UCL manager.
Yeah, those guys are sneaky the way they fucking play. They look like they're shit, and then they hit you in the last 10 minutes. Well,
And that's because Benzema has been bailing them out almost every single time.
yeah,
That's okay.
Benzema's on fire. Benzema's on fire. When you have a player on fire, like when we had Kaká on fire, 2007.
Exactly, yeah. That's okay. As long as one guy is.
When you
I
have like
mean, the back-to-back championships also, they kind of owe it to Ronaldo.
Yeah, when you have Ronaldo on fire, he's winning your games.
I just hope we make it to the semi-finals next year. I believe we have the
Champions
ability
League.
to do that.
Champions League.
Yeah, yeah. I hope.
Wait,
I'm
hold on,
confident.
hold on. You're saying that you hope we make the semi-finals next year, but you think it'll take 5 years for us to win the Champions League?
Yeah, there's a huge gap. There's a leap. There's a huge leap between the semi-finals.
Ah,
Man,
if
Milan can make it to the semi-finals. Why can't Milan?
AJ,
You
if
understand?
we AJ, if we're a team that can make the semi-finals in next year, then I mean we can even win that semi-finals. Who knows? We can win it next year then.
Well, I hope so, but I'm not saying we are going to win Champions League anytime soon.
No, I don't know. I mean, maybe we're never going to win the Champions League ever again. Okay, I don't know, but we're going. I mean, I'm just saying. It sounded like you saying you think we can make the Champions League semi-final next year. That's what you said,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. To me, that doesn't sound consistent with saying that we can win it in 5 years.
Brother, so what I'm saying is the teams that kind of go on and win the Champions League, they show like a very strong footballing pedigree when they kind of win it. For example, Bayern, when they win it, they destroyed Barcelona in process. So there's a huge leap between a semi-finalist and a finalist. That's what I was trying to. Um, that's what I was trying to imply. That the team that wins the Champions League, that the team destroys every other team, just as Liverpool is doing now, and just as Manchester City is doing.
Well, if we make the semi-final next year, it'll be more than what I expected. I'll be honest with
Uh, I, I'm
That would be an
confident.
understatement.
you.
Come
What do you think?
on,
What do you think, Ernst?
Hans, you don't believe we can make it to the semi-finals next year?
Anything is possible, but do I think it's probable? No.
Okay.
I mean, what I'm saying is, if I believe that Milan is going to make the semi-final next year, then I think Milan can already win the Champions League the year after that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that would mean that we're pretty freaking
Oh,
close.
guys, Super Saiyan Lyot is here. What's up, Lyot? Join the live, Lyot.
Oh, he finally woke up. Okay.
Come on, Lyot, join the live. Um, Go Super Saiyan, guys. Did you guys see Lyot versus Red John last live? Bruh.
I was there.
Oh, you were there, right? Dude, the war. It's a war zone. The fucking war zone. Let's get Lart. Lart, you don't need to be invited, man. Nobody. That Lart is the boss. Nobody needs to invite Lart.
I agree. Lad is a one-man show.
Yeah, Lart, you don't need to be invited. You just come in, take over, bro. Come on. Let's get Lart in the live. Let's see what he's got to say.
So I'll drop off. I have some things to wrap up. Uh,
All right, all right, man.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Hopefully we'll connect again soon. Lad, on to you. See you guys.
All right, later, bro.
See you.
He was very on my side. Fucking Super Saiyan Lart. Fighter.
Yeah, he went off on what was it, Red John?
Dude, it was crazy. I couldn't believe how crazy that shit became. Hold on, send the link. It's right there. You don't need the link, Lark.
No, he's special.
No, he can just come in from the front door, pretty much. How are you enjoying the Easter, Hans?
It's been very chill, very chill. Went to like
It's true.
kind of like an aquarium yesterday, and my ribs though they're like pretty badly bruised right now from football. I got
Oh yeah?
elbowed by a fucking goalkeeper. Yeah,
Oh shit.
yeah.
No, what in the face?
So I don't know. No, in my ribs.
Oh fuck.
Yeah,
How is the football going? The 11? Are you doing 11v11? Eh?
yeah.
How's it
We
going?
keep losing, but I like our team. Like we have personality. I think we're gonna start winning pretty soon. And it's just a
What
preseason right now, still,
what position did you play?
so it doesn't really
For
matter. Um, Lately they've been playing me on right winger mostly, and then in another match I was like kind of like the regista, kind of
oh nice. That's fun.
like in a three-man midfield. He tried me in a two-man midfield, but I didn't really play it that well that game. I need to be like I need some help.
That's a fun position. The register role.
Yeah, we dominated that game. Like the first half where I was playing regista, we smoked them. Like we
Nice.
had 70% of the possession probably.
Nice.
Yeah,
What do you like more, register or winger?
winger.
Yeah.
I wanna be like I want to be very aggressive pressing. That's what I like to do.
Really.
But regista is very chill. It's very chill. Like I know where to be. Like I know where to cover for everybody. Like I kind of just let everybody do their thing, and I'm like the support kind of. Like I'm always there helping out everything, doing whatever
Yeah.
needs to be done.
The reset button.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So like I'm dropping into defense. I'm playing left back. I'm running up and playing like left winger sometimes, like helping out, just like wherever I need to be. I just kind of go there. But I'm
Yeah.
always got an eye on defending. That's like always
Right.
like where my
It's yeah. It's a really fun position to play. The register.
yeah
What kind of winger are you? Offensive winger or defensive winger? A wing back
defensive.
or
I'm more like the Salamakers, honestly. Like I don't have a lot of stats,
oh, you're Salamakers.
honestly.
Yo,
I'm
hey,
Salamakers.
Lart.
I'm everywhere. I'm cutting inside and I'm playing central midfield. I'm throwing like tackles in all over. I actually got
What's up,
sent
Lart?
off in my last game.
Well, oh, good man. So you know how it feels to be Salamaker.
I do. I do.
It's a
I'm,
lot of
I'm always
work
the
in
one
that
being blamed
position.
for fucking up in football. Yeah.
No way.
But the coach, he likes me.
Of course, man.
I start
But to
every
be,
game.
how are you doing, Larry?
I'm doing well, man. And football coaches, at the end of the thing, they know more football about than everyone else because they actually look at the team closely. They see every
Yeah,
player. They
yeah,
they make mistakes, of course, but it's always on good faith. You know what I mean?
yeah. Larry,
Yeah.
Larry, what do you think about tomorrow's game? Or, sorry, tonight's game for you. And for me, it's tomorrow, well, this morning.
Oh yeah, it's tonight. Well, I'm positive. I think we're gonna win this one. If we keep the clean sheet, we're winning this one.
Yeah? How much?
1-0. 1-0,
So we're
maybe
gonna score
2-0.
finally.
Yeah, we listen. Is a fact that if you keep clean sheets at the end, the team that keeps more clean sheets, especially on the top four, is usually the team that wins the league.
Yeah. You
Is
know what?
is really important.
You know what? Was, I don't know if he's still here, but he was here. He put up a stat that it said since week 20, Milan has only conceded 7 goals, so the team that has conceded the least amount of goals in Serie A.
And in
It's,
that 7 goals, I'm pretty sure the two Spezia goals are in there. Yeah.
oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
And the Udinese goal.
And
And
the
the Udinese.
Udinese goal. Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a good start. It's a good start. And if the Spezia mistake was not made, we were unbeaten in 2022.
Is that so?
Yeah.
That's the only game we lost this whole year so far.
Yeah, we draw a lot of games, but we didn't lose against anyone
Wow, wow, that's pretty good.
apart from Spezia, which we know how we lost it. But whatever. I already gave my opinion about that. You guys have a clip.
The Super Saiyan, man, dude, how fucking enraged did you get when he fucking
Man, I
said,
go crazy for these things, man. I go crazy. And Red John knows that's why he does it. He
dude,
knows
I
that.
couldn't believe how enraged you got when he said when you asked him, so how come they don't call those same fouls for Martinez and whatever and Barella?
Yeah. And they don't do it, man. I know that because I've seen the games. They don't do that.
Yeah,
But
no,
anyway,
yeah.
you guys were talking about Champions League.
Well, Champions League. We were saying earlier, we're debating how long we thought it would take Milan to become a Champions League contender again. AJ, who was a guest earlier, said 5 years. I say 2 to 3 years, and I think Hans said also 5 years. Let's just throwing opinions. That's what we're
Yeah,
talking about.
it makes sense. In my opinion, if we stay consistently, like every year in Champions League, which is gonna happen, it's going to happen because I like this ownership and this management. Their main goal every year is to go top four.
Yeah,
And with the supporters we have, like 4 million in Italy, the
yeah.
stadium, the prestige, we're gonna stay there, top four for at least 10 years.
That's yeah. I agree.
And if we stay there, it's like a inertia. We're gonna win it.
I think so too. I mean,
It's not like a matter of you need to buy this player or that. It's just it's gonna happen.
yeah,
That's how it happened for Real Madrid. Real Madrid stayed in Champions League every year, and by inertia, because of course it's a big club. They have a lot of money, and that's what's gonna happen to us as well if we stay in Champions League 10 years in a row, 5 years in a row. We're gonna have a lot of money, a lot of appeal. Um, it's gonna happen. It's
yep.
sooner or later it's gonna happen.
I mean, if you want to win the Champions League, you got to be in it. So the more you play it, the more you get used to it, the more
Yeah,
you adapt, the more you get make money to buy new players, etc. And players come to you because you're in the Champions League and you're becoming more and more competitive. So yeah. Now the thing is this. Just I guess this is a matter of opinion. How long do you think it's going to take before we're actually contenders to win it?
it's uh, It's really subjective because it depends on the player and their mental state. If you consider, for example, Man City, the team that Guardiola has built, this is a team that they've been together for at least 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah.
And now they are starting to getting used to the competition and
Right.
winning games like the Atletico ones that 3 years ago City will never win.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And it's
agree.
not about because Atletico was better or they were worse. It's just a mental state. Now
Yeah.
these players are ready to understand the competition, to understand different footballs coming from Spain, from Italy, and find solution during the game.
Yeah.
In their leagues, in Premier League, they prepare the game in the before starting the game, and usually don't the game doesn't change a lot in the 90 minutes. In Champions League, you have a game inside the game. It changes a lot
Yeah.
during these minutes. You can see Real Madrid was fucking losing 3-0 against Chelsea, and still they find the
Found the
way
way.
to get that goal,
Right.
even after an awful game, because they didn't play well, in my opinion. Chelsea
Yeah.
deserved it to go
And it
3-0.
was the same with PSG. Yeah. Same with PSG.
Exactly. But they find a way. They didn't give up. They say, let's don't lose our mind. We just need one goal. Nothing to be ashamed. You can lose 3-0 and get a goal. I remember when we did 3-2 against PSV and Eindhoven. We lost 3-2 against PSV and Eindhoven. With a 3-1, we were out.
Yeah.
And in
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
last 5 minutes, Ambrosini scored a header. And I remember the team, that group of players, they were used to be in Champions League, so they were
Right.
calm. They didn't lose
Yes.
their head, and they find the solution. They started to create chances, and they knew if they create chances in the last 15 minutes, every 2, 3 minutes, they're gonna get the win.
Yep.
And
So
that is because they were experienced. They knew what the Champions League is about.
exactly. Exactly.
So
Uh.
I, s-
Yeah.
I see this team is similar to what Klopp built with Liverpool. Of course, less powerful in terms of money.
Yeah.
We don't have the cash a Premier League team can have, and the appeal of the Premier League to bring exciting talents like Van Dijk, Mane, Salah, and stuff like that. Buy a goalkeeper for 70 million, but that doesn't matter. If you know football, you can buy an effective football player for less than that amount of
Right.
money
Yeah.
and still have the same output. So I'm pretty optimistic. I would say 5 years is in the next 5 years we will win it at least once, or at least go to a final and a lot of semifinals.
Yeah. I think it's. It's reasonable. It's reasonable. Um.
Yeah. What do you wanna say?
Mm, Man City. I was looking at this today because of this debate here about how long it takes to become a winning team. So, Man City was bought out in 2008.
Yeah.
They won their first Premier League in 2014. It took them 6 years to win their first Premier League.
Mancini. Mancini.
Mancini, right? And then it took them what, almost 12 years to get into a semi-final,
Yeah.
into a final.
I mean, look at the Cristiano Ronaldo Real Madrid. How long it took them to win the first Champions League and to win the first La Liga. That group of player.
Yeah,
Check how long it took them to win the first La Liga, and they are star, like proper. That team was built to get the best player of every other team, slowly, slowly, and still for them it took time to win the first Champions League.
yeah. And another example, which is a little bit different, but it is still an applicable example, is when Milan finished their first cycle in 95, because from 88 to 95, I think they made almost every final there was to make, except for one, I think. But then from 96 onwards, there was that big dip, and it took Milan 8 years, 2003, to not necessarily rebuild, but you can say rebuild. They had a core of players, but
Yeah,
to re-get to that position. So it takes time to build and develop.
yeah,
I
it was really hard, and I was in those years. I remember I was following, and A great generation was dying, football wise,
Yeah,
and the new generation needed time to become world class level.
exactly.
Kids like Ambrosini, Gattuso, same Pirlo. Pirlo was lost as a football player. He was going
Yeah,
on loan everywhere, and Inter bought him and didn't know what to do with him.
yeah,
Sold it to us. So it's you're right, man. It takes time, and this is the generation that Maldini is building. The previous one, the Mirabelli one, is dying. We're selling them. We're getting rid of them. Sorry for the word selling. We're getting rid of them.
right.
And this group of people, this group of players, they care about each other. They grow up together, football wise. They're winning and losing together, so they are more connected. And I think it's missing some pieces, of course, to
Yeah, yeah.
be to raise the quality. It's always gonna be like this every season. At the end of the season, we're always gonna say, "Oh, it's missing that. It's missing that. We need to be better in that." We're never gonna get used to the quality we have,
Right.
and so it takes time. But it is close. We need to support the team. We should not
Yeah, I
shit
think
on
so
them. We
too.
should.
I think so
And I
too.
feel so sorry for the guys when I read stuff on social media.
Yeah, man, it's so fucked.
It's really fucked.
It is really close to that level. Yeah. Um, wait, hold on. Do you guys consider Pirlo a snake for what he did and wrote in his book about Milan? What did he write in his book?
Can you? Yeah, exactly. I didn't read his book, but I think I don't. I really don't care about Pirlo. You know what I mean? Is I guess Pirlo didn't find an agreement with Galliani and the club at that time, and he was pretty old. He was 34
Two.
years old,
It was
something like that.
32.
Are you sure? I think he was 33.
Well, yeah, it was that. It was either 32 or 33, something like that.
So it was at an age that Milan was not willing to give him 5 million.
Right. Milan had a cutoff at 30 something where they wouldn't give players what was considered back then top level contracts.
I
So,
think what Milan does is like a Real Madrid type of thing. After 33, they don't give you more than 2 years contract,
right, that was
and
Galliani, yeah, yeah.
yeah, and after 36, they give you just 1 year contract. So every year you renew, just to make sure if you're not physically able, they don't pay you for nothing, than
Oh,
the year
okay.
after.
And
And
here,
Pirlo wanted a 40-year contract.
right, he wanted a more, yeah, secure contract. Ollie is
Yeah.
saying Galliani wanted to sign for 1 year, he wanted 2 years.
Okay. So
Pirlo,
perfect. Thank you, Oli.
Pirlo sees Milan even like 50-50, forgets that Milan made it. What did he write in his book, though? I don't know what he wrote in his book, eh? So,
I think this is the thing that he wrote. The fact that he wanted 2 years and Galliani gave him a year.
yeah, I never really cared. No, I never saw him as a trader. I never saw him as a trader.
Me too, because probably the only offer he got was Juventus. No other big club offer him any. I'm sure if Barcelona offer him, probably he decides to go to Barcelona, not to Juventus, because he thinks it doesn't go to a direct competitor
Well,
against
yeah,
Milan.
and at that time, Barcelona had Xavi, Iniesta.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was angry at Galliani that they didn't sign him. Honestly, that's how I felt. I think Pirlo is my favorite player of all time. So
And
I was
Galliani had the money. Galliani had the money. There was no money issue at that time for Milan to give 5 million to Pirlo for
right,
2 years instead of one.
right. It was Berlusconi trying to drop the team's age and suddenly changing the policies. It wasn't Galliani's fault.
Mm, I don't know. You can fight that. Galliani is powerful enough in front of Berlusconi to say, "I get you want to drop the age, but I want to keep Pirlo." You can do that. I'm pretty sure. Um, and I just think I feel Allegri as well. That piece of shit of Allegri told Galliani, "Oh, we don't need Pirlo. I don't like
Oh
a
yeah, yeah.
creative
Oh
player.
yeah, oh
I
yeah.
can put Van Bommel there to do some
Exactly,
tactical foul." I'm pretty sure,
exactly.
but no one is gonna admit that because Allegri, few years after, was managing Pirlo. And even Conte didn't want Pirlo. He didn't find a solution the first games, but actually Pirlo played so well that Conte had to change his formation
Right.
to make Pirlo play in that regista formation. So a lot of people in the football in Italy didn't want Pirlo, apart from Juventus that actually got him for free.
And then Pirlo helped Allegri get into those finals. So
Yeah.
Allegri is just, I don't know what the fuck is going
Allegri
on.
is a real snake or a real guy that actually um, it does things for his convenience.
Yeah.
A lot of things. He kicked out a lot of creative players or old players.
Did you watch Bobo TV, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do do you hear what Cassano says about Allegri when Cassano was coached? By Allegri. He says a lot of things about Allegri. How Allegri behaved, how he's a narcissist, and he
Yeah,
Love
Allegri is
Tesano.
you love Cassano.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
he's a good coach, Allegri, but he doesn't like creative players. I don't know why. He has an issue with players that actually are creative, and he doesn't. How can I say it? He always plays hard. You know what I mean? He's not a. Let's try to find a solution, and if it doesn't work, okay, we can break this. Not even thinking about that. Just
yeah, yeah. Lart, what did you think of Atalanta and Roma today or
for
yesterday?
the Europa League and Conference League.
Yeah,
Uh, Nothing. I mean, sorry for Atalanta. I'm sure definitely they deserve more in Europe than what they're collecting. They are really a good team. Unfortunately, the problem Atalanta had in their peak, COVID happened, so stadiums were empty and they couldn't make the extra money to grow the team, to make
yeah.
that extra step
That's a good point.
because they were playing an amazing football. They were going in Champions League with empty stadiums, and if you go in Champions League with a full stadium, you make extra money. So it's really sad. It's really sad. I know there is a rivalry between Atalanta supporters and Milan supporters, but still, it's sad when your team is going to Champions League to play against PSG, Man City, whatever, and you cannot go to the stadium and watch them. It's a bit sad. I hope they get back to the top four or at least stay on top five because they have an incredible football. They're making money now. The stadium is always full, so they can be a team that can make Italy proud in Europe, Europa League or Champions League, whatever they're gonna compete.
Hey, did you
I wish
notice
they could
like
get Champions League over Juventus, but that seems impossible.
this
No, it's
year,
not gonna
this
happen.
season, this season? You said?
Yeah, it's never going to happen this season.
I think in the next 5 years, the you can get that Champions League spot ahead to Napoli. So Napoli, Roma, Atalanta, Lazio can fight for that fourth spot. Uh, but they can get that Champions League spot winning the Europa League. I really think Atalanta can win the Europa League if they keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Full stadium,
That'd be
sell
fantastic.
sell the biggest talent you have for a lot of money and replace them with less money, and you're already again competitive. They can do that. The Atalanta system is a winning system for that type of
Yeah,
club.
I respect them a
It's
lot.
gonna bring you a lot of success. Yeah, that's for sure. I don't know what Inter is gonna do. Inter, I think, is gonna sell a lot of players. A lot of players are leaving for free, and they have to sell some big players as well.
I think they're sending Sanchez. I don't see Sanchez staying another year. Do you think he's gonna stay? I don't know.
He has another year contract. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. But you were
Yeah.
saying that you think Inter is kind of gonna dissipate.
No,
Didn't you
no,
say
they
that?
have to sell players. They have to sell players, and they need to replace them with cheaper solutions or young solutions. And Another thing is, of course, they're gonna pay referees to stay top four,
Oh yeah.
and Italy is gonna be fine with that because they know they need Inter, Milan, and Juventus top four to be relevant in Europe.
Where's Red John? Where's Red John?
No, Red John
Let,
knows that. There's
let's
just
get Red
being
John in here. He
Roy.
can.
Red John is being just a Boy Scout, man, but he knows that. He knows that. He's being the good Boy Scout, so people don't think that the Italian league is a bad league. It's actually a good league, but he knows that. Anyway, so I don't know. It's gonna be interesting next year. Let's see.
Very interesting story with Roma. How they had this huge roller coaster, huge saga with Bodo Glimt this year, which ended with Roma winning 4-0 and disqualifying them. They couldn't. They lost their first game against Bodo Glimt 6-1 or something like that. Then they tied the second game. Then they lost the third game, and then they won the fourth game, the most important one. What did you think of Roma?
Roma has the money to go and play Champions League football. I think they're investing a lot, and they have a lot of good players as well. It's just their project is built from the top, not from the bottom. So they are good attacking forward,
Ah,
but
yeah, yeah,
defensively they're bad. So they're doing the opposite what Milan is doing,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
and you can see the how unstable is the project.
yeah. You can see what pays the most, huh? At the end of the day,
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they spend more like on wages than Milan even. Like I think Milan is fifth in Serie A. I don't
really?
know. I've read that.
Wow, wow,
Yeah, we don't spend even top four money, I think.
that is crazy. Let me
Yeah,
check. Let me.
yeah, yeah. And they bought all and they're not investing on in defense. Their defense is really weak, and that's why they're struggling in Italy a lot to go top four. But that is football when you start from zero. You have to invest somewhere. You have to choose: is the defense or is gonna be the attack or a balance? I think Milan is doing the right thing. We invest a lot of money in the defense and midfield, and that is the right thing to do. That is exactly what a team should do to build a winning project. I'm really
Do you think we
excited for
need
Botman.
to invest in a central defender this summer, like a big name, like Baldwin?
Yeah, we need Botman. It's so important, Botman.
Even
I'm
though
really
Kalulu Tomori is doing well, Kerr will be back.
Yeah, but you need more than two center backs, and Kier is not gonna be reliable after that injury. So you don't know if he's gonna come back at this level. And it's so unfair for Kier to
Yeah,
be
I think we need a
a
signing.
key figure at his age. He needs to be like a mentor, somebody that helps the team to get that extra, but not the how can I say it, one of the important pieces of that team. Kier is gonna be like Florenzi. He's gonna be the guy that comes in when there is an injury, when there is a difficult moment, when the team needs that experience, but not like every week player.
I don't know. I think he could come back. But yeah, it's possible that he's been through so many wars now. This is the one that bites him in the ass.
We have conceded, somebody say 7 goals, yeah, until this year, this
Since
2022.
week 20.
So since week 20. So before the other 20 weeks, we conceded 22 goals, something like that, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That is crazy. That is a relegation type of no relegation, no, but a 10 place type of defense. 1 goal a game.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
pretty bad.
should not happen anymore in the next 20 years of AC Milan history.
Right.
You should not allow that to happen. And
Yeah, that's a lot.
that's a lot of goal, man. 22 goals in 20 in 19. No, yeah, in 19
in 19
in 19
games.
games. It's just stupid. If you concede 7, you are at 14 now. If you concede the same amount you conceded in the second half,
We're
or let's
somehow
say
we were top of the
you
table
concede
though.
10.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we're top of the table because you know what? We are lucky. We conceded a lot of those goals in one game on 2 games. We conceded 4
Mhm.
against Fiorentina, 3 against Sassuolo. So it's 7 in 2 games.
wow, that's
Sorry,
crazy.
that's our luck.
Hey Larry,
But
I was doing the math earlier. If we had the points that we're supposed to have due to the referees, like we would pretty much almost be celebrating the Scudetto. You know, right? You know that.
I know.
Like
But
we would literally like it would be almost game over.
yeah, well, it will be really depressing for the other teams behind us.
We've we've talked about that,
Right,
I think,
right,
plenty of times.
right.
And it will be the reality of the situation because Inter didn't invest any money. They just sold their best players and they got some free signings. So that's where their football should be. That's the result of their campaign. But it's not like this, of course. And Napoli as well. They didn't buy any player. They just showed up with the same team a year after, and they are 1 or 3 points behind us. So
But I want people to evaluate Milan that way with the referee mistakes. Because Milan right now, with all those referee mistakes, is winning the league, is done. They need to evaluate the work of Maldini according to that. But you know what I'm saying?
I would love to have just the 3 points of Spezia and Inter lose 1 point against Torino.
And Udinese, what about Udinese?
No, Udinese, you know what? As Red John says, there is mistakes everywhere. You can do mistakes everywhere. But the Spezia and the Torino game, these are mistakes. These are not mistakes. We know that.
Yeah, yeah.
We know that.
Inter paid good money for Correa and Gossens.
No, they still have to pay that money anyway. And Correa is like the Argentinian Rebic.
Man, Rebic, dude, what a shit season he had this year. Like, non-existent. Non-existent.
People say we should buy a right or a right wing or a cam. I really believe we should buy a left wing because Rebic is not there. We should sell Rebic and buy somebody there because the other players
Who's
at
gonna
least
buy
play. They
Rebic
show
though?
up. I'm sure somebody in Germany should buy him.
His wages are very high though.
We're gonna sell him cheap.
So like 5 million.
Doesn't? Yeah, 10 million. 10 million and pay his wages. 10,
I
10
don't know
million
if
is
anybody
cheap.
would do that. But
Yeah, and
yeah,
get Paris for free. I think
I
Milan
don't
will
know if I
sign
would give up
Perisic
on
from
Rebic
Inter.
though. Like he's still in his 20s. It's not like he's old. It's just for whatever reason he's getting injured.
I don't know, man. I will go for Perisic. I will sign Perisic from Inter.
Really? There's another guy here. He calls himself something old chunk of coal from Italia. He's been going on about Perisic all night.
To Milan.
Yeah.
Okay. It can happen, why not? Perisic can play right and left. And literally we
Even though
need
Rebic helps out with
some.
striker.
Yeah, that scares me. The fact that if we get Perisic and we keep Rebic, probably our attacking solution next year is gonna be Origi, Giroud, and Rebic.
It's not
Paris is
bad.
Leao on the left.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. It's
It's
not
pretty good.
just it's not killing, you know.
Oh, did you guys see the new big link that happened today on Twitter?
The
Who?
the transfer,
Yeah. Which one? Which
the,
one do you think I'm talking about?
the Leao thing.
Oh, I didn't read anything about this Lao thing, but a lot of people were saying in the chat. What do you know about Lao? I didn't read anything about Lao.
Sorry, I was muted. Leao, they say Milan is gonna sell him if he doesn't renew.
Ah,
A
okay.
90 million.
Okay, okay. Man, with 90 million, we can buy three Laos.
Yeah, I mean, we can buy two great players with with the 90 million we sell Leao. 245 million players.
Yeah, yeah. We can buy two top players, one superstar. We can buy three potential superstars, two top players, one superstar.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
I mean,
We-
choose which one.
No, the fact that we're selling Leao.
Yeah, I don't know about it either. I don't know about it either.
I'll give you a
If he
second.
doesn't renew this summer, I would 100% sell him.
Yeah. But no, the one I was talking about is this. You know what Mbappe tweeted? He tweeted the word zebra. And all the Juve fans are going crazy thinking that um, Juventus is going to get Mbappe. So right now Mbappe is being linked to Juve.
What about Newcastle? Are they excited as well?
Are they zebras too?
They're black and white, so I don't know how a zebra looks like.
I don't know. But why the fuck did Mbappe tweet it as zebra, the word zebra? Like,
His
Maybe he's
agent told
getting
him
like some
to.
commission fee from Instagram or something from these journalists. Hey, type zebra so we can link you to Juventus a little bit.
His agent.
Yeah, something like that.
yeah, these guys are messing around with the with the crowd, with the pleb.
His agent tweets zebra, so Real Madrid can raise his contract. Can tell him. Okay, I'll give you more. Just shut up. Do you think Juventus can afford Mbappe?
Um, yes, yeah, I think so.
He's asking for 1 million a week.
Um, they can't
I
afford
mean,
it.
they have Ronaldo.
The problem with Juventus is they can afford Mbappe, but they can't. They don't have the extra power to build, the team around him. I think.
I feel like they're gonna do the same mistake with Ronaldo. They're gonna have him in the team, but no one around him to actually be at that level. You guys still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just eating, so I mute myself.
What did you say, Larry? You got muted. What?
Oh, I got.
No, no, I can hear
Okay.
you. Now,
Oh, sorry. No, the problem is maybe they do the same mistake they did with Ronaldo. They buy a big player, but they don't build anything around him.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I think. Yeah.
Do you guys think Milan is gonna go for the Nice striker?
Nice. Woo.
I hope not.
He's really good. He's really young, and I heard good things from France.
Uh, who? Who's
He's
this guy? Oh,
uh,
Etiquette, that guy.
no, he plays for Nice. He's French under 21, I think. So he's around He's going for 23 now, so he's not anymore under 21. And he's really technical. He's really good. He's a striker that plays for Nice. I don't know his name, but people talk great things about him.
I don't know who this plays.
I'll tell you in a second the name, and you can go and
Guriri or
check.
something.
Yeah, something like
Amini
that. Yeah.
Guriri.
And I'm not talking about his football talent. I'm talking about him as a person. Is really a professional guy. Doesn't drink. He doesn't go out. Like he's just focused on football.
How do you
He's
know
like
this?
a
How do you know
Yeah,
that?
he's Muslim,
that's
right?
what
Or I think.
the press is saying.
Ah, okay.
It's really how can I say it? Impressive how the fact that he wants just to play football. And he was I think he was a PSG academy. I don't want to say something wrong.
Okay.
The transfer market has him rated at 50 million euros.
Jeez.
5-0.
What's his name?
So he's probably going to be more expensive than that.
What's his name again, Hans?
Guiri, Amini Guiri. I don't know how to say his name. He's born in
50
I'll tell.
2000.
million.
Oh, in 2000, so he's 22
Yep.
years old. He's tall like me, 6 foot, 180, and he's really good, bro. And no one is talking about him. So usually Milan goes for somebody that no one is talking about. So
Okay. I don't know him. I even Hans earlier was talking about players. I just don't know who these players are. Like,
check it on YouTube. You want me to send you a video?
sure. Yeah.
Let
He
me see.
seems like
I have
a
one here.
poacher, like a fox in the box, kind of. He reminds me of
He's like
Icardi, kind of.
no, he's better than Icardi. He's
No,
more.
he's better.
He's like a proper, like a Muriel type of player. Really technical, but still scores goals. Goes in the
So he's a little
box,
more
but he can go
explosive.
wide. Yeah, he's an incredible player. I'll put the link on the private chat, but I'm gonna put it in the.
Prometheus
I
says,
think the problem is this guy's probably going to cost 70 million.
I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what's going on. I hope Milan goes for him as well. I mean, he's one of my choices.
"Do you know a player called Kudus? Kudus from Ajax?
Yeah, he's a
No.
Ghanaian. He's
I'll send you a
African.
video if you want to watch it.
Um,
He's like a
We can
center
watch
mid,
it
attacking
together.
mid.
Just tell me when you're gonna click play so we can comment it together.
hold on.
Oh, we're watching the
I
video.
already showed videos earlier, so I'm just gonna show it again.
Oh, you're gonna show it. So this video, this thing is gonna disappear.
I showed videos already earlier,
Ah, okay.
so yeah. Okay. Amine Guiri. Is he like a French?
Yeah, there's a link in the chat. I just clicked on it. I'm going to watch this.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Already his movements kind of remind me of Benzema a little bit.
Yeah, something like that. That has dribbling. Is not shy to go on the wing during the game.
And he's a number 9.
Yeah. He's a typical number 9, not a.
Oh, nice.
He's really good, and it's not like Leao. We need to wait for him to mentally be. He's already there, man.
Okay.
He leaves for the goal.
He's got assists too, huh?
Well, we could sell Layout and buy this guy if he's not going to renew.
Nice.
Yeah, if Leao doesn't want to stay.
Wow, that's a Inzaghi kind of goal. Ooh, nice.
He is a good player. And he plays in a similar system we play, high press.
Okay, yeah, I like him. He's good.
Listen, 50 million is nothing.
What? I think 50
50
million is, man, 50 million. Milan's going to spend 50 million on a player
No,
this
no,
summer.
forget about what Milan is. Who's gonna buy this guy for 50 million is gonna make a massive deal. Who's gonna sell it for 50 million is gonna get robbed. That's my opinion.
Yeah, he's gonna go for like 70.
He's a great player.
He's really fast.
Good with the ball, man. He's so good with the ball. Look,
Nice. Clever.
nice vision. Sees great awareness in the pitch, what to do.
Fi- He's got a fighting spirit, too.
Yeah, it reminds me of these type of strikers. Tevez, you know, no messing around. They like to dribble, but they dribble because they want to score goals, not because they like to do it.
Wow. Nice play, damn.
He's so good, man.
How is Nice doing in the Liga?
N- Nice is a good team, but they're not winning it, of course. That's top four, I think, top three. So they're gonna go in Champions League probably next season. Man, this is an insane striker. I'm gonna cry if we get him.
You're going to cry.
Yeah, it's gonna feel like winning a Champions League.
I've never even heard of this guy before. When did you find out about him?
Oh, I've been following him a bit, like 6 months. Been looking at Nice because I like the manager. The manager is amazing. Nice manager is incredible.
Who?
Christopher
Yeah, he
Galtier.
won it, right?
He won it with Lille,
Yeah.
and he plays in an incredible football. He plays like a proper high press type of a Jurgen Klopp. What Pioli likes to do when his players are healthy and in a good mood. Every player is it's a good team, Nice, man.
Hey, Lart, you know what I think is going to happen today with Genoa
Well,
Milan?
what's
I
gonna
think
happen?
I think Milan's going to win 6-0 or 5-0.
I don't think so, man. Bro, you have to check the striker of Genoa, the guy, the
Oh,
black
I
guy that
saw it.
plays in front.
He's great.
He's an amazing player, man.
He's
Oh,
fucking amazing.
such a good striker, and he's Italian, man.
I would get that
I
guy. I would get
I don't
that
know,
guy.
I don't know why Mancini is not calling him. He's a beast,
I think he's under. They're still using him in the under 21s. But
man. What a player! What a player! Love him.
now that guy, yeah, that guy I like a lot, a lot. He's really good. Yakub, what's his name? Yakubu. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, he's amazing, man. He's gonna be. He's one to look for Italian talent for the
yeah,
future.
yeah. And he also seems to be level-headed.
Yeah, really grounded as well. He's like
Right.
focused on the football. He's
Yeah.
fighting for the team, no messing around.
Yeah. I read an article about him, and his dad used to be a professional too, and all that.
Man, this guy is amazing. This French player. We need to go for him. We lose another opportunity. We lost the Vlahovic opportunity. Fair enough, he won 7 million, but this guy doesn't. This guy doesn't want 7 million, man. And I don't believe still the big clubs in Europe are still not making a move for him. It's this summer or never. Next summer is gonna be like impossible to reach.
Wow, I can't believe he's 50 million.
Anyway, I don't get stuck on transfer market. Transfer market is just a value in the balance sheet. He
After
can go
this,
for he can
uh,
go for 100 or he can go for 45. You know what I mean?
I want to see this Decatler guy because I'm always hearing about this guy Decatler, Decatelier or whatever his name is.
The Belgian guy. Yeah? He's a Belgian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put a link for Flojek also in the chat. Flojek, the Czech guy, the teenager.
Mm.
He's being linked with like Bayern a lot and Liverpool.
Yeah, no. If he's a teenager, it's I don't think he's gonna come and play for us.
He's been playing professionally for like 3-4 years though. Like he's been built like a man for a long time.
Yeah, but if you are really good and you are a teenager, you go for Liverpool and Bayern, and they send you on loan on a team that actually is mid-table in Germany or mid-table in England, and in 2 years you
Yeah.
play for Bayern or Liverpool. You know what I mean? Like with Milan, what Milan is gonna get him? Where is gonna send Milan? A mid-table in Italy is not exciting like in Premier League or in Spain or whatever. So. And Milan, if you're good for a mid-table in Italy or in Spain or in Germany, you can actually play for Milan. It's sad to say it, but it's true.
Yeah, and he could play for Milan, I think. Logic,
Yeah,
honestly. Really.
but the question is,
Decathlon though, I can find a video for you if you want that, Roy.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, I got one. I got one.
Okay.
we really need a striker that is ready. Origi is ready, Giroud is ready. We need another one. This guy is amazing, and this guy can play in the wing. The French guy I just show you now. He can play in the wing. He can play in number 10. He can play at the right wing.
Yeah,
He
he's
is
he's a
our
great player
solution.
for sure.
He is our solution for the
He's
next year. You
aggressive.
buy one player for 4 positions, basically.
I know you were saying like he could go for 40 or he could go for 100, but I think it's gonna be higher, probably.
I
Like the
think it's gonna
higher,
be 60.
it's
I
gonna be
think it's
closer
gonna
to
be 60.
100.
And
Okay, yeah, 60 would be fair.
um, Hans, yeah.
Yeah.
Um, Another thing is depends on the player how much he wants to come to Milan to other teams. You know what I mean? If the only big offer from a big club comes from Milan, or let's say that he gets 4 offers in the table: Milan, RB Leipzig, Sevilla, and West Ham, or Newcastle. Let's say I'll make an example, and he says, "Okay, I'm going for Milan." You can actually buy him for 60 or 50 million. If he says, "I'm going to Newcastle," uh, I'm pretty sure Nice is gonna say, "Okay, give me 70," because they know Newcastle has the money to pay. And Newcastle know that every price they are putting to Newcastle is 20% more than any other team
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
going to pay. They know that. They're ready to accept that. That's how it works in the beginning when you don't have the prestige or the appeal. Oh, this is good. This guy is good.
Yeah, I like the Ketelaar a lot. I think he's like 40 million, probably.
He's a striker, yeah?
He plays everywhere. Like he's been playing striker this season, and he's been doing well. But before
And
that,
he
he
can
was
play as
playing
a
more
number 10 as well, yeah.
cam and winger. He even plays center mid sometimes.
Yeah, striker or number 10, he can play that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is another
And he's
type of player that
left-footed
we
too.
need.
and he's very big, so he's like a threat aerially, and he's got that pace over like a long distance.
And he fights. He fights.
Yes, that's what I want to see. Humble players that fight.
Yeah, he's a good player. As I said before, he's a player that purely can play as a number 10, as a wing, or as a striker. That's
I think
what
Pioli would
type of
love
players
him
we need.
because he's going to play in that Brahim role, but he's like big like Kessier, basically. Like he's not going to be moved. He's not going to be knocked over.
Yeah.
He's, I think, like Man City want him. They want him to be like the next Kevin De Bruyne kind of player. He actually scored. He nutmegged Donnarumma on like his debut internationally.
Yeah.
He nutmegged him for a goal.
Yeah, I like this
With,
type of players. They can play different position in our front four. They
yeah,
are
he's
more
very
useful.
smart.
They are more useful than actually having just a wing, just a right wing or
Exactly.
just a left wing.
He's
Or
just a
just a
good
number 10.
footballer and a good athlete. He knows football.
He has a good
Yeah, he's
vision
good.
as well.
I like him.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, he can play make. He can score goals. Doesn't matter.
But remember, when he's gonna come to AC Milan, it's gonna be harder for him.
Yeah, he's gonna need
And
some time.
we need to wait for him. It's not gonna be like he's gonna have those 2-3 months that he's not scoring, he's not maybe not being effective or
For
having an
sure.
output, and people
Nice.
needs to be patient. It's
If
not
he's
gonna
not
be like,
playing
oh, okay,
striker, then he's for sure he's not gonna be scoring like that much.
because looking at his game, I don't see him scoring a lot of goals.
I think it's
Like
because these highlights are like from a little bit before he was playing striker. Maybe.
no, because he
'Cause
has a vision. He likes to do the final pass. He likes to
yeah, I think
go
he was
deep,
playing camp in
come
these
deep.
games. In
Yeah,
these
he likes
games,
to
he's
come
playing
deep.
camp. He's not even playing striker. I think it's just recently he's been moved to striker, and now he's scoring goals.
Gigio.
Yeah, there was a GG goal.
The Messi of goalkeepers, guys. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, the dead Messi of goalkeeper.
The Maradona of goalkeepers.
Bro, he
You
was the
should,
Messi of
you should check out.
goalkeeper when he was at AC Milan.
You should check out Hologic though. I would like to see what you guys think of him if you think he's ready.
All right, let's check him out. You know who he reminds me a little bit of? This Decathlon guy with his
He's six
body
foot
type.
four.
He reminds me a little bit of Kaká.
Yeah,
A little bit.
he's bigger than Kaká though. He's 6'4". He's like
Mm,
192 centimeters.
I don't know. He's such an atypical player, man. He's gonna, in my opinion, he's gonna struggle a lot the first year in Italy.
I think so. I think he'll at least
Yeah,
like do his defensive
but
responsibilities and like
you need to give him time. You need to give him time because he's an amazing player. You can see him as an incredible talent.
yeah,
He
even
has an
Modric
incredible vision.
for him, like at Real Madrid. Like I think Ronaldo was like having to defend him a lot. Modric when he first came. I was reading an article about that,
Well, what
and we
was
all
it?
know how good Modric is. Hlozek, Hlozek. And I think he would be like 25 million or 20.
Let's see. There's a lot of exciting players, man. A lot of exciting players.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Roy, what
Oh, wait,
happened?
I'm not sharing it. Hold on. Sorry.
He
One
didn't
second.
share it, man.
His highlight reel starts pretty strong. Let me share this.
This is the teenager, yeah?
Yeah, he's 19 right now. So these highlights are probably when he's 17, 18, maybe 19.
Well, this is
Yeah,
from. It was from this year. It was a few months ago.
the last highlights.
He's like 6'2", I think. Yeah, he's ridiculous. He's not even left-footed, and he hit that. He's not even left-footed.
It's a good player, yeah?
Holy
Nice.
crap!
Yeah,
He
I'm
likes
telling you, man.
to shoot
I'm
from
telling you.
away.
Yeah, when he was playing striker, he was scoring like all the time. Now he's playing cam this season, and he
He's
hasn't
like a
scored.
Batistuta type of player. Just wants to shoot. Just give him the ball
Well,
and he's gonna shoot.
you think so, and then you see like now he's playing cam, and he's getting like assists more. He's not scoring as many goals, but he's getting assists a lot more. He had like a hat trick of
Wow.
assists. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This guy is really good. It's like another level when you're like that fast and you're that big. Because I know you said before, Roy, like when you're big, it slows you down sometimes. But like if you can be fast and big, it's like ridiculous.
You're sorted. You're sorted.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's powerful, man.
I like
He
this
literally
player a lot.
reminds me.
I like
Man,
him
he
a lot.
literally reminds me of Batistuta, the way he sees the game. You know what I mean?
And
He
this
just
is
wants
who
to score,
Cassano has been
stops
talking
and
about a lot.
shoot.
Cassano really likes it because the goals that he scores, like when he was, especially when he was like 17, they were like tricky goals. You know, like he would like get these like flicks, these little headers. Like he had like a beautiful goal where he like flicked it over everybody. Like he totally meant to do it, and he into the far corner because he knew everyone was going to block his shot. So he like headed it. He did like a little lifting header, and it was like a beautiful glancing header.
This is a certified bowler, man. I can
Guys,
tell you.
this guy's fucking money.
That's what I'm
All the-
saying. 25 million for this guy.
All the three players we showed today, they are like to make a move now. You know, in this summer, not even think about it.
Yes.
This guy is amazing.
And he's 19, huh?
He's 19.
What is his nationality?
Czech. And there's a really good player that plays with him too. He's like the captain of the team called Krejci. He plays center back and defensive mid. He's like a Suchek kind of player. He's like 6'4", scores all these goals like with his head, and he's like, I think he's like top of the league like for winning back possession, like tackling.
No, if Milan buys him, he's coming to stay and play.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But I think him and Krejci, like that would be a good like. And then he has like a Czech friend, you know, that I can like talk to. I think you could get them both for like 35 million.
Guys, this guy's fucking deadly. Yo,
I'm
I think he was unstoppable. Last season when he was playing striker, he was unstoppable. I was watching games just to watch this kid.
Spartak is Spartak. What
Sparta Prague is where he plays.
Prague. So that is.
It's a physical league. It's a physical league. So
Very physical.
he's ready physically.
Yes, exactly. But the tactics, they're all over the place. Like they just run. Like
Yeah, but you learn tactics. Tactics you learn, you get discipline. Especially at 19, man. You're gonna learn that. And he plays in a position where tactics is important, but sometimes his instinct is more important. So.
But he's like holding off, you know, real men. Like, you know, they're 80 kilograms, like 200-pound men, and he's just like holding them off, you know, like.
Man, I'll be honest
strong.
with you. These three players we show today, one. I would love Milan to get just one.
There was the one that what's his name? Nathan was here earlier. He had another player, this Kudus guy.
Nkuku.
Yeah.
No, Kudus, a Ghanaian player, really good. Also him, like young guy, really good.
Does he have any a European passport?
No,
I don't think so.
He's Ghanaian.
Because that's the issue. You have a limited number of players that are not Europeans in your squad as well. So that can stop a
I'm glad you guys
transfer.
approved this guy because I've been talking about him for a while, and like I don't think anybody knows him yet.
No, he's amazing, man. I'm pretty sure people like Maldini or who runs football clubs, they
Sure, they
know
know him.
about him. They're gonna be like all over him. They're
Guys,
asking
I'm not
information.
surprised if Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern, Man City are
Yeah, he's being linked to Liverpool, and like he'll come in for Origi.
guys. Every single fucking goal this guy scores is a masterpiece. Like, what the fuck is going on?
That's
You
what.
know
Yeah,
what,
it's beautiful. He does
bro?
like these flicks.
He's like an experienced player scoring those goals. You know what I mean? A 28 years old striker. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? The positioning, the way he turns, the way he understands where he's in the pitch and scores, the movement he does is already a
And
mature
he's big
player.
too. Like he scores with his head too.
and how many freaking goals does this guy score?
I think he scored something like 25 goals last year. This year it's not as much because he's playing deeper, but he's getting more assists now. They're playing him as a cam for some reason, but he was deadly as a striker. But as a cam, he's still just as good. And I think for Czech, he was playing like as a winger. When I've seen him play for Czech Republic.
Oh yeah, he can play. As I say, he can play on the wings as a cam
Yeah.
or as a
Oh
striker.
yeah, it's just like the Kessler. Like he plays everywhere up front. He can do it. He can do whatever he wants to do.
He's a Milan player. For our 4-2-3-1 is
Man, I
what we
honestly,
need.
guys, I wouldn't even waste time. I'd fucking fly to wherever. Where is it?
To
Prague.
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 And
Yeah.
fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's that good. And look at his speed. Look at this. He just blitzes right through them. And these are like real men. You know, they're big
I
in
really
Czech
believe
Republic.
Bayern Munich is gonna snatch him.
You know what? That's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking Bayern
Yep.
was gonna snatch.
Yep. God
Gnabry
damn
is
it.
not renewing. They played our same formation, so they need players that can play in different positions. They're gonna get him.
I was
I
literally
don't
thinking the
know.
same thing. The moment you said
Just
that, I was literally thinking the
just
same.
offer him a starting role at Milan. Like he's ready. And just give him a decent contract. At
Bayern is gonna
Bayern,
get him, man, and he's
to
gonna
do
play a
a
lot with
long.
Bayern. He's gonna play a lot of games.
I
So
think this guy's going to be a household name in football.
Yeah. He could be a Ballon d'Or winner. Who knows? He's only 19. And he's probably like 18 in these highlights.
oh no, he's not gonna win a Ballon d'Or because he doesn't have the right nationality.
Ha.
You know how it works. No, I'm kidding. Actually, Nedved won a Ballon d'Or, so why not him as well?
He did. Just holds off everybody, makes a pass.
He's a
Unselfish.
good striker. He's a good striker. Good player. How much is what they're? I mean,
20,
they're gonna
25
ask.
million for this kid.
Are you sure?
They can.
There's
No,
no way.
no,
There's no way.
I think they're gonna ask more.
This
That's
guy's
what
like,
everybody. That's what
this guy's
everything.
like,
Everything I read. It
70
says no. He comes from Czech Republic. They don't have money. Every article I've read, and believe me, I've read everything I can get my hands on about this guy. It says like 20, 25 million euro.
That is for free, basically.
Yeah, yeah. That's why he would be my number one target along with De Ketelaere. Like if he's
That's
25 million and De Ketelaere is 40 million, that's easy. It's a no-brainer to buy those two.
What the fuck?
It's hard, man. A lot of other big teams are on them.
I know.
It's gonna be really hard.
But so if he does end up at like Madrid or Bayern, okay, so be it. But like if he's just staying there, or if he goes to like some, I don't know, Newcastle or some bullshit,
Oh yeah, I will be upset.
I'll be pissed off.
You know what? I don't believe this guy is gonna go to Real Madrid or Barcelona, teams like this, or Liverpool as well, Man City, because these are teams that go for a player that is proven. So these teams are happy to wait for this guy to become a superstar and buy him for 100 or 120 million. They don't mind that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure with that.
That's true.
But
It's funny.
Bayern Munich and other teams like this, they like to do the deal. They like to make
Last
a cheap deal.
last player. Last player for you guys. Ladislav Krejci.
Oh,
How do you spell that?
right,
Ladslav.
write it down.
Like lad, like a person, and
Come on, Ladislav
How do you
Krejci,
know?
man.
How do you spell his last name?
Okay.
Krejci. I think there's a good highlight video. There's like a 9-minute long one because he's a defensive midfielder, center back, so he doesn't have like too many highlights. Like people weren't as excited about him, but believe me, I really like this guy. He scores so many goals, and he's so aggressive, and he has abundance of personality. Like he's like having two captains. He's like always shouting, always animated.
But we have another problem here that we need Italian players as well for the quota, for the European quota.
I like some of the young ones, like VT, I think would be great. There's a young Atalanta defender. He's starting to, I think he's like 18, but he's been starting.
The half
He's
right.
very
Yeah,
big.
he's good. Oh, he's so good, man. I saw him against.
I would love to see us sign him.
No, we're not gonna sign him. It's
We have to
Atalanta's
poach
not gonna
Atalanta.
get rid of it. He's not gonna
Yeah,
get rid of it.
we have to poach him. We have to show him who's boss.
And we're going for Botman, so that's it.
I mean, that's the thing. I don't think we need to spend that much money on a central defender. I think we're
but Atalanta wants that amount of money for that guy. If Sassuolo is asking you 40 million for Scamacca, Atalanta is gonna ask you 40 million for that defender, 18 years old defender.
Yeah, this guy Krejci, he reminds me of Souček quite a bit. But he's a little more aggressive. He's only like 22, I think.
Roy doesn't know he's Souček, by the way.
What?
Roy doesn't follow Premier League.
Oh. Souček, he's like a Czech beast. He scores goals for fun with his head. He plays defensive midfielder. He's like West Ham's top scorer, basically.
I've seen him live, West Ham against Southampton. I went to the stadium. He's a gigantic player.
Yeah, so this is what Krejci is basically. He's like this massive personality, massive player. But he's like number one, I think, in the league, like with winning the ball back. Like, and he can also play center back. And here's the kicker: he's left-footed. He's left-footed also.
He's a massive guy. How old is he?
22.
He's a midfielder, yeah.
Yeah, but he plays center back also. And he can rip. Look at that rip. There, he's playing, I think, center back right there, where he's bringing the ball out.
Nice, good composure.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, and I think he's like probably 10 million, maybe even less.
Finally, a good generation of football players, man. Who was born in the 90s was a bit disappointing, I would say.
Yeah, this guy, his head, it's unbelievable, like how accurate he is. Because I think he's like one of the top scorers for his team. Just like Souček, like somehow as a defensive midfielder, and he's not even on penalties. He's like a top scorer. I think his weakness is sometimes he gets a little carried away. He gets like cards a lot. Because I've been watching Sparta Prague a bit, like to watch Klosek, and then I saw this kid, and I was like, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
Are they winning the league?
No, they're not. They're second place because the other team, they have like a better team overall.
More experience.
Yes, exactly. I think they ended up losing to that top team, And like Krejci got like a red card or something. He got like sent off or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe that was last season. And Plojek, I think he can disappear sometimes when things aren't going his way. But he's a teenager, you know, so
Yeah.
it can happen.
Yeah, like Leao and these players, they don't
Yeah,
give you
kind of like that.
consistency. And he's
Yeah,
19 anyway, so
like he's not gonna really fight. Like if his team isn't fighting and doing well, like he's not gonna be the one to track back and like take the game by the scruff of the neck. Krejci will try, but he'll probably get sent off in doing so.
We need players like Brahim Diaz, says Mohamed Kassim.
Look at that footwork.
yeah, we need young players that can become superstars. If you buy 5 of them, one is gonna be a superstar. It's like
Yeah, exactly.
every year you need to buy a player like Brahim Diaz, like Leao, like Selemakers, like these guys we're watching right now. These are really young and still you don't know what direction they're gonna go. They're gonna become superstar, normal players, or really
Yeah,
bad.
they could have a knee injury and then it's like not
Yeah.
even the same player. You never know.
But we need
This
to
guy scores a lot of goals for a midfielder.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
exactly.
need
And he's a
to-
defensive one too.
Tonali is that type of operation. You buy
He
him and you can
he
be
gets
a
in the
superstar,
box. Like his stamina is like endless, literally. He just goes up, down, up, down, up, down. He really does not care.
This guy looks like the Brozovic replacement to me.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Like his stamina is endless.
If I was Inter, I would buy him and not renew Brozovic. It's a bold decision. You're gonna suffer the first 2 years, but this guy, you have it for the next 10, and it costs you less.
I mean, I think technically he can get a lot better, but he's still young. This kid Krejci. But he's already showing like he has a lot of personality. He scores a lot of important goals, and he gets somehow forward, like as a defensive midfielder. And his athleticism is like stellar, second to none, I would say.
Dude, the national team, the Czech national team is gonna be pretty good next year. What do you think,
Yeah,
boy?
they
probably
did
going
pretty
to
well at the
another World
Euros.
Cup. They're gonna go in another World Cup probably.
Yeah, I mean, but Czech always produces talent, They always have produced talent.
Yeah, but this looks like one of those golden generation that can the
Could be.
one they had Podolski and Nedved, Rosicki. You remember them?
Yeah, it could
Yeah,
be.
Kohler.
Yeah. Looks like another generation of a lot of talent.
Yankulovsky. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
I'm not even exaggerating, but that Holdzier, whatever his name is, I mean, he looks like
Plojek.
a top superstar, that guy.
Yes, he is. He 100% is. Look at that. He's stopping Jonathan David right there. He tackled him.
Man, exciting period to be an AC Milan fan, man. I think we're gonna close a deal like this. A young guy, a young striker. You know what I mean? We need
Yeah.
that.
But
That
do you
next
think we need to
Shevchenko.
spend? You do think we should get Botman then, like not somebody like this, like for 10 million?
No.
Or
we
VT.
need Bot- No, we need
You want the
Botman.
Botman?
Yeah, we need the
And I
guy.
don't know how we're gonna have money for everybody then. If
Guys,
we do that.
believe me, we're gonna have money. First of all, I heard that we're gonna get around 20 million from how's it called?
Paquetá.
Yeah, Paquetá and Auge. We're gonna get a small amount of money from.
Yeah, that's
from
true. The
sales.
transfer windfall from Paqueta.
Yeah, Duarte
Auge,
as well.
Duarte,
Duarte as well. We're selling
maybe we
it for
sell
5 million.
Castillejo.
Maybe Castillejo. We're gonna get rid of a lot of high wages like Ibrahimovic, Romagnoli, Kessie.
What's up, boys?
What's up, guys?
Oh,
What's up, man?
guys, Paul is here.
Paul,
What's up, guys?
please be positive, man. Don't be negative. It's sunny in
Nah,
London.
like,
so
man.
it's sunny in London. Be positive.
Fuck all that positive shit, man. If we can't
What?
beat Torino, then we don't deserve Scudetto. Man. It is what it is. We can be better than it.
But we're
Okay,
gonna win
man.
5-6-0.
So wait.
Yeah, Botman is
No.
solid.
Paul, Inter didn't beat Torino. They deserve the Scudetto?
That's a good question.
That's
Actually.
your answer. So that's it,
No,
man.
no,
You
no, no,
lost.
no,
You
no. But
lost right there.
here's the
You
thing.
lost right
Here's the
there.
thing. No, 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 no,
You
no, no.
lost right
Here's the
there.
thing.
They don't deserve it
We
more than
didn't. We
us.
didn't
You
only
lost
lose to
right there.
Torino. We lost to Salernitana. I mean, we
They,
drew Salernitana. We didn't
did they
beat
beat us?
Bologna. Like, it's different thing. Like,
Paul, did
you
they
know
beat us? Inter, did they beat us?
It's
what
about the whole
Inter?
season, though, man. You
The
can
whole
have
Yeah,
some
season.
bad games.
They didn't win against us.
Anybody can
that
They
beat
doesn't mean
anybody.
deserve it.
That's just
anything.
a sign of a good
That doesn't
league.
mean anything. Like that doesn't
That
mean
means
anything. I want
everything.
to
That means
believe. I
everything.
want to believe we can win Scudetto, but this team
I don't
keeps
give a
getting.
fuck who we lose to. It doesn't mean anything. We
Yeah,
can beat
Exactly.
anybody too. We can beat anybody.
But going
I,
to the deserve one, Inter doesn't deserve the Scudetto more than us.
no, 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 no. I'm not saying they deserve it. I'm not saying they
But
deserve it.
the
But
referee
He's just pissed
association
off
is saying
we
that.
drew.
That's what the referee association
exactly,
is saying.
exactly. No, but like,
But
here's the thing. Yeah, our refs fucked us over 100%. I agree with that. But we need to help ourselves as well. It's that simple. If you can't beat teams like Udinese, you can't beat teams like Torino, you can't beat Salernitana, then fuck it. Then maybe we just don't deserve Scudetto. That's what I think. I'm not saying Inter deserves it more than us, but we need to help
so
ourselves as well.
no one deserves it. Basically, they should not give the Scudetto to anyone this season.
I agree with that. Serie A is a bullshit league. I think it's
No,
a
it's
rigged
not.
league. I think, yeah, for real, man.
It
It's
is.
a
It
I
is a
bullshit
agree.
league.
mess.
I agree with
It is
what
a
It's a
Paul
mess.
just said.
It
bullshit
is a
league.
mess.
It's a mess.
And
Did you see
I'll,
that Juventus Inter game?
yeah, I saw it.
The league is trying so hard to give the Scudetto to Inter, and it's fucking unbelievable.
You know what I don't like about the league and the referees? The way they referee. They stop the game. They make the game ugly.
Yeah, they don't
They
let it
make
just go.
they destroy the pace of the game. They give power to players that throw themselves in the pitch. They love soft football, soft
I don't know if I
challenges.
agree. I don't know if I agree with
They give
that.
a
Like,
prize to people that throw themselves in the pitch.
I don't know if I agree with that because lately we haven't been getting certain fouls.
Well, but we are the exception. We don't get those fouls. But in
Oh
general,
yeah, of course.
The
It's always
Serie
fuck
A,
us, man.
you throw
It is what it
if you're
is.
doing a rough challenge in the middle of the park, they stop the game. They say yeah, foul. So everyone stops, everyone gets their position and slows down everything, and it's not exciting.
Yeah, but Serie A is a bullshit league, man. Fuck it. I've had it, man. If we somehow manage to win it, then I've got hope for like the league. But if we don't win it, then yeah, it's a bullshit league. It's rigged. Like I don't care.
They
It
need
is
to
what it
change
is.
the image of the Serie A, and it starts from there. The pace and the rhythm of the game. They need to change that because
I think I think
the
I think it goes
the
beyond that.
quality there is
Stadiums,
quality. There
everything.
is good football players in Serie A, but every time the
100%
game
agree.
stops, stops
I
every
agree.
second, every small
I agree.
tackle, everything like that. I hate that. I'm done with that. And
Yeah.
it's so inconsistent. Some teams they can get it, some teams don't get it. Sometimes they give a yellow card in 5 minutes. Sometimes they don't give a yellow card for the entire game. It's just inconsistent. So fuck it. Let's see.
Yeah, but how are you guys feeling for who even playing today again? Genoa today.
Genoa, we're winning now.
We're
I don't
winning
know. Like, here's the
five
thing.
0, 5-6-0,
I want to
100%
believe we
sure.
can win, but I don't know, man. But the thing is, our attack here, we should be scoring a lot more goals. I just don't know why we don't. I don't get it. I don't get
Listen,
it.
listen to me. If we don't win tomorrow by 4 or 5 goals, I'm cutting my hair live.
Yeah, fuck that. You're not gonna
Wait,
do
what?
that. You're not gonna
Yeah,
do that.
this is how sure I am. This is
You
how
won't do that.
confident I am.
You won't do that.
This is
You
how
won't
No,
do that.
right.
confident I am.
From
You
three
know what, Roy?
zero.
Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't care about winning 5-0, 4-0, 3-0. Just get the fucking 3 points. That's all I care about at this point.
They're becoming Italian, man. Can you hear them?
Yeah,
Paul is becoming Italian. He's
Paul,
gonna get a
Paul,
Yeah, for
passport,
real.
Paul,
the
Paul,
Italian passport in a bit.
Paul, that's what Allegri would say.
No, I'm actually Italian, funny enough. I was born there, man.
Okay, so fuck it, man. That's why you want to win
Fuck it.
1-0. Just want the three
Lot,
points.
like, at this point, I can't deny it's in my blood. Catenaccio,
Yeah, Catenaccio.
61. It's in my blood. Like, I don't care. Allegri style. Just get the 3 points. I don't care how we do it. I don't care if we have to play 5 at the back. 61. Just get the 3 points. I don't care. At this point, like, if we actually don't win Scudetto this year, I'll be so disappointed.
Guys, Genoa is such a trash team. Like,
So is Torino. So is
like
Salernitana.
Genoa is like,
So is Udinese.
they're jobbers. Do you know what jobbers mean?
No, Torino's not trash. Come on. Maybe last
All
season.
right. Yeah, but
Torino's
Torino is
good.
a team we shouldn't be drawing with Torino.
Guys,
Beat them 7-0 last
Genoa
season.
has won only 2 games this entire season. Like, if we
And
don't
they're
win,
gonna win the third one against us, man.
if we
Nah,
don't,
nah, don't say that. Don't jinx it. Nah, don't
if
jinx
we
it.
don't win
Don't jinx it.
if we don't win 5 or 6-0, it's a problem.
Well, Inter didn't win against Genova.
Why'd you keep talking about Inter? This is Milan RossonARI TV.
So no,
It's not
I'm saying there is a
Intervista
hard
TV.
game. I'm saying there is a
Fuck the
hard
other
game.
side.
It's not an easy
Fuck the
game.
Pigeonetti, man. Fuck the other side, man.
Hey,
You don't care
listen,
about
guys. It's 4 a.m. here. I gotta go to bed. So
Let's go. Let's go.
I'll leave you guys.
It's
I'll leave
sunny.
you
No,
guys.
I'm going as well
it.
because it's sunny in London. I'm going out now, so I'm
Yeah,
enjoying
same.
this
I'm
time.
going out today as well.
It was lovely.
Paul, you joined a little bit late, my man. We're 6 hours
Yeah, I
in.
know. I know.
Let's
You guys stayed for long.
let's Roy. Let's
You
do the
guys stayed
last
for
3 minutes. Let's do the last. Let's finish this video, this Botman video. Let's.
Okay.
Paul, what do you think is gonna happen with the Genova game? Give me your not
long.
prediction, but your analysis before the game.
My analysis, I think we are going to win, but I don't think it's going to be a convincing win. I think we're going to win. It might be like a 2-0 or 1-0, but I don't care. I just want 3 points.
I
Those
hope we
were
keep the
3 points.
clean sheet. Yeah. What about you? Man?
Nah,
What
I
do you
think
think? Oh, sorry.
I think we're
finish,
going to
finish.
get to the shit as well. So, who do I think is going to score? I don't know. I want to say Salad, but that boy, I'm done with him at this point. I don't know. I'll say Leao will get a goal, or Kessie will get a goal, or Theo. I don't know. But yeah.
Hans, what do you think, man?
Sorry, what was the question?
What do you think about the next game? More, give me an pre-match analysis.
Against Genoa,
Yeah.
they're going to put 11 men behind the ball, and they're going to be trying to stop us and stop the flow of the game constantly. And it's going to be very tough because we're going to have the supporters will be there, and I think our team, as much as they love them, I don't know if they perform very well with a packed San Siro. So I think it'll be difficult. It's going to be a low-scoring game.
How do you think you can unlock a game like this? Them waiting. What is something you should try more often during the game to unlock a game like this? What is it?
I think you got to get more bodies in the box. Theo has to get into the box way more. And we need to try to work very fast 1-2s so we can get into the box and hopefully either get a cross or a shot or a penalty or something.
We don't even get penalty calls.
We need to do very quick combinations, like when we're right outside the box, and just use our speed to get in behind, I think. And then
I want to see 2 up top, to be fair. Sorry to cut you off.
I would like to see. I wish we had like someone taller than Diaz, because then we could have him in the box being a threat. Like if we had the Ketelar right now, I think we'd be in a much better situation because he would be able to score with his head. Or Hlojek, he's also very big.
Wait, in regards to Decatur, how?
Because I don't think we have Sorry?
Yeah, go on. I've heard he's a cam. I've heard he's a right wing. I've heard he's a striker. What position does he actually play?
He's all of it. He's been playing striker mostly this season, though.
Right.
But I think he kind of goes back and forth between those 3 kind of roles.
Yeah, we're definitely not good.
Yeah, I think we need more height in the box because I don't think Leao, he really attacks the ball in the air for whatever reason. He's not brave enough, or he doesn't read it. I don't know. Giroud is the only threat we have. Giroud is the only threat we have, and that's unfortunate because the whole team knows that it's going to him when the ball's in the air, and that's who they have to worry about basically.
Yeah, in my opinion, we're gonna win it with luck. We're gonna get something on our favor this time. Maybe a penalty, and I hope the players that we have, when they go to the box, they look for the contact. They
Yeah.
force the opposition to make a foul or to.
And I hope they're getting in the box a lot. Like we need, it's not just one time or two times. It needs to be like throughout the whole course of
Consistently,
the
yeah.
game.
Yeah, you need
You
to
know,
put that
like
type of
Theo needs
pressure.
to get in there more.
We need to put that type of pressure. Midfielders, striker, everyone should be more often in the box so we can force them to the mistake and the fall or a goal, own goal, whatever it's gonna be. So it's gonna be a really lucky win, in my opinion. Roy is gone,
No,
or he's
I'm
still
here.
there.
I'm
Roy,
here.
you can close. You can close the live with the final thoughts,
All right.
whatever you want.
I say that Milan is overdue a goal fest, a goleada, especially with this drought, and in front of 65,000 people, we're going to do 6 or 5 goals. The San Siro is going to go wild. It's going to propel Milan into the next few games. Unfortunately, it's going to destroy Genoa. It could be Genoa's last hurrah tomorrow. But it is what it is. 5-6-0.
I wish.
That is optimistic.
That is optimistic, Roy. You get ready to cut your hair, man. Let me call Manscaped so they send
He
us
must
some
need a
tools.
haircut already.
Let me call Manscaped so we have actually live.
Are we doing a live
Cutter.
today, though?
Yes.
Nah,
You're-
I
you
don't
can,
think no.
you can do. I can. I'll probably. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can join in.
I'll try and
I'll
join
do.
in.
I'll do one tomorrow, but not
Tomorrow.
today.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't do it tomorrow. Today.
No, today no. After the game, no.
Okay. All
But
right.
tomorrow
Okay.
maybe I'll do one.
All right. All right. I'm definitely going to do a watch along. I think, because I'm working. But okay. Anyway, guys, thank you so much, everybody. Forza Milan. And
Yeah.
Forza.
Forza Milan, right, Paul?
Yeah.
Forza!
Forza Juve, Paul. Forza Juve.
Nah, fuck that. Fuck that.
Fuck that. Yeah. Fuck that. Fuck the zebras, man.
Yeah, fuck the other sides. We don't care about them.
All right,
Who's
guys.
mafiosi?
Exactly.
All right, guys. See you tomorrow. See you next game. Forza Milan.
All right,
Ciao.
later,
See you guys.
Ciao.
Bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.